that's left us teetering on economic meltdown while navigating social unrest during an election year. Hey, Craig describes a successful real estate career this way. You have a steady stream of clients who automatically seek out your valuable services without you having to do any cold prospecting. You're viewed with respect by clients who value your advice. You're able to easily provide them superior service and results, which leads them to refer you to others and give you their repeat business. You work a normal work week or less and take plenty of time off to pursue outside interest, and you make a very rewarding income. Look, when you first entered into real estate, you may have thought you were getting into the real estate business, but quickly discovered that this is a sales and marketing business. So in order to have predictability in your career, you must have great marketing and money-making systems. This is why we have organized the Craig Proctor System, members-only marketing and money-making summit. The trouble in this industry is that the hours worked equals compensation equation has traditionally been an either-or situation. In other words, you either make a lot of money and you have no life outside of your job, or you do have a life outside of real estate, but you don't really make enough money. There are many agents operating today who kill themselves with grueling 80-plus hour weeks and barely make enough money to survive. Maybe this even describes you. So why is this? Well, part of the problem is that the real estate market is changing so dramatically. The pandemic has caused uncertainty for many, both personally and professionally. It's an election year in the United States. Consumers are more sophisticated and demanding. Commissions are under pressure. Technology is completely changing the way real estate agents do business, and more mega agents are capturing a larger and larger market share. So, who will survive in the long term? Well, surely not the solo, underskilled agent who's slugging it out all by him or herself, burning the candle at both ends. Look, they may shine brightly for a certain period of time, but sooner or later, they'll run out of wick to burn, and then they'll burn out. They may win the sprint, but they can't do the marathon. Others simply run out of gas before ever seeing success. Either way, this model of work like a mad dog is wrong. So why did you get into real estate in the first place? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you imagined that it would give you the freedom and the income to be able to live the lifestyle that you wanted. In order, though, to achieve your heart's desire, it will require better implementation of the Craig Proctor systems. So that's why we're bringing you this mega marketing and money-making summit. Get ready for 3 days of working on your business. Go serve big.
Love it. Good morning, Craig Proctor System Nation. And good morning, Mr. Craig Proctor.
Well, how you doing today, Mr. Walters?
Oh, man, I'm rip-roaring ready to go. I've been sitting right here in front of my computer, it seems like, for 2 hours, just like drinking coffee. Like, when's this thing going to get going? When's it going to be 10 a.m. on the East Coast? I'm ready to roll.
Was everyone dreaming about real estate last night?
Well, yes, among other things.
Well, look, you should wake up every day, I believe, and love what you're doing. And that's what this conference is all about. It's all about you understanding the parts of this business that you love and the parts of this business that you should be focused on, and then delegating the other parts that either you don't like to do or things that you're weak at, so you can experience the same joy that other Craig Proctor members are experiencing, where they're making the money that they want to make, and they also have the time to enjoy that. And that's called freedom. When you've got money and you've got time, that equals freedom. So that's what we wish for all of you. I hope you guys had a great time yesterday. I know Todd and I did. Todd's going to break down the agenda, what you're going to learn today, and why you want to stay focused. I know there's a lot of distractions, right? You've got to block those out. That's really one of the traits of successful people, is the ability to focus. They said Napoleon, the great leader Napoleon, had this amazing ability to focus. And I know many of us are distracted all day long. So we're going to ask you today to block out all of those normal day-to-day distractions that you get. Don't worry about your emails. Check in your emails, text the community. You got to shut all that off and like mentally be here, not just physically here, be mentally here. Yesterday, we had a few of you, we would talk about something in detail, and then people were asking questions about the thing that we actually just discussed in detail. So that kind of tells me some of you are maybe a little bit distracted here. So that's just some advice, an observation, just like really tune in here today. And by the time we're done, I promise you, you're going to pick up great information that'll be beneficial to you and your business. So Todd, talk to us about the agenda and all the amazing things that we're going to cover today.
100%, bud. You can see it on your screen right here. All right. So you're not going to want to miss a minute of this. All right. So we're going to kick the day off here momentarily with this whole concept of follow-up. So inside sales, getting more people on the phone faster, and it's probably most likely different than you may think. Okay. So we're going to spend the first part of the morning helping you generate more appointments from all the leads that you're getting from this improved marketing. Okay. It's no good to generate dozens, hundreds, and for some of you, thousands of leads and not be able to properly monetize the best customers among those leads. Agreed? All right. So we're going to get really good at this. You're going to see in detail things many of you probably didn't even know existed when it comes to leveraging, okay, with people and with systems to generate a lot more appointments. What would a marketing and money-making summit be without the ability to get a lot more appointments? And that's the abundance that you want to live in. A business that generates abundance of appointments for the real estate agents at the business, you and your team. Okay. And then we're midday there. We've got a great panel again, Craig. You're going to be interviewing some of our superstars for a good solid hour on what's working and what's not working in their businesses. Okay. When we transition from that around 1 o'clock Eastern time today, we're going to have the legendary Carol Royce and her team on, and she's going to share with you how she has vendors throwing money at her and her company with her vendor directory and using other people's money to fund out a good bit of her marketing systems. Cool. Really good at this. Yep. Then we're going to talk about the Sunday tour of homes and how that works in a pandemic. You're going to talk to Rudy and Nancy, who have stretched the Sunday tour to weekend tours, and how they're literally getting 30, 50, sometimes 100 buyers to show up at their open houses. Okay. You're going to see that in detail. Then we're going to go right into direct mail systems. So we've got two direct mail kings. One of them is the king of real estate, Tracy King, and Mr. Bill Watson, one of our millionaire agent and great coaches in this system. You're going to see what's working in the direct mail arena. And then at 4 o'clock today, we're going to break the room into two. Platinum members. Platinum members are going to go to the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page for the remainder of the day's sessions. Okay, so hopefully you're on the Platinum Facebook page if you're a Platinum member. Coaching members, just stay put right here, and you're going to get a heavy dose of Craig Proctor and myself working with you on accomplishing much, much bigger goals than you even thought possible. Essentially, there are 4 critical building blocks for achieving your big, hairy, audacious goals. And without these building blocks, it's unlikely to happen for you. Okay. So there's our agenda. We're going to be reminding everyone of this as we move through the day. So you can see equally powerful, jam-packed, exactly what the doctor ordered for those of you who
Yeah,
are.
it really is. It's an amazing agenda, as was yesterday. So I'm going to remind everybody, like, be all in on this, okay? And I know most of you are, but I'm trying to reach everybody here. Shut off the distractions, okay? Really focus. Type your questions and comments in the chat. I really enjoyed that yesterday. I enjoyed, if Todd was talking, I would flip over and I'd be watching the stream on YouTube, and I'm looking at the remarks, the comments that are in, and really encourage everybody talking to each other. I love that. So keep that up today. I see we've got well over 400 on. Yesterday we peaked out at 785. That's what we peaked out, and we kept everybody for most of the day. So pretty happy with that. So we're hoping to repeat that today. Now, one of the things that I want to do this morning is I want to recognize some of our members that have had these massive quantum leaps that we talk about. Now, these aren't members that are making, like millions and millions and millions of dollars, because they would have received their quantum leap award many years ago. The people I want to recognize now, most of them are fairly new with the Craig Proctor system. So let's have a look at our first award winner here. To make a quantum leap, it means your coach has sent your production numbers, like your increase in production numbers, to my office. We look at all of the members and their production, and we select from all of the Craig Proctor members that had quantum leaps. We select award winners. So I want to recognize those award winners now for the great job that they've done in
Let's take a look.
Yeah, and this is what they get right here. Okay, we send them out a quantum leap award winner award, and this is Frank Orr. Now, we sent the award out earlier so they could take a picture with it. This is like our COVID-19 award. So we sent Frank the award first. He took the picture of it, sent it. But I want to recognize him because he's done a great job. You can see Frank is from California. Let's have a look at Frank's business before he met me. Okay, so before Craig Proctor, he had this is his words, by the way. He says, I had a roller coaster business of hunting customers and helping clients buy or sell and then search for new homes. It was stressful. It was inconsistent. I became a Craig Proctor member in May of 2019. And he did the smart thing of ascending from coaching to platinum coaching in November. So a few months later, he moves from coaching up to platinum. What's happened? 1 year prior to the Craig Proctor system, Frank made $85,417. Not bad, right? That's before Craig. He wasn't starving to death. He made $85,000. However, after 1 year being a Craig Proctor system member, $246,000, $366.68. Okay, so let's call that $250,000. So Frank was able to triple his income after 1 year of being a Craig Proctor system member. Now, these experiences, by the way, are not unique. If this is not happening for you, you need to get with us, because this is like what we expect to happen. Okay, but it means you need to do the work. You see, Frank did the work. And not everything that Frank did worked the very first time. He had to work through it to find out how the Craig Proctor system was going to apply in the best possible way for him in California. Not had one single month without a commission check. So every month he's been a Craig Proctor member, at least a check has come in from a Craig Proctor system member lead. So he's increased his income by 188% as a Craig Proctor system member. He's now building a team, and he's asked to be on the board of directors for his worthy cause, which is the Second Harvest Food Bank. That is really awesome, Frank. Implementation remains the focus. So here's a guy that's gone from $85,000 to almost $250,000 in 1 year. And he's saying, my big challenge here is just further implementation. That remains the focus as we surpass prior GCI numbers. So clearly, Frank, like I said yesterday, Frank is competing with Frank. That's who Frank is competing with. So Frank says, I'm honored to receive the Quantum Leap Award. I'm humbled by the generosity of those who've supported me along the way. Thank you to Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, my coach, Brett, and all of the other members and coaches that are part of my success, and for the support they continue to provide. Let's give a big virtual applause, Mr. Walters, to Frank Orr in California, our first Quantum Leap Award recipient of the conference. Sorry, Frank, that's the best we can do. Turn that up, Todd. That's our virtual. That's weak, but anyway, I'm clapping for you, Frank. Everyone give Frank a virtual applause in chat. Congratulations, Frank. We think you're awesome. Okay, let's go to award winner number 2. You got to work on that applause, Mr. Walters. Okay, next is Yvonne. Yvonne is from Mississauga. Mississauga is the suburbs of Toronto. It's in the greater Toronto area where I'm from. So what does Yvonne say? She says, hey, I began my career in real estate in 1978. Yvonne, that's like even 10 years before I got into real estate. So Yvonne's been at this for a long time. I've been a member of the Craig Proctor system in 1989 to 2007. And then I left the business. I left real estate due to personal and health issues. I returned to real estate in the latter part of 2017, and I knew I needed the same support and systems to make this second time a success. So what did she do? She became a Craig Proctor system member again. It worked the first time, she says, so I knew it would work again. Craig Proctor showed me how to make a business out of real estate, not just have a crummy job as a realtor. The Craig Proctor system supports me. It gives me a positive vibe. I have a better mindset. I'm surrounding myself with the very top agents in the industry. And last year, I supported the CAMH for mental health. I don't really sure what that stands for, but I'm thinking the C probably stands for Canadian Association of Mental Health. Did I nail that, Yvonne? Canadian Association of Mental Health. I'm guessing that's what that means. I should know that. Bad for me. My mission this year is to donate a portion of my commissions this year, $10,000 to the Mississauga Food Bank. Awesome. After spending a year in Africa, my goal is to provide clean water and wells next year. Good for you, Yvonne. I'm currently building a team and I look forward to more growth. Okay, these are direct words from Yvonne. My message to everyone is get out of your own way. Yvonne, hallelujah. Does everybody hear that? How many of you are guilty? Type in guilty as charged into chat if sometimes you get in your own way. Yvonne saying her message or advice is sometimes you just got to get out of your own way. Remove the doubt. Remove the feeling that you're not worthy of success. She says, you can do this. My mindset and paradigm are changing thanks to the Craig Proctor system. Craig has always been a pioneer. I didn't write this, she wrote it. Craig has always been a pioneer with a vision not to follow the pack. What did we say yesterday? When everyone else is going left, you're going right. If they're going right, you go left. Thank you to Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and to my coach, Brett. Congratulations to Yvonne. Let's try it again. Virtual applause for Yvonne. Give her a congratulations in the chat. Go, Yvonne. Congratulations. You got to make that louder, Mr. Walters. That's weak. Turn it up. Can you turn it up? Dude, you got to turn that up.
You're killing me. It's as loud as it will freaking go. I mean,
okay. All right. Well, we got to work on the virtual applause part. But Yvonne, congratulations. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's go to our next award winner from Portland, Oregon. There's a lot of stuff going on in Portland, Oregon right now. But Sydney Lynn, she succeeds despite all obstacles. Sydney became a CP coaching member in May of 2019. Then she made the smart decision to ascend to the Platinum Coaching Program run by my partner here, Mr. Todd Walters. Stay engaged, she says, by attending every conference. So Sydney attended Florida, Toronto, California, the one-day boot camps, the broker owner meetings, all the training webinars, and she did it for 12 months. She says, use the platinum milestone checklist extensively. She says, I've checked off most of the boxes, including $100,000 in gross commissions in June. I hired my first OSA July the 1st. During her first month, she says, I mentored her to, during her first month, the OSA's first month, I mentored my OSA to do 4 transactions. Really good, including 2 fierce bidding wars. Beautiful. So Sydney knows this so well that she can teach the system to her people. She tripled her income from $110,000 to $330,000 from, that's in a 1-year period. That definitely qualifies as a quantum leap. How many of you would like to triple your income within a year, just like Sydney did? So words from Sydney. She says, we were able to move out of our triplex, but keep it as an investment and buy a wonderful $800,000 house in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I want to thank Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and my awesome coach, Kristen Stampini from Boca Raton, Florida. Congratulations, Sydney. And here comes the big virtual applause. Hey, you had it there, man. Go closer. That's it. That's it. You just got to be closer. Give everyone a congratulations in the chat for Sydney Lynn from Portland, Oregon. Congratulations, Sydney.
Good job, Sydney. You know, it's true though. I've seen Sydney like at everything. Like every time I turn around, I'm like, Sydney, like you're a long ways from Portland. Like we'd be in Orlando, and there's Sydney.
Sydney will come to the meeting. She, you know what, she does what she needs to succeed. All right, let's look at our next award winner. John Paps, like the beer.
Oops, sorry about that. Let's talk about John.
Yeah, get your act together here, Mr. Walters. From Del Mar, California. Beautiful place to live. John says, I became a Craig Proctor member in May of 2019. Before the Craig Proctor system, I used to close 10 to 15 transactions per year, and I felt stuck in my business as a sole broker. However, 12 months into the Craig Proctor system, business transactions have doubled with 3 agents on my team. An assistant frees my time so I can focus only on the money-making tasks. I have become the rainmaker. With Craig's coaching regarding COVID-19, I pivoted and I changed my business structure. I did not run and hunker or put my head in the sand. Okay, I didn't bury my head in the sand. I didn't run. I didn't hide. 4 training seminars a week holds me accountable. Since COVID-19, my agents are handed a 3.5% signed VIP buyer's contract. It's their job to fill that contract out in the next 30 days. They earn 30% of total commission plus the remainder of the $995 transaction fee. Hey, John, you know, some of our members say, well, that can't be done. They say, my marketplace is different. You don't understand. You know what? What I found is when I trained my agents, just like John, they did it. My team members didn't know that they weren't supposed to, that they didn't know that this wasn't supposed to work. And I didn't tell them. I told them to go do it and they did it. Everyone write this down. Experience can be the worst teacher. Right? The problem we have is all the stuff up here. We gotta get out of our own way. Okay, Yvonne says, get out of your own way. My business is profitable. Oh, hold it, back up one. Through the Craig Proctor system, I generate 250 leads a month on half of the ad spend prior to Craig Proctor coaching. Check that out. John says he's spending half what he used to spend, and he's generating 250 leads. Many of you think, well, you know, I got to spend more money. No, not John. John says I'm spending half what I used to spend, but now I'm now generating 250 leads. Says I no longer have to leave my office to show property. All I have to do is train agents to go the extra mile for our clients. My business is profitable with a large cash flow with 4 to 5 transactions a month on average. my 2021 forecast showed 60 to 80 transactions for the year, and the highest level of success is no longer a pipe dream. Thank you to Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and my awesome coach, Frankie DeMarinis. Big virtual applause for John. Type into chat. John, good work. Congratulations. Thank you very much, John. No virtual applause from Todd, but he tried. Let's move on. Do we have another one? You're muted, Todd. There's your problem. You've muted yourself, sir.
I did mute. The train was coming by.
Okay, well, the train I love. Everyone knows Todd's office is next to the train track, so I can set my watch by this because when the train goes by, I know what time it is. Okay, so John didn't get his virtual applause because the train went by, and you had to mute your mic. So give John his virtual applause.
All right, here we go. Is that good?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You're getting better. Okay, I think we have one more, Mr. Walters.
Look at that. See, that's what that looks like. It's a little app there that we have some fun with. And so if you guys don't have that app, you can do that to get your soundboard. Make yourself feel good during the day, for sure. But that is the award winners.
That's it? Okay. So this is what they received. Close up. That's what it looks like. Who else would like one of these? Okay, type in the chat if you would like to be a Craig Proctor Quantum Leap member, because we would really like to do that. I would like to make a whole bunch of these. I'd like to hand them up because all of you Quantum Leap award winners are advocates now. Okay, you are walking, talking billboards for the Craig Proctor system. I want to have a whole bunch. I want to have hundreds. I want to have thousands of you that will stand up and say, here's what happened to me since I joined the Craig Proctor system. So if that's not happening for you, I'd recommend you reach out to some of these award winners. Reach out to some of the panelists that you met yesterday and that you'll meet today. Reach out to some of the presenters that are having massive success. Let's get everyone to be a Quantum Leap award winner here in the next 12 months. Okay, inside sales agent system. Todd, you and I were chatting about this before we got started. And by the way, I told you I was going to bring my A game here today, Mr. Walters.
Bring it on, son.
We were chatting about the inside sales agent position, and we said, it really is the hardest position to recruit for. And share with what you said to me.
I said, well, I know what you're saying. I wouldn't say it's the hardest position to recruit for. It might actually be the easiest one to recruit for, but that's because salary plus commission. You don't have to run around with buyers and sellers, and therein lies some of the issues with our members. It is the hardest position to fill. Recruiting people, lining them up, people that may want this job. Yeah, we're going to show you how to do that, but you want to really slow the hiring process down and make it very difficult to fill, because this is not a step down. In my experience, Craig, with this system that you handed me many years ago, this is the most important role on the team.
Okay, so that is a very good observation. I've been running around saying it's the hardest position to recruit for, and Todd says, well, no, not actually. When you're advertising, hey, come and work with me and we'll pay you a salary and you get commission, it's actually easy to recruit for. You'll get lots of people apply. So let me clarify my statement. It's the hardest position to fill with the correct person. So you're right, Todd. You're absolutely right. You'll get lots of people apply. Who doesn't want free money as a salary? And who doesn't want controlled, set 40-hour work week? Everybody wants that. And who doesn't want the commission on top of it? So I stand corrected. What I should be saying, instead of saying it's the easiest, it's the most difficult job to recruit for, finding people that want to do it is easy. Finding someone that's good at it, that's the difficult part.
Oh, yeah, it is. And we're going to help you with that today. Let's do this. So as we dive into it, Yesterday, we suggested that if you've got your laptop, you got your computer, it's okay to have a couple monitors up, one of them on the coaching site, so that you can go there while we're working with you and actually flag some of these materials. So I'm going to give you guys, as we dive into this, let me share with you where the materials are coming from. Okay, the first place is right here, coaching site, business resources. That's a hyperlink to get to some key resources, and that would be the team system manual. Okay, so everyone should have that downloaded, printed on your desk, flag, dog-eared, highlighted. All right, but the team system manual, that would be, we'll call that resource number 1. Then we'll go to the file library, and I'm going to give you guys a library reference here. Okay, it's called Platinum. You guys got it? Okay, so here we are. Okay, and if you come down here, you'll see it says Platinum Recruiting ISA Library right there. Platinum Recruiting ISA Library. Okay, so I'll click on that. There are 45 files in that library. Okay, so that's a complement to the resources that we were just looking at. So no shortage of materials here on getting this right. Okay, everybody got it? All right, so let's go back to our materials here, and we'll pick it up from there. So there's your references to materials, because we get regular steady diet of chats as we're going through this with you today, and say, well, now where was that at? Where was that at? So that's where we are right now that we're bringing to you. Remember, it's members only conference, so you're the only ones that have access to these systems. Team System Manual, Platinum Recruiting ISA Library, and the Platinum Training ISA Library. Everybody got it? Okay, so there's the resources. Now, Craig, I learned this from you a long, long time ago, and I kind of learned it the hard way. When you violate this rule or this principle, sometimes you end up with someone that doesn't really help you take your business to the next level. But let's make no mistake about it. This inside sales agent thing, this is a way to take your business to the next level. So I got a question for you. Let's say I'm really busy. I've got more business than I can get to. Who do I bring on first? Do I bring on an outside sales agent, or do I bring on an inside sales agent? Like, how should this work? In what order? What do you suggest?
Okay, great question. Actually, the very first person I would bring on is an administrative person before I hired a licensed agent. And then I would be focusing on just the licensed agent activities. So that's what I did. I hired an administrative person. She was part-time. But that, in a way, made things worse, because even though I didn't have to bother with any of the administrative duties anymore, I just ended up working with more buyers and more sellers. Then I hired Lindy Black to be my buyer's agent. I didn't give her the listings in the beginning because I was not ready to delegate the listings. I could still work with all of the listings, all the sellers. So I just gave her the buyers. But then I got so busy with listings, I said to Lindy, I said, look, you're working with buyers, and a lot of those buyers want to find a home first before they list their house. Since I'm super busy with listings, and you already have a relationship with these buy first buyers, when it comes time for them to list their home, why don't you just list their home? You already have a relationship with them. So that's how Lindy Black started working on the listing side. And she shadowed me for several weeks, and then I shadowed her for a week just to make sure that she got it down, and she was really good at it. And that's when I realized that, you see, I used to just, like, when I created this thing, it was just buyer agents. I had buyer agents, and then outside sale agent. That's really what happened when she could take listings as well. So I now refer to Lindy not as my buyer agent, but my outside sales agent, because I proved that she could work with the buyers and she could work with the listings. And then I hired my second one, and then I hired, I think I hired 3 outside sales agents, and I was making the calls myself. Okay, so the leads are coming in, and I'm calling back all the leads myself at that point. But now that I had 3 outside sales agents, myself personally, I couldn't book enough appointments for to keep the three busy. So I hired an inside sales agent, and I trained the inside sales agent, basically doing the same thing. How the inside sales agent shadowed me is, 3-way calling is like just a great invention, right? So I would call my inside sales agent, and then I would be calling the leads, and we'd be both looking at the CRM so they could see the notes, and my ISA could, listen to me in real time talking to prospects. So before I picked up the phone and called the prospect, we would go through the contact card together, and I'd say, new ISA, this lead I'm about to call, here's why they contacted us. They responded to this campaign. This is the first time I'm attempting calling them. I've never spoken to them before. So you listen in, okay, hit your mute button and you listen in, and I'll do all the talking. So I would call, I would do the entire call, and then I'd hang up on the prospect. Now remember, my ISA is still on the line with me, and then we would critique that call. I'd say, okay, so here's what happened. Did you notice how I asked these questions? Did you notice when the prospect had these objections, how I handled these objections? So that's how I trained my ISAs. Now, I think this is really important because there's a few things we have to understand. First of all, you should be calling the leads yourself in the beginning. And for me, I kept calling the leads, but I was only cherry picking the very best leads, and I was delegating the others. But I did not delegate all of the calls for a very, very long time. See, when I was going through this process of hiring new ISAs, they got to see that I was really good at this, and they got to understand what was doable. In other words, I was able to lead by example. We talked about that yesterday. So I was able to demonstrate to my ISAs that it was possible to get on and off the phone with a prospect in 3 or 4 minutes, even with appointments booked. Okay, but I was not on the phone for more than 3 or 4 minutes, regardless of whether I got the appointment, whether I didn't get an appointment, whether I was going to follow up with them in the future. So I was able to demonstrate in detail how this works. I was able to train them how to do the thing that I was really good at. Also, I was able to prove to them that doing it my way, that you can make a lot of phone calls in an hour. I was able to prove to them that I was able to reach 60% of the prospects. Okay, so they could not come back to me and say, Craig, I can't make the number of phone calls that you expect in an hour. They couldn't say that because I was able to do that. I was able to lead by example. If I can make have 40 conversations in an evening, you can have 40 conversations in an evening. If I can book 6 appointments in an evening, you can book 6 appointments in the evening. And I would do it day after day after day. So it was very clear that I was never asking my people, whether they be inside agents or outside sales agents, I was never asking them to do something that I couldn't do myself. And so that training continued throughout my entire career. So training wasn't something that I did with my outside sales agents once or twice or 3 times when they were initially hired. No. Every Monday morning, I did team training. I did team training with my admin people. I did team training separately with my outside sales agents, and I did team training with my inside sales agents. And that training continued every single Monday for my entire career. Now, that's the biggest point of leverage you're ever going to get. Yep. Okay. Now, I would come out of those team meetings exhausted. Like Todd and I do with you guys. Like we try to give this our all. Like at the end of the day, we are exhausted. So How many of you can relate to that? That you put a lot of energy into this, right? So remember, I am trying, just like we're trying with you guys, we're trying to teach you the system, but we want to make it exciting. We want to make it fun. We want to be passionate about it. Like you got to make people excited about playing the game, right? So that was my job every Monday, is to remind people how to play the Craig Proctor game and to make the game fun and exciting.
Yep. So let's walk through it. Now that we've got the strategy behind this, let's just walk through it step by step here. And I was showing you some references on the screen. No shortage of materials and systems to get this right. Okay. So it starts out with, okay, if we want to bring on, we're in a position where we can really use some help following up the leads. Okay. The first thing we said was, this is not a subordinate position. This is a really high level person on the team that is equally responsible as I am for generating appointments. Okay. So I wouldn't downplay this at all. And we've been clear on that. All right. So first thing to remember is that inside sales agents are just like anybody else. So if I want to reach out and recruit them, I'm still going to approach that from this whole aspect of WFM. What's in it for me? Okay. Why should they join your real estate company over and above anyone else's? I wish they join your real estate sales team over and above what they're doing right now. Okay. So we're going to show you some ads and some materials that will magnetically attract some great inside salespeople to your team. Okay. But remember, when you're marketing as trying to generate listings or seller prospects, it's the same with recruiting agents. Why would I choose you over and above any other option, including what I'm doing now? Okay. So if you can strictly adhere to that formula, you'll crush it. So this essentially is Craig Proctor's system, ISA, USP, right here, 40-hour work week, real estate career, earn a very rewarding income without having to run around with buyers and sellers. Okay. Salary plus commission right there. So this essentially makes up the bullet points of the ads, the offer, the conversations to attract people. So you can see, like we said a minute ago, Craig, when we were starting it, we can see clearly how this could attract a lot of people. I remember the first time I ran the ad, we're going to look at it here in a minute. First time I ran it, I was overwhelmed with applicants. And I was like, oh my goodness, this ad works. The problem is I've got too many applicants to call now. So we had to begin building qualifiers into the process. All right. But remember, we're not just hiring anyone just because they want the job. They have to have the capacity to do it. We'll talk about that here in a minute. So everybody got that? Following up on and nurturing qualified leads, work only a 40-hour work week, no open houses, no running around with buyers, turn your cell phone off after hours and relax and enjoy your life. A lot of people are typing in the chat, Craig, that they might be interested in this position right now. So this is where you'll find some of the great ad variations. In that Platinum Recruiting ISA library, there are 10 ad variations that you can copy and implement, Platinum members. Okay. All right. So here is the essence of message to market match, Craig. So we would target agents who were actively licensed, and we would target agents that were inactively licensed. Is that right?
Correct. So who are we looking for? We're looking for an agent that's been successful in real estate, but they're tired of the life of a traditional real estate agent, or we're looking for someone that's kind of brand new at this. Mm-hmm. So let me tell you about Carol. Carol was one of my best inside sales agents, and Carol worked in real estate for about 15 years, and she did okay. She made $100,000 a year. But eventually, she, like many, she became burnt out because she was doing real estate the hard way. Okay, she was not a Craig Proctor system member. She was taught to cold call, knock on doors, do open houses, do floor time, all the crap that you're taught, that you were taught when you got into real estate, all the crap that Todd and I were taught, that's what she knew. But she made $100,000 a year, and she did that by working really, really hard. And Carol was tired of the toll that traditional real estate took on her life and her family. Okay, she was tired of having maybe a get together with friends. Maybe it's a dinner party that had to be canceled at the last minute because an offer came in that she had to present. Okay, she was tired of having to leave a restaurant or a family gathering to go answer the phone. She was tired of the ridiculous hours on call, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So what does Carol do? She leaves real estate and she gets a job at a bank. Well, they don't call them banker's hours for nothing, right? Now, she was going to make way less money working at the bank, but she left real estate for the security of working a 40-hour work week for a much lower salary. I think it was around $50,000 or $60,000. She was making 100, but she said, you know what? I'd rather make 50 grand and get my life back. So she does that. She does that for a couple of years, and she got bored at the bank, and she was frustrated that she could never make more than $50,000 a year. So she sees this exact ad that you're looking at right now. You can see it says, for only two lucky York region. That's where I live, in York region. I'm going to read you the ad here. I'm going to read you this ad as if you were Carol, who was in real estate, made 100 grand a year. And she did that for about 15 years, frustrated. Real estate life was not for her, doing it the traditional way, gets the job at the bank, and she sees this ad. 40-hour work week, real estate career, salary plus commission, earn 100,000 and up. Carol is intrigued by the headline. For only two lucky York region licensed agents with experience and success, it is possible. An inside sales position, following up and nurturing qualified leads. No cold calls. Carol said, when I read no cold calls, like she kind of perked up, like, hey, guaranteed salary, are you kidding, in real estate? Work a set 40-hour work weeks, never make cold calls. Join a team of 4 other inside sales agents supporting one of the top agents in the region, working only 40 hours a week, 3 to 4 evenings a week, and 3 of 4 weekends a month, some flexibility, 2 weeks of paid vacation, no open houses, no buyer babysitting, no turning off your cell phone after. You can turn off your cell phone. You can go home and actually turn your phone off. Your free days are actually free. Carol says, I was so excited when I read this. It's like I wanted to apply right away. Exceptional opportunity to earn $60,000 to $70,000 your first year, as much as double that your second year. But you must be able to check your ego at the door. Okay, you're not going to be promoting yourself. You accept this role, you're going to be promoting Craig Proctor, or they're going to be promoting you. So if you've got a huge ego, like, don't bother applying. You must be able to check your ego at the door and effectively represent the agent and team in exchange. That's the trade, in exchange for the only stress-free real estate position in the industry, inside sales. Let's go over the benefits again. You know when you're working and you know when you're not working. It's set 40-hour work week. You get a guaranteed salary. I was paying $25,000. Okay, so $500 a week. Okay, but you're not limited. Okay, there's a basement of 25 grand. That's the least you're going to work. But Carol, by the way, she ended up making $150,000, $200,000 a year. That's net in her pocket. She didn't have to pay for advertising, marketing. She didn't have to pay for anything. I even bought her a computer. I bought her everything. I bought her business cards. That $150,000 straight in her pocket. Yep. Now, who is this not for? So now I throw out the funnel, but now I got to repel the people I don't want. Well, this is not for the brand new rank amateur agent. Hey, I don't want to train somebody that's brand new. What I'm looking for is somebody that's been in real estate for long enough to fail and realize how difficult this really is. So it's not for like a brand new agent seeking a shortcut to proficiency, nor is it for a failed agent unable to make a living. Well, that wasn't Carol, right? Carol was successful. She was making $100,000 a year. Instead, the agents who love this change and do well in this position have been successful and knowledgeable. They have good client management, communication, and organization skills. And they could, if they wish, continue earning a living in regular real estate. You can keep making cold calls, Carol. You can keep working all day and night. You can keep doing open houses. You can keep worrying about where your next paycheck is going to come from. She could have done that. But there are agents out there, as we know, within a 5-mile radius or wherever you're sitting right now, within a 5-mile radius, there are agents right now that would love this opportunity, who prefer having a set number of hours with their free time really totally free to enjoy time with their family or other interests. Okay, so Carol said to me, Craig, what I loved best about this, it may not sound like a big deal, but my husband and I, before I got into real estate, my husband and I used to enjoy getting up every morning and going for a walk, like going for a little half-hour walk. That's something we always used to do, and now I'm able to do that.
All right.
See, Carol didn't come to work, Todd, every day till 1 p.m. It was sort of an afternoon shift. She had the mornings free. She could sleep in. Her and her husband could go for a nice walk. So she loved the fact that she could unplug from this and have these rituals. Like, you know, every morning I know I can have my walk with my husband. I can have my coffee. I can relax. When I come home, I know I can shut my cell phone off. No one's going to be bothering me. Nobody's going to be registering an offer. Clients aren't going to be calling and complaining. I just go in. I do the thing I'm good at. Craig trains me to be awesome. And then I'm going to make $150,000 net in my pocket. No expenses. I'm good with this. It was the best position for her. Now, it's not the best position for everybody, but you don't need everybody, right? Like Todd said, you run an ad like this, you're going to get people who respond. How many agents within a 5-mile radius of you are starving to death, right? So this is a good deal. Now, you have to have the skill, the ability, okay, to sift and sort them, because you're going to spend time with these people. Again, I said earlier, before we get started, it's the easiest position. It's the most difficult job to recruit for. And Todd corrected me. He said, no. Recruiting them's easy. It's easy to get people to say yes. The hard part's finding a good one. I said, Mr. Walters, that's a very, very good observation.
All right, check this out. Down here, you've got your call to action as driving them to the information line. Okay. So,
Right.
So why the information line over and above anything else?
Everyone listening to this knows the answer, right? Type into chat why you think I want to drive an inside sales agent to a recorded hotline, forcing them to leave a message, because I want to hear how they sound on the phone. Like, if you can't pep it up on that phone message, where you're trying to sell me on like why you should have this job, right? If you're like low energy, if you can't get excited about, if you call, hi, my name's George, and I'd really like to, no, like you've been eliminated. So it helps me, the recorded hotline message helps me sift and sort. If you sound like not right for this, you're not getting an interview.
All right. So it didn't stop there though. So when I called the information line, I'm hearing essentially a script about the position, how it works, and you're educating me on it, motivating me in some respects.
Well, can you pull up that script? Pull up that script. That script is a long script.
Yeah.
This is all part of the sifting process here.
Mm-hmm. I'm pulling it up right now. And the call to action on the information line was to request the free report, which did even more sifting and sorting. So we want to take a look at that here. So I'm going to bring that up right now. So here comes, everybody can see that right there on the screen, I think. Yeah, I've got it. I'm showing it. Okay, so let's go back. Just make sure. Okay,
Look
right
how
there.
long that is.
Yeah, so here's the ID number on the script, ID 786. Here's the ID number on the report, ID 787. And we'll take a look at the script first.
Yeah,
This
the
is a
reason the script is long is I don't want to repeat. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to repeat how the job works or what it's all about over and over again. So why not just do it once on this recorded message? Here's the whole deal. Okay, here's the concept. Here's the whole deal. I don't want to repeat it over and over again. I'm going to record it once. Okay, look at the call to action at the bottom. Again, speak clearly, leaving your name, contact number, mailing address. I want to hear their voice.
Amen, brother.
Right? Like, what if I can't even understand them? What if they mumble? Like, I want to hear their voice. So anyway, that's how we did it.
And this was, I think this was the brilliance in this. And I've seen members get impatient with these hoops that are set up. But the reason this is this way, guys, run the ad, drive them to the information line, use the information line to sift and sort, hear their voice, send a report that actually gives them instructions on what to do right now. The reason is because when you run an ad like this, you will get a lot of applicants, but you do not want to hire just anyone. We really want the best one. So the system works to sift and sort the best prospects, and you end up with really great qualified people if you'll follow the system this way.
I'm looking at the chat here now. Craig and Colleen Bush in Hamilton. When I shouted out, hey, why do we do it this way? Why does the ad go to a long script and instruct them to leave a message? Like, why do we have these steps? And Craig and Colleen Bush, they nailed it. They said the reason we do this is we not only do we want to hear their voice, we want to see their ability to follow directions.
Yeah, brilliant.
Right? So before we drove them to the hotline script, we would have people apply for this that didn't really understand it. There's Carol right there. There's Carol having her walk with her husband.
Yeah, the way you position the report is actually the inside sales agent on your team. That was pretty effective. You were trying to duplicate her. You benchmarked Carol. Said, I want more people like Carol. So you had Carol, actually, you interviewed her. I remember you doing it. You interviewed her, and then a report was created in Carol's words.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
This is my husband, Doug, and me on a walk through a lovely nature preserve near my home. We go year round. In the winter, the trees are covered with snow. Everything's beautiful. In the fall, the colors. When I was in normal real estate, I could never take such a walk and relax, always on edge, waiting for the cell phone to ring, impatient to check messages, or guilty worrying about the work I wasn't doing. When I left real estate and did other things, I sacrificed my walks too because of work hours. Now in this position, I have 5 hours a day and every Sunday truly completely free and the peace of mind to enjoy them, and over $100,000 a year in income. Very powerful, right? Having this come from Carol. Hey, this is what I love about this position. So when I had Carol, right, guess what I'm looking for? I need to find another Carol. So I study Carol, study Carol's DNA. Okay, this is Carol. It was difficult to find a Carol, but now that I have a Carol, I got to study her characteristics, and my marketing is going to be designed to repel everyone else and attract someone else like Carol. And that's exactly what we did. And we did it a second time, and we did it a third time. And eventually, Craig doesn't have to call the leads back because I've got really awesome people to do that. And then what's going on now? Well, I don't have to work with the buyers. I don't have to work with the sellers. I don't have to call the leads. Guess what I've got now? I've got a business. And when you have a business that doesn't depend on you, here's the question. How many homes can you sell if it had nothing to do with you? That's the secret sauce. Like some of you have figured this out, right? That's your exit strategy. I made a lot of money for a long, long time, right? That explains my longevity in this business. I sold 500 homes a year, year after year after year after year after year after year. And I wasn't even around. You guys know, like in 2007, which unbelievably is 13 years ago. In 2007, I bought a house on the water in Florida. And I remember I was the top RE/MAX agent. It was either in Canada or in the world. And I was in Florida the whole year. I wasn't even in Canada. So that's the goal, right? We had one of our coaches, Warren Flax. Warren Flax met his wife when he was on vacation in Ecuador. They ended up getting married, and he always told his wife, before the kids get too old, well, they're still young, we're going to go back to Ecuador and live for a year. And they did. They left the U.S. Warren had one of his best years ever in real estate. He wasn't even in the United States the whole year. Okay, that's a business. So these examples exist. And we're just giving you the behind the stage pass here, like describing how this all kind of happened.
So this is a 10-page report. Surely, Craig, I can just run the ad and just generate applicants, talk to a few of them, and just hire them up and have a business, right?
Yeah, Todd, nobody's doing this. Nobody has the stuff that we have. Nobody has the marketing that we have. Do you think let me ask you this question in chat. Do you think any of your competitors have ads like we have specifically designed to get your all-star ISA? Not just the ads, the hotline scripts, the direct mail pieces that go in. No, they don't exist. That's the leverage, doing what your competitors won't do.
Amen, brother. Yes. What to do next? Like, look, let's just to piggyback on that, Craig. It's really hard to fail here if you copy and implement what we're working to get you to do. And that is the hardest thing that we do on a daily basis, actually, is just get members to buy in, copy, and implement.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to say that's on us, right? If we can't get you guys excited and we can't get you guys into it, that's on us. So that's why we're doing these conferences. Would you guys agree? Todd and I are pretty passionate about it. Maybe I'm a little more over the top than Todd, because Todd's like, Todd's like pretty consistent, right? His emotions are pretty consistent, but I want to get emotional about this because I want you to know that all this stuff is real and we have it all for you. And if you're not getting this, like, I got to light the fire. I got to help you guys light the fire. Like, there's a spark in all of you people. I know that, or you would not be here today. So we got to turn that spark into a huge fire. But if you really get what I did and understand, like, I'm not a super salesperson. Okay. I was just like passionate about figuring it out. And now my new passion is helping you figure it out. But the trail has been blazed. If you want to go down the road of negativity, if you want, oh, this will never work, my market's different. Hey, like, if you want to talk yourself out of it, you're welcome to do that. But just know there's way too much proof here. It's like if an airplane crashed, running around saying, well, I knew airplanes don't fly. No. The principles of aviation and the principles of the Craig Proctor system, they've been around for 30 years. Thousands of agents have been through this. So yeah, we're going to keep doing this training. We're going to keep being excited, show you where all the stuff is, answer your questions. Mm-hmm. So, hey, and if you have anything that you're not sure about, type it in chat. Our members, like, they have my back, right? My advocates have my back here in chat. So like, just go ahead and try to be negative about this, because you're going to get pushback from our members. They're like, no, I'm doing this. Like, you can make up whatever you want. That's your product, but I'm doing this and this works. This is about freedom, folks. Greatest thing in life is freedom. Now, how do we get freedom in today's world? We got to have the money and we got to have the time. To get the money and the time, you got to have a strategy. Real estate, you pick this, right? It's not my fault that you picked the real estate industry. It's not Todd's fault. You pick this thing. So now it's up to you. You either got to decide, I got to make the best of this real estate deal, or maybe it's not for me. Maybe I got to get out of this and like go do something else. Mm-hmm. But there is no better system in real estate to get the freedom, have the money and the time. ISA is a huge, once you can check that box, you get your first inside sales agent, and they're really, really good, you're off to the races.
Right. So once you follow that system, so we've clearly identified what the job is all about, how it works. You always start with a position agreement. Okay, what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, what the accountability is, what the targets are. Remember, always start with the position agreement. That's why we started with the resources first. You never start with the ad first. Okay, so position agreement. Now that we understand that, we run the ad, we drive into the information line, They request the report, those that are interested. They follow the directions on the report to send back the application. Okay. And then they've jumped through some pretty good hoops. So we're going to we've heard their voice. So we match up application and voice, and we invite those people in. So, and that's when the fun starts. Okay. There is a PowerPoint for recruiting team members, just like there's a PowerPoint for converting sellers to sign listing agreements or buyers to buyer agreements. Did you guys know that? Okay. So there's a PowerPoint. You want to be consistent in your message when you're recruiting team members. So that presentation is right there on the coaching site. Okay. Now, before we hire them or make a decision on it, Craig, you are disking everyone. Admin, OSA, ISA prospects, everybody gets disked. Why?
Because I don't want to hire people that aren't going to succeed, because I don't want to waste all that time working with someone that's not going to be a good fit. So whatever I can do to screen people out that are not going to work, I'm going to do. Disk personality is something we all want to do. Look, if I'm hiring an outside sales agent, I know they got to have enough D and I, or it's like not going to work. How many of you know this? And you go against the test anyway, right? You give you give the prospect the test, the person, your new recruit, you give them the test, and the score comes back and it's incorrect. But you say, "Oh, I really like the person," you hire them anyway. How does that work out? Doesn't work out well, right? So every time, in my experience, every time I go against the test, the test prevails. Like, it's their DNA imprint. So yeah, they have to be able to sell. Now, if they have like totally too much I and not enough D, they're not going to close, right? How many of you are like super high I, but you don't have a lot of D, and you have a problem like closing, right? How about the opposite? You've got like way too much D and not enough I, and you sort of come across a little abrupt. So you got to dial up your I, right? And many of you have a lot of D and you have a lot of I, right? So the I part of you wants to be liked, and the D part of you wants to sell and wants to close. So now, because this is repetitive, right? They're doing the same thing over and over again on the phone. I'm okay if they have a little bit of S or C. But look, if they don't have any D or I, it's probably not going to work, right? Like they got to be able to dial up their D and I. Now, it doesn't matter what personality you are. So I could see someone sitting here going, "Well, I'm an S or C. Does this mean it doesn't work?" No, it means you have different advantages. I have a lot of C. That's how I created all these systems. But my goal was not to do the work, right? So I want to hire people that can do that position. So if I'm all S and C, and I want to hire outside sales or inside sales, I can hire people that are the personality for that. So it doesn't matter what personality type you are. What matters is surrounding yourself with people that are strong in the areas that they need to be strong in. I use the baseball analogy all the time, right? So you used to coach your daughter's baseball all the way through. What would happen if I showed up at your daughter's ball game back in the day and I said, "Hey, Todd, I got an idea. Why don't we take the pitcher and make them the back catcher today? And why don't we make first base the fielder?" Like, that would mess it up, right? Same players on your team, but you don't have them in the right position. So some of you have the right people on the boat, right? But they're doing the wrong things. Like when many of you hear about about the DISC personality test, and you test everyone on your team, it's not uncommon for some of you to come back and say, "Well, holy cow, I found out that my administrative person should be the outside sales, and my outside sales should be the administrator." So like, it's good to know that, right? Someone was asking in chat, how do you pay them? Look, I was paying Carol $25,000 a year. That was 10 years ago. Okay, so look, be competitive. Don't cheap out on this.
Well, that's just in base salary. That's
base salary, right? They can make whatever commission they want. So you have to decide, what do I want my base salary to be? I'm telling you, my base salary was $500 a week. If you make the base salary too rich, then they come to work for you for the wrong reason, right? They're coming for the base salary.
Yeah. Here's what our top Craig Proctor members do. They're paying anywhere from $500 to $750 a week, and anywhere from 5% to 10% of the commission. All right, that's the area or the range that they're doing. And the reason there's variation is obvious. In Metro Atlanta, the average selling price is under $300,000. And where Rudy or Sarah is, it's $200,000 more average selling price. All right. So all of that has a bearing on how you're going to do this. All right. So now that we have the leads and we say, okay, I like this person. What you're looking at right now is a pretty good script to invite them in on how you want to do it. So we would have so many applicants, Craig, that even after the report, we would do group interviews. Okay. And I learned that from you. We do group interviews for OSAs, group interviews for ISAs. Maybe we just put them all in the same room, essentially the same PowerPoint presentation anyway. So this is a good example of sort of what that invite looks like. All right. Now, we talked about this a minute ago, and this is your starting point, the position contract. So how many of you type into chat if you have more leads than you can get to, and you're doing a good job of cherry picking the leads and booking appointments, but if you had someone else working alongside of you, following up the leads and booking appointments, you could really scale this business up. Type in the chat if that describes you. If that's the case, this is your starting point. After you're educated on how everything works, the starting point is to pull the position agreement. Okay. And this way you're fully clear on exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. So many agents start with the ad. Oh, I need some help. Let me run an ad for help. And then they have somebody and they don't have the position contract laid out. So this is right out of the team system manual and the file.
Okay. So let me explain it this way. Let's say, like you had a real company. Okay. You're IBM. Okay. You're IBM.
A real business.
A real business. Okay. All right. So, do you think that IBM would run an ad? Okay. And you apply for the ad, you apply for the position, they run an ad for a recruiting ad, you apply. And when you get there, there is no position contract. You think they would hire you without getting you to sign something? Think they would hire you and you show up on a Monday morning and you show up Monday morning, you say, okay, so like they say, welcome to IBM. You go, okay, like, what do I do? Oh, I don't know. Like, we'll just figure it out. You think it would work that way? No. If you responded to an ad at IBM, they would screen you. They would interview several times, and you would, if you were the lucky candidate, you would sign off on a position contract. The position contract specifies the rules to the game. The position contract not only spells out what's in it for the employee, what's in it for the candidate, right? But it outlines all the responsibilities that the candidate must accept on condition of hiring. And that's what we do. In other words, like we're going to give you in writing before you start, these are your responsibilities. Now you need to sign this accepting all these responsibilities. When you sign this, it says, I understand and I accept the following responsibilities. Otherwise, you got a mess.
Hey, yeah, Craig, I don't really want to sign that. Can I just have the leads? I'll do a good job for you. I
would say, now, Todd, if you could just step a little bit to the left or right, because we have someone behind you that will. Right? If you just kindly get out of the way. It's funny, James McDonald talks about that when he was doing half-day seminars. Yeah. He'll say, I'll do a great half-day seminar and I'll have 25 people that want to sign up for the Craig Proctor SuperConference. But he goes, wouldn't you know it? Every time, it seems like every time the first guy in the line of 25 people 25 people got their forms in their hand. They're ready to sign up. And the first guy's like, yeah, I know I've spent 3.5 hours with you at this free seminar, but I'm not really sure, blah, blah. And James is like, okay, look, you're not sure about this. So if you could kindly just step out of the way, see the 24 people behind you that are convinced and want to hand in their form. If you could just step out of the way, we'll deal with your questions later. But these people are convinced and ready to go. That's why you need lots. And the same with your lead generation with buyers and sellers. Hey, Todd, I've got this buyer that they want signed the buyer contract. Great. Could you step out of the way, please? Because I have all these other buyers that want to sign it. I've got this seller that wants me to work for a 3%. Could that seller just stand out of the way so you could deal with all the others? Okay, that is the key. Okay, the key is you got to have a lot. So when they sign this, okay, if they don't sign it, it's like you're out. Like, what? Okay, I mean, would you guys hire somebody if they're telling you right away, yeah, I'm not going to agree to assume the responsibilities that you want to hire me for?
The answer is yes. Actually, some members do that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Todd, how about this? I'll work around. Okay, so Todd, how about this? I don't really want to work weekends. So why don't you tell your wife and your daughters, Todd, that you're going to work on the weekends? Right? Okay, so here's my attitude. If they said, well, I don't want to work on Thursday evenings. I'm like, hey, man, better you than me. Like, I'm not working on Thursday evenings anymore. I've been at this for 20 years. I'm not working on the weekends. So no. You're not having the weekends off while I work. We're not bending this job around you, right? So we got to have clear definition of what the responsibilities are. Do you understand and accept these responsibilities? If the answer is no, kindly step out of the way so we can move on to the next person. But if you don't do it this way, here's what happens. How many of you have a bit of chaos? You got a team and it's not really clear what the responsibilities are. So what happens is some tasks just don't get done because people think, well, that's not on me. No, that's not my responsibility. So you've got overlap in certain areas, and other things just don't happen because nobody takes responsibility. Now, look, how do I know this? Because I did it incorrectly in the beginning. How would I know what would go wrong? I'd never hired people before. Didn't have to manage people. I had to figure all this out.
Yep.
Right. Todd had to figure it out a little bit less.
No, I didn't figure anything out. I found out.
That made it easier, right? Finding out is easier than figuring out. You see, he had the advantage of, he didn't have to make all the mistakes that I made. I said, hey, Todd, let me tell you, man, before you do A, B, and C, here's all the stuff that's going to go wrong. So I'm just telling you, so you don't have to do that. But so Todd had come to me and say, look, I want to do this in my business. Okay. So Todd, here's all the mistakes I made doing that thing. And this is what I learned. And Todd's like, oh, well, thank you for saving me years. Thank you for saving me years or lots of dollars or lots of frustration because the roadmap is laid. Now, the roadmap is laid for everybody. But some of you, like, you don't want to take the map, right? You got to take, isn't GPS like the best thing? GPS, I am going to say, saved my marriage. Okay, GPS. My wife and I would go on, we go on these drives and I'm driving and my wife is the navigator. And I don't know if you've experienced this before, but we get lost. And then I look over and I realize my wife's got like the map upside down, right? What I love about GPS is no matter where you could be dropped anywhere in the world, and it tells you like what to do. Okay. This is your GPS, folks. I don't care where you are in your business. I don't care where you are located. You could be in Cleveland, Ohio. You could be in Tampa, Florida. You could be in San Diego. You could be in Vancouver, Canada. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter whether you're new or 5 years into this, or you're a solo agent, or you got a big team. It doesn't matter. Lean into this. Yeah. Everything you want to do, it's already been done.
So once we bring on the inside sales agent, simultaneously, they're getting their position manual. So it's like policies and procedures beyond the position contract. Okay, so everyone should go to the coaching site and pull down this manual. I gave you the ID number on that a little bit earlier, but you can see the manual in and of itself is very detailed. I basically copied it and scanned it into PowerPoint files. All right. So that I could highlight it and display it. All right. So I want to make sure everybody write that down. Pull the inside sales agent manuals. Okay. Write that down. ISA manual. Okay. If you guys are looking for it, here it is right there. ID 447448. We broke it down into 2 parts for you right there. Everybody see that on your screen? Awesome. Okay. But man, what a great system. Okay. Now let's talk about sort of the onboarding or the training. So, all right, Craig, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to demonstrate it right now. So I'm going to come to the coaching site. Check this out. You'll like this, my man. So here I am on the dashboard of craigproctorcoaching.com. Okay.
By the way, Todd, we have 745 watching right now. I know, you really don't like to do these presentations with 1,000 people watching, but we'll make an exception for today. It's 7:45.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're getting there. And congratulations to everyone for showing up. That is how you go up, baby. All right, check it out. So let's pretend that you just joined my real estate sales team, which, by the way, was a pretty good copy of the Craig Proctor real estate sales team. And it took focus and work to do that. And that was the best thing I ever did for my life, that I can assure you. So your first day on the job, you're there now. What do we do? Well, I hand you this script. Everybody's familiar with it. All right. And I draw big black magic marker circles around these 4 offers. Okay. Number 6 is an offer. Buy first offer, sell first offer, market watch offer. So it's essentially 4 offers on this follow-up script. Okay. So we draw a big black magic marker around 4 of these offers. I hand it to you and I say, okay, this is what you do. Go memorize these offers and then come back to me and we're going to role play the offer. How long do you need to memorize these 4 offers here? And the agent would tell me, I think I could probably do that in about an hour. I'm like, cool, go over there and sit. You memorize these offers, come back, we'll role play the offers, and then we can get to work. And they're like, well, wouldn't I start with the first word on the script? Nope. We're going to do that. But right now, I want you to memorize the offers. Here's why. You can screw up a lot of things, but you know what you cannot screw up when you're talking to leads? The offers. All right. And that is what we do on the telephone. If we can't make offers, we can't get appointments. So I want you to memorize the offers first. Plus, this lets you know we're a marketing company, a marketing business. We make offers. Okay. So the agent would say, okay. So then they would come back an hour later and say, okay, Todd, I think I'm ready. I'm like, okay, look at me in the face and give me the newsletter offer. And they would be like, well, I'm like, no, dude, fail, go back. How long do you need to get this? Well, I think I can do it in another 30 minutes. Okay, great. And that's how it worked. We're not even starting work, training, leads, anything, unless they're clear on the offers. All right. And that's it. So we have members that if we put you up in front of a live studio audience, may not be able to clearly articulate these offers. That might be a sin, actually. So I'm going to encourage everyone, you'd be well better served if you started every employee out, OSA, ISA out on what the offers are that your business delivers to prospects over the phone to get appointments. There's no ambiguity or lack of clarity on it. Okay, so there's a starting point. Goes like that, awesome. And that takes us there to that PowerPoint slide. All right, now what? Okay, we've created for Craig Proctor Platinum members what we call an inside sales training course. And I want to make sure everybody is well aware of this. I'm going to take you back to the coaching site. In other words, Craig, we made it easy on our members because we actually train your people as you bring them on in conjunction with you. And here they is down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the coaching site on the main page there, the dashboard, you'll see it, ISA training course. They simply log on watch the video or listen to the audio, answer the questions, pass, and then move on to the next video. Okay. There are, I believe we have, there are 6 modules right there. You guys can see them. So if I clicked on module 1, for example, I'll show you guys what that looks like. So you're very familiar with it. And if you've been here for a bit.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the call with your host, Todd Walters.
See, there's Andrea. So there's audio and video. The agent has to listen, take the course, answer the questions correctly, and that moves them on to the next module. In each one of these training videos now, or audio modules, these things are, 30 minutes to over an hour long. So it's pretty extensive training. So you would have them do this before we start work. Okay, so it might take a day for them to get through these modules. Could take 2 days. That's okay. But extensive training. Memorize the offers on the follow-up script. Take the take the inside sales agent training course. All right. And number 3 is an absolute requirement. Every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern time for as long as I can remember, Craig, you've been training Craig Proctor members on the universal callback script.
That's right. And let's not forget James McDonald. He does those with me and sometimes without me. He does a great job. James was one of my first inside sales agents. That was 25 years ago. So whether it's James or I conducting it, or both of us, quite often it's both of us, Thursday at 11 a.m., you are missing the boat if you're not on those and you don't have your inside sales agents on that training, because it means you probably are not very good at articulating the offer. And if you're not very good at articulating the offer, and by the way, everyone can get better at it, and the better you are at the offer, the better the leads will appear to be. Have you ever noticed that, Todd?
Yep.
That those Craig Proctor members that are awesome with the universal callback script, they're really good at communicating the offers. They don't seem to have a problem with lead conversion. Their leads are okay. So the better you are on the phone with the offer, okay, the better job you do of communicating or articulating that offer, the better your leads will appear to be, which means you don't need nearly as many leads to do the same amount of business.
So number 4, shadowing. So Craig, I actually witnessed your shadowing. You would have your inside sales agent, you make calls, they listen, they make calls, you listen, and you critique.
That's huge. Otherwise, like I'm a bit of a hypocrite, right? Like go do something that I can't do. You should be able to book 10 appointments a day. You should be able to talk to hundreds of people a day. Mm-hmm. Well, you got to lead by example. The fact that I could show them over and over again, anytime that I could do it better than they could do it. Mm-hmm. Okay. I was never asking them to do something that I couldn't do. I was always trying to get them to raise their game. And all I'm saying is be as good as I am at this. Like I had to learn it. You can learn it if you want to learn it. And if you don't want to learn it, you just can't be here. I'm not saying you have to learn it. I'm just saying you can't be here if you're not going to learn it. If you're not going to I'm not making you play the game, right? I didn't make anybody get in real estate. I didn't make you apply for this. You don't have to play my game, but you can't be here if you're not going to play my game, right? So this is the game here. Now that might sound a bit harsh, but it's got to be the way it is, right? You can't be playing their game. Some of you are playing their game. Some of you have, you've twisted around this to cater to them, right? Like your business is molded around how your people want the deal to work with. No. It's your deal. Okay. It's my way or the highway. It has to be that way. Right. I was talking to one of our members and they're working on the weekends because their outside sales agents don't want to work on the weekends. I'm like, no. I said, like, no, you're the team leader. They need to work evenings and weekends, so you don't have to, right? They don't want to do it. Well, then you got to find somebody that will.
Amen.
Does that make sense to everybody? Like, let's go back to the IBM example. Okay, you're the guy at IBM, Todd. Yeah, man. I'm not real big at coming to work on time. So I know you want me there at 9, but I'm not really a morning person, Todd. So, I like to smoke a little bit of dope before in the morning when I wake up. So if I get there at 9:30 or 10, and I'm a little bit high when I show up, like that's just my thing. Okay, so you guys will be cool with that, right? No, we're not cool with that. So the reason you work with bad buyers and sellers, the reason you work with bad team members is because you don't know how to live in abundance. You're operating out of desperation. Every time you complain about, oh, this buyer is a pain and they fight me on everything and they lie to me, or the seller doesn't want to pay me and they've got unrealistic expectations, they're not that motivated. Understand, you got to fix that. That's the problem. The problem is you're forced to work with people like that because you haven't got it fixed. You haven't got the marketing fixed with this. That's right. Same thing with your team. Like, some of you need to cut some of your people loose if they're not going to play your game. They're either playing your game or you're playing their game. Like, how do you want this thing to work?
Yeah. And number 6 is, I just can't imagine having people that are role playing with customers every day, not role playing with management or the team leader or whoever the mentor is on a daily basis. It's almost like,
Todd, I want to say what I feel like saying. I'm a people person. I don't want to be enslaved by some script. That's kind of boring, like saying the same thing over and over again. I just kind of want to wing it. I'm a people person. I'm going to talk to this buyer this way and this seller that way. I get by, I manage, I ping and pong. I'm going to do it my way. Okay. How many of you would like get in an airplane with a pilot that doesn't have a script? They have a flight plan, right? They don't make it up. They don't wing it. How many of you would like to have surgery with a surgeon? You get an operation on your knee or whatever. There's a script. The surgeon has a script. Would you like the surgeon says, I don't really want to follow the script. I'm just going to wing it today. I'm just going to like cut Todd open and I don't know, just like figure it out. I'm going to try experiment with some new deals. I'm not going to do what they taught me to do in medical school. No. Professionals have scripts. So if you have people that aren't willing to play the game, like, first of all, they should never have been hired. Second of all, if you've hired them, and here's the thing, some of you type it, I guess we shouldn't do that. I was going to type into chat if you've got somebody that you probably know is not the right, maybe we shouldn't do that. I take that back. But you know who you are, right? You know who you are. Some of you have people that are not a good fit and you should let them go and you don't let them go. And I'm going to tell you why that is. If Todd and I give you something like creative, right? Like you're a creative being. If we give you a new ad to run, a new marketing plan, like something creative, you're all over it because that's fun, right? But when it comes down time to get rid of, to fire people that you shouldn't have on your team, many of you resist that, right? Because that's not fun. Right. So you kind of ignore that. So you're attracted to the things that are fun and exciting and you let it go. So some of you are like letting it go and letting it go. And so you have these people that have no business. You know that. You already know deep down, you've got people that are not a good fit. Like these are people that are never going to be who you want them to be. So you're not going to change them. No. Todd, how long have you been married for?
I got married in '89. So
have you changed your wife? She's like, it's not going to happen, right? And we hear about this all the time. People are like, oh, I thought I could change that person. No. Like people are who they are, right? And that's why a lot of marriages don't work out. Is like there's a personality thing that's pulling against each other. So
yeah, 31 years. So and you're right about that for sure. Okay, next will be accountability. tracking, reporting, and accountability. Tracking, reporting, accountability. So we've noticed that everybody plays differently when you keep score. So you want to keep score. Okay, so there's daily and there's weekly tracking, reporting, and accountability. So your CRM can do this. We have separate coaching and training on those kinds of things. But bottom line is that you must track and report. Like, hey, I gave my inside sales agent some leads last week. I wonder how it went. Like, that's not a great system. All right. So let me give you an idea. So let's say that Craig's the inside sales agent on my team. So here's what I would want to know. Craig, firstly, how many leads he had today, how many people he actually called, and how many he spoke to. Okay. I'd like to know how many people he actually had a conversation with. And then the next question is, out of the people that you had a conversation with, Craig, how many of them said yes to planning on moving within the next 3 to 6 months? Aha. That's a good number to track, right? How many prospects said yes to planning on moving within the next 3 to 6 months? Why do I want to know the answer to that question? Because everybody that says yes to planning on moving in the next little while, we want to convert to a face-to-face appointment. The only exception would be is if they're locked in with another agent, as most of them aren't. So how many people did you talk to today that said they were planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months? It's the first question on the follow-up script. And my expectation is low standards that at least half of those prospects should be converted to a face-to-face appointment. If I've got inside sales agents on this system that can't convert at least half of everyone that they speak to that's planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months to a face-to-face appointment, I got to jump in there and work with that inside sales agent. Like we got a little bit of an issue. So I wouldn't know where to jump in and what to fix or what to work on if we weren't tracking those kinds of results. Everybody got it? Tracking and reporting. Okay. So next, activity plans. So when the inside sales agent books an appointment, it's just like you booking an appointment. Many of you right now, you're really busy. You got a lot of leads, and you're booking appointments. You're not really using your CRM all that great right now because it's just you, and some things fall through the cracks. Well, when you book an appointment, there are a list of activities that happen. What are those activities? Remember, these are right off the position contract. So we take what's on the position contract, the things that happens after an appointment is booked, we put them into an activity plan in the CRM. Inside sales agent books an appointment. They go to the CRM, find the contact, click launch the activity plan associated with that appointment. What's going to happen next? I just booked a listing appointment for Craig Proctor for Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Okay, what happens next? And this would be an example of what happens next. We'll kind of run through it a little bit. The first thing that happens is we're giving the appointment to the best agent. So if there's multiple agents on the team, we're not going to do round robin, communism, socialism. We're going to play capitalism, and we're going to give the best appointment to the best agent. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we want to make sure that if this thing is further out, we're probably going to have to do some additional follow-up. Okay, we want to make sure that we've done a good job in providing our contact information to the customer. Okay, and we want to prepare for the negative. What happens if Craig goes on the appointment, but he comes back with a story versus a signed agreement? What are we going to do about that? That's got to be built into the schedule. And any pre-selling mechanisms need to be built in, like the bomb, where we're sending a shock and awe package to the prospect before Craig shows up, because it increases the likelihood that he's going to get the agreement signed. So activity plans. These are all available to Craig Proctor members. Platinum members, you'll find those in the operations library. So write that down, operations library. Okay, so has everybody got that? So we've laid out for you a pretty comprehensive system for recruiting, hiring, training, and managing inside sales agents. And Craig, this is one of the best systems in my top 3 with Craig Proctor, based on my experience here with this top 3 best pieces of collateral to ever come out of the Craig Proctor system, exactly what to do, how to get it done, and leveraging people to help me follow up leads, book appointments, and scale this business up. Thank you, Craig.
You are welcome.
Yeah, it's been a good little ride, big dog.
The ride is it's just beginning, Mr. Walters. I think you and I are just we're just hitting our stride here with this.
Just hitting the stride.
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of practice. We've had 25 years of practice, and we're just hitting our stride. Hope you guys agree. Hey, how is everyone doing today anyway? Go ahead, type it into chat. We are going to surpass yesterday's numbers, I believe, which is interesting. So we want to thank you guys for being with us here today. Great stuff. Todd, you're doing a super job. How many of you have learned just this morning, you've learned some really valuable things that you did not know before, or you've got some clarity here, things maybe you've heard of before, but you didn't hear them quite like this. So we've added a bit of clarity. Okay, because our job is to not only teach you things that you don't know, but it's to get you to do the things that you know. Remember yesterday, I made a statement. I don't know if you guys agree with it, but I said, what I believe is that most of you know how to do better than you're currently doing. So why don't we do the things that we know? If you know more than what you're doing, why don't we do more? Why is that?
That's a good question.
You know, it's like when I was a kid, Todd, my mom would say, Craig, why did you do that? I don't know, Mom. Well, Craig, you know you're not supposed to. I know, Mom. Well, why'd you do it? I don't know. Right? It's like human nature. So part of our job here is to remind you of what you already know and close the gap between what you know and what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We want you to start doing the thing that you know. Like, what is holding you back from getting to the next level? Now, if you're brand new with this, all this is new. So like, I get that, but we're trying to reach everybody, whether you're brand new with us, whether you've been with us for years. And like, that's our mission here, right? Teach everybody how to do it, strip away all the excuses, all the things you don't know, anything that can hold you back, and add crystal clarity. And we've got to make this a game worth playing. And I want you to play this game badly. Todd wants you to play this game badly. What we need in this world are more Craig Proctor advocates. We need more people playing this game. Okay, it's like when hockey was basically like a Canadian sport, and so for hockey, for the NHL to be accepted as a major sport, they had to get a TV contract in the United States. Okay, to get a TV, like, they need that contract, because if we don't have more people in America loving the game, this like whole thing doesn't work, right? So that's what we need. We're doing this for our own selfish reasons, and our selfish reason is we want you guys to be super successful. We want to create thousands of Craig Proctor advocates. We want to fill these conferences and fill these webinars with thousands of people that say, hey, this worked for me. Now, our selfish reason for doing that is you guys become walking, talking billboards, and it's just fun. Like, it's just fun getting together with people that are playing the game and playing the game well. And if you're going to play a game, why just go through the motions, right? Like, how many of you are a little bit competitive? If you play golf, you want to play to win, right? If you play tennis, you want to play to win. You want to, and it's all the small things, right? It's all the, like, you play with somebody that's really a great golfer, tennis player, it's in the nuances. It's all the small details that makes them go from good to awesome. So let's enjoy the day today, folks. Let's enjoy and be blessed by the fact that we can do this by webinar. We can all connect and we can share with each other. This is a gift. right? What we have here is an enormous gift. We're in a business where there's no limit to what we can make. We can make this work the way we want it to work. And we got great people to share you don't have to walk down a dark pathway. You don't have to do that. Okay, that pathway has been lit up. If you choose not to walk down the pathway that's been lit and you go off the pathway into the dark and you want to fight through the jungle, I don't get that. The pathway has been lit. All right, the follow-up system. I love that ladder of success you've got there, Mr. Walters.
Yeah,
People
it is.
Like, what's this all about?
Well, it's a good question. Like, we've noted, well, over the years of you doing this, it's just my observation, is that you've noticed that people come in and they want more. They want more help. They want more of it done for them. They want it to be done easier. Like, there are some people that want more. And over that time frame, you have really done a good job, Craig, of making the more available. And that would best describe the value ladder of success. You can type in the chat, how many of you guys want more help? How many of you want more of the materials that you can copy and implement? Okay. How many of you want more instruction? How many of you want more clarity? Okay. So whatever you want, if you want more business, then we have this ladder of success specifically for that. Okay. We don't make anybody take advantage of the more. Okay. We encourage you to, and the better it works, the more you want. So, but make no mistake about it. When you take steps up the ladder, it doesn't get harder. It gets easier because there's more help, more instruction, more clarity, more association. Does everybody get that? So that's the way I like to describe it, Craig. And I want to thank you for making that available all these years. So that was great. In the few minutes we have left before we get to our panel, I want to take about 10 minutes here. I'd like for you to address getting more prospects on the phone. So I was looking at my PowerPoint that I had, quite a bit of information here for us on this, but is it true or is it not true that it's getting harder and harder to get people to answer the telephone that aren't necessarily expecting a call from us?
Of course it's getting harder. Of course it's getting harder. You guys all know that. But I'm going to tell you what's good about that. Your competition is weak, okay? And you're not. So the harder it becomes to reach the prospects and the more creative and determined we are, that means you're going to reach prospects that your lazy competitors will not reach. Okay, so we have techniques to reach them. You've heard all the techniques, right? Do you want me to go through them again? I think you guys know what we teach, right? So we teach techniques to reach people. Let me tell you why it's important. So my son, Brandon, is a millennial. What that means, and many of our buyers and sellers, many of our prospects are millennials. What that means is Brandon has his Samsung phone set up that unless you're in his contact list, you can call him all you want. His phone doesn't even ring. So you go ahead and you call Brandon, you call him over and over, you call him 5 times a day, you call him 10 days in a row. His phone's not going to ring. Many millennials have their phones set up. So if you're not in the contact list, and you won't be if they're a new lead, right? If they responded off of a Facebook ad or something, you're not in their contact list. So you can call them all you want. There's a large percentage of these millennials, like my son Brandon, have their phone set up that way. But guess what it doesn't screen out, my man? Text messages. So text is the new call. You can't reach them on the phone. Now, fortunately, there's lots of people that you can reach on the phone, but the people you can't reach on the phone, you better be real good with replicating what you would say in words in text. Mm-hmm. Todd, we were talking yesterday. You can call your daughters all you want on the phone. It's like they're not going to answer, and you're their dad. Yeah. You got to text them, right?
They'll even ask me. They'll text me and say, "Hey, can I have X? Or I could use X, or I need X." So I pick up the phone and call, and they don't answer. So I hang up, I text them, and I'm like, I tried calling you, didn't answer the phone there to talk to you about what you want.
That's right. Because if you were their friend, you would text them. So
Yes.
if you're not texting them, they know it's not one of their friends, and that means it doesn't matter, right? So anyway, here's the deal. You're going to call them. That's the first line of attack is you're going to call them, okay? And it's going to go to voicemail, and then you're going to call them back again, and sometimes they pick up. Okay, who's going to pick up? I don't know, people my age, people Todd's age. If someone's calling me and I don't recognize and they hang up and they call me back, I'm kind of thinking from my era, hey, this might be something important. Maybe my wife's calling me something. Maybe something happened to the kid. Maybe something's going on with the dogs. Like someone's trying to reach me. I might pick that up. Okay, my son Brandon, no, there could be a fire. His house could be on fire. I'm not going to pick it up. You got to text him. But the first line of attack is you call them. It goes to voicemail. Call them right back again. Does it work all the time? No, but sometimes it works. Mm-hmm. If they don't pick up on the double tap, the call back, I text them. Now, I don't know how you guys do it, but here's my text. My text would be, hey, Todd, are you there? So Todd's looking at his phone like, who is this dude? He's called me, goes to voicemail, calls me back again. Now he's texting me, hey, Todd, are you there? So Todd probably, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you probably might say, who's this? And I'm going to say, it's Craig. I'm calling you now. Now I'm hoping he knows somebody named Craig. And so I call, and sometimes he picks up. If he doesn't pick up, then I'm going to start texting him. So we give you ideas on what to say when you're texting them. Now, do you want to know the things that you should be asking? Why don't we ask the questions in the universal callback script?
I've got some of those right here on the screen. Everybody can take a look. Like,
does that make sense? Like if I spent 25 years figuring out what should be said on the phone, like just saying the same things, but typing it into text. So if I can't reach Todd, I'm going to send a text that says, hi, Todd, this is Craig from ABC Realty. Tried to reach you on the phone, but I received your request for the list of homes in Glenway Estates. Here's the link to the homes, or here's the link to the free report. Pause. Hey, Todd, if you were to move, would you be staying in the area or out of the area? Do you own a house now, or are you currently renting? You own a house. Oh, do you prefer to buy first or sell first? Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get them off the phone or off the text onto the phone, right? I'm trying to take them from text messages to at least setting up a phone appointment, and from the phone appointment, booking a physical appointment. Is there any one of you that are doing this and having success? Please type it into chat, and I'm going to go over to chat, and I'm going to hope and pray out of the 800 people that are with us today, I'm going to hope and pray that some of you are actually being creative and you're having success with what I just said. Show me some love, type it into chat. Let me know that you're doing this, you're being creative, and that you are going the extra mile and you're reaching the prospects that your lazy competitors will never reach. So I like this game, right? You're playing a game where you can actually reach the buyers and sellers, and the people you can compete against. You want to know what their idea of follow-up is? Call them once, it goes to voicemail, and they either hang up or they leave some weak message.
Yeah, really weak. Or like terrible message like, hey, Craig, it's Todd Walters with Remax. And the reason I'm calling is you had, contacted us about buying a house. Wanted to let you know we can help you. I can help you buy a house. So give me a call and we can talk about that. Like, that's just terrible.
Yeah. So I was listening to some of our members who were having problems. Okay. So check out, this is what one of the messages were. I'm not going to name names. So I'm going to block out the name, but it sounded like this. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Prospect. This is Joe Blow from Century 21. How are you today? I just wanted to call you. I'm a 5-star Centurion Award winner in 2017 and 2019. And I've lived in the area for 8 years. Like, come on. Right? Get right into, it's right into self-promotion, right? Not a benefit in the message.
Well, I think the
Listen
reason
to it, rewind it, no benefit.
Yeah, I think the reason agents do that is because they don't know what else to do, or they've been programmed as a norm or standard to promote yourself, some belief that buyers want an agent or sellers want an agent. But we know now from our experiences that buyers want houses and sellers want buyers, and they're looking for access to those things. So it's pretty simple to engage and convert prospects just by simply offering them what they want, without getting in between that. But without the real estate agent kind of wedging themselves in between that. And that's why I say, yeah, just follow the script. But we will concede that here we are, 2020. You got less and less people answering the telephone. It's going to continue that way. So now you've got to get really good at the follow-up script, through text messaging. Okay. Now we're not saying abandon calling. That would be foolish. All right. But when they're not answering the phone, what are you going to do? It's Craig. It's like I said yesterday, it's like you had some crystal ball into the future. You knew exactly what questions we were going to need to text prospects to engage them in a conversation via text and then close for a phone appointment. It's amazing. From another planet, this guy.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not picking on Century 21. It could, it could be.
Yeah, you
It could be Remax. It could be Keller Williams. I was with Remax. I'm a Remax Hall of Fame award winner, 100% club. I mean, this is what we're taught to talk about, right? Every franchise has their awards, which only means something to us. And not the prospect. But yeah, we're led to believe that people want a real estate agent. And here's what we know deep down is they really don't, not yet. They're all going to work with one, by the way, right? Unless they buy new construction. And even sometimes when they buy new construction, maybe if they buy FSBO, but otherwise 100% of buyers and sellers in Canada and the US outside of FSBOs, they're going to use a real estate agent. So why not you?
So before we move to our panel, let me remind everybody that yesterday, Wally did a great job of laying out for you what you do after you generate a lead. That follow-up essentially is remarketing, and it broke down into 4 different mediums that Wally uses along with our top Craig Proctor members to brand and follow up and remarket to the prospect when you generate a lead. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to get into that even further by looking at remarketing online. So when the lead engages with your ads, like on Facebook, is it possible for them to see immediately new ads that brand you on why they should pay attention to you, do business with you, at least be receptive to having a conversation with you when you're following up with them. So I want to remind everybody that's tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So, and here's some pretty good ID numbers on remarketing and follow-up. Nobody has the follow-up systems that we have for you in this industry. I can assure you with that. So if you're having difficulty following up and converting leads, we have the answers for you here. On demand. And we work on it every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're got any issues with role playing or conversion, start with being on the Thursday role play clinics, mark that as an issue, talk to your coach about it, or mentor, get to the coaching site, the file libraries, log into the platinum members, log into the platinum follow-up systems library. Okay. It's right here. As a matter of fact, this is one of our largest libraries in terms of files, what to do, how to do it, to convert the leads. the coaching session, why follow-up is everything. Like the answers are here for you. You just have to take a breath and schedule time into your schedule to solve that issue. And we want to help you. Trust me. 57 files in that follow-up systems library, including mistakes right off the bat that you want to avoid in order to convert the lead. So good sessions this morning, Mr. Proctor, on leveraging ourselves with people inside sales, that system, and getting more prospects on the telephone.
So, hey, a couple things. I want to give a big shout out to my friend and coach and member, Paula Tasowski in Brantford, Ontario. It was her 50th birthday yesterday, I believe it was, 50. So happy 50th, Paula. Hope you had a great day. Yep, there's the applause. Also, a couple other notes in chat here I want to call attention to. So Susan McClellan says, yeah, I need to text more often and I need to use the universal callback script. Yeah, guys, you need to like memorize it, know it. Like you all know the national anthem, right? So if you can learn the national anthem, you can learn the universal callback script. Timothy Neal said he hired a text team, a lot of interest in that. Yeah, we have some people that are using like a call center, but they don't call, they text. Okay, they text. So that's something that Todd and I have been scientifically exploring with some of our top members. Okay, so Oscar Pinto says, I like this. Oscar says, with this double tap thing, you know, like calling them and calling them back or texting them and texting them back, I consistently get above 50%. I get a hold of 50% of them. So that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, you're not going to get 100%, but I get about 60%, but 50% is good. But many of you, like, are saying the opposite. It's like I get a hold of nobody. So if you're getting a hold of nobody, here's a hint: don't keep doing what you're doing. Okay, and that goes for if your ads are not performing. Yeah, don't keep doing that. Okay, like part of the Craig Proctor deal here is discovering what doesn't work. So if you're running advertising that isn't working, not generating enough leads or generating the wrong kind of leads, yeah, don't do that. If whatever you're doing right now doesn't result in you getting on the phone with prospects and booking appointments, yeah, don't do it that way. Okay, you got to do an autopsy on this and find out exactly what the problem is, because I can promise you there is a problem. If Todd and I were to follow you around, like we would figure it out. Well, we can't follow you around, but we can do this. And what we're going to do right now is I'm going to interview some of these $1 million Craig Proctor members. You know, I'm the Larry King. It's funny because yesterday, Todd, by the time we were done, I was humped over my desk like this. And my wife even said, you even look like Larry King. So I said, okay, I got to sit up straight. I don't want to look like Larry King. And so my job is to be the Larry King, to be the master interviewer, to pull out all the awesomeness of our panel. So Todd, you can chillax now. I've got this. Todd, you go chillax, go, I don't know, go, what are you going to do during your lunch break?
Well, I'll probably eat some lunch, man.
Good.
No, but I'm going to grab a quick bite because all these people you have here, Tony, Jennifer, John, Mike and Francis and Janelle. I mean, when these people open their mouth, like really good stuff comes out.
Okay, everybody open their mouth. I want to see if that is true. Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, Todd, well, go do your thing. Rest up for a big afternoon. And I will talk to all this awesomeness here. Look at the awesomeness. First of all, I guess we've got to go to Tony Johal. Tony, your mic is muted there, I think, on your end. So you have to, there we go. How you doing, my man?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Now, for those of you that don't know, if you go to Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario, there is only one king of real estate right here. Tony Johal, one of the top Remax agents in Canada, one of the top Remax agents in the world. His partner is his wife, Heidi. They truly are awesome. Tony, you've been a system member for a long, long time. You've been a huge advocate. In fact, when I'm doing my conferences, anything I do in the Toronto area, Tony is always volunteer. He's always very generous with his time and his support. So I thank you for that, Tony. Look, you just left Remax now. You're now an independent. This COVID stuff, you worked around it. I mean, you've had a pretty awesome year. Tell us like what you were thinking and how you made these changes to recruit and thrive and grow.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's definitely been interesting. I think we could have done one of two things. We could have done what everybody else did, or we could have asked ourselves, what's our option? And the only option at that point is to excel in, everything that you're doing. It was an opportunity to refine our systems, to do a better job at, just the way that we're already doing things. And I think Nathan said yesterday that it was a great chance to buy, marketing space for pennies on the dollar. And that's what we did. And, when we had a lot of competitors pulling off of billboards and, even some national brands pulling off of billboards, we just jumped in.
You said, thank you very much.
I did. I said, thank you, McDonald's. Thank you, Tim Hortons.
Right. So not only the real estate agents in your area pulled out, all the big advertisers pulled out, and you said, thank you very much. I will step in. And so you really doubled down. I
did. Yeah. So we actually jumped onto a secondary radio station. We took on 14 buses, like bus ads.
14 buses.
Just because we were getting them at a fraction of the cost. And I knew it wouldn't last forever. So we got in there and we tied them up to long-term contracts.
You are Warren Buffett, my man. Well, there's blood on the street. Warren Buffett comes in and buys. So you bought all this discounted media. You cranked up. Now you've been recruiting like crazy, and you do a really good job on Facebook, like welcoming and congratulating your team members. You do a great job.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, it's really tough to be a buyer's agent these days. I think it's across most markets in North America. It's absolutely unforgiving. So I think it's important to recognize agents when they're doing a good job, and even when they're doing a great job just managing their business. At the end of the day, they spend a big portion of their day just trying to keep buyers and sellers motivated. And it's our job to keep our agents motivated.
Yeah, it is. It's our job to find them. And when I say motivated, when you say motivated, I'm always like the game, like got to keep them on the game, keep them excited about the game. And I know you do a great job of that. So my motivation is we got to make this thing fun. We got to make it excited, got to make a little competition too. So I know all you guys have the sales board and the sales leader. You probably have the money pool. I don't know whether you do that or not, but I made it exciting. Once a month, we did like a team building culture thing where we go do something together. So it's all about the talent.
We have something really cool. So once a month, whoever is our top agent goes on the billboard for a month. And so now it becomes that, thing that they're chasing. They all want to get on the billboard. And the thing is, when they get on that billboard, they do a great job of leveraging it. They're doing selfies in front of it. They're sharing it like crazy. But, all the other stuff that we do, like we take on a listing, we put it on social media. They don't share that. But I mean, all the other stuff that talks about them, we just have to double down on their efforts, congratulating them and just reminding them that they truly are superstars. Buyers agents are superstars in this market.
Okay, now I'm going to come back to you in a minute. I want to go through our whole panel here, but I don't want you to cheap out on us, Tony. I want you to give us the very best ideas, like lay on like the best, give us 3 or 4 really hot ideas, things that you're doing. And one more question before we go. How long did it take to grow that beard?
You know what? It's
probably just like this morning, right?
I think so. I shaved around 2 or 3 hours ago, and then here you go, right? It's
Okay, so you got a few minutes. I'm buying you a bit of time. You got to write down the most awesome points you want to share with us. Let's go over to Jennifer Young. Jennifer, good morning.
Hey, Craig. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Okay, so you are an example of somebody that operates in the same marketplace as Jonathan Leahy, right here, Jonathan Wave High, and Sarah Reynolds, and a lot of great agents. And so there's like room in Washington, D.C. and all marketplaces to be super successful. So tell us what's new with you, Jennifer. What's been going on?
I mean, sales are huge. You know, when this happened, we all just decided to put our heads down and get to work. And we refused to be the agents who just Netflixed and binged during this pandemic. And, you know, I worked more than I ever have and was certainly concerned, but I just tried to convey a positive, productive attitude. And I couldn't be more proud of my team. They stepped up. 3 of my agents have already made over $300,000 this year and having their best years ever, which is awesome. Our team is just shy of our $5 million GCI mark, which is our goal this year. So we're going to surpass that by October. And I'm just so proud of them because I feel like if you're not, we never stopped. And so if we're not going to stop, it's really hard for the competition to, you know, catch up. And we changed virtual like everyone else did. We're doing virtual seminars instead of in person. We have monthly buyer ones, monthly seller ones. We're doing virtual consultations, of course, like everyone is. And I think the one thing I've embraced personally is on my lead follow-up calls the next morning after the OSAs go out. I always did video through BombBomb, and I'm definitely trying to incorporate that even more so they get the personal touch since I wasn't going out in the field, especially in the beginning. But I still am just utilizing BombBomb videos like crazy, and people still say, wow, that's a great touch. And all I do is click a button on the computer, and they think it's so personal. And that's really, I think, helped elevate our business because we're doing something different from our competition.
So Jennifer, you obviously have you're outgoing, you're bubbly. Did the video thing come naturally to you, or were you kind of like you kind of to practice a bit, or?
It came natural because I'm not embarrassed. Like I fumble, I fall, you know, I mess up, and I don't care about perfection. So I just
right. So how important is that like just be yourself?
Just be yourself. Not important at all. I mean, there's a re-record button if you really screw it up. And yes, my kids have come in the room sometimes, and you know, we've had embarrassing moments through this crazy time. But you know, you just push re-record real quick. And what I've learned is you just do it. You just keep doing it consistently. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just do it because the other realtors are not doing it. So it doesn't matter that it's perfect. It doesn't matter you say the right thing. Just say hi. Thank you so much for interviewing our team. It was nice to meet with you. Look forward to earning your business. Just wanted to check in and follow up to my voicemail. No one else is doing it. So just do it consistently every day, and I guarantee it's going to increase the response rate and more yeses.
Awesome. Okay, so same thing. I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes, Jennifer. And I want, like, we have 800 people watching this now, and I know you're going to deliver the goods here, and you're going to share some awesomeness. So think of what you want to share. Next, we're going to go over to Quebec in the Montreal area to Francis Lavoie. Francis,
hey.
Good early afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
Very good, and you?
Good. We had your brother-in-law. We had Francois Mackay on here yesterday.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you and Francois are good friends.
Yes, for sure.
Now, did you get him into the Craig Proctor program, or the other way around, or you both found me independently?
We met at Craig Proctor events. Yep.
You met, oh, well, that's cool. So these guys are both from Quebec. They don't know each other. Yep. You probably live like half an hour away from each other?
Like 15 minutes.
15 minutes away. You didn't know each other. You came probably to like California or somewhere, and that's where you met each other. It's like,
exactly.
Hey, I live around the corner in the house with the green door. Okay, cool.
What's great about it, we have the chance now to mastermind together, and we're doing like two to three times a week. We're calling each other, and accountability calls to be sure that to implement everything they want to implement. So it's very good.
Okay, so for our American friends, Canada really shut down, right? Like so tell everybody like what happened. Like they weren't messing around here. There was no optional, like they just shut the whole country down. Yeah. And how did you respond to that?
They just decided to close everything. So it was like the official announce was Quebec is now closing. What? It was a shock. But we decided to continue and move forward with that. Everybody was working from home, and we decided that the major thing that we did is to decide to just push on appointments, virtual appointments. So that changed everything because we're able to close more appointments because everybody was at home. So it was easy. And Google Meet, Zoom meeting, and we're able to close out, even sign the buyer contract online.
So let me ask you this, Francis. When you started doing the presentations virtually, was that something you had ever done before? Had you ever done listing and buyer presentations virtually?
No, to be honest with you, it was my dream. Like one day it will go all virtual. We will be able to do it one day. But now we don't have no choice. I was like, yes, let's do it.
Right. So your hand was forced. Was the only way to do it. And so do you think that this is something that will stick with you when things get back to normal, that you're going to be doing a lot of stuff virtually?
Yeah, because right now we have the right to meet the customers. But what we're doing is we found that the appointments are easier to book this way, and the agents are still able to sign the buyer contracts, and they love it because they don't have to drive up to the house of the customer, or they don't have to come to the office. So it's perfect. So we will continue to do it virtually for sure. Absolutely. Okay.
So does everybody get that? We look at COVID-19, we're like, oh my God, here's all the bad things, but it forced our hands. Francis is saying, I always had this vision that it could work this way, but because of COVID, he's forced to do it this way. And now that things are getting back to normal, he's like, but we're going to keep doing it. Because of COVID, it forced us to what I believe, here's what happened. I believe it just accelerated what was going to happen anyway. Right? It's going to happen anyway. Like we're going more digital, but it just forced our hand. So cool. So now your buyers are used to this. I'm sure you had some buyers that some of your agents rather that were resisting this, and you had other agents that were fine. And so you showcase the agents that embrace it and show the others, well, like these people are able to do it. Why aren't you able to do it? And eventually you win the whole team over.
Exactly.
What has this done for production then? You find you're more efficient?
Right now, we are growing. We're growing very, very well. So this year, the goal was to get a growth of 33%. And so that will bring us to 625 transactions. And I think we will be able to hit that goal. We're doing it well. And we are in a market right now where there's no listing, there's no inventory. Everything's selling very, very fast. And but still, a lot of people say in that type of market, doesn't worth it to work the buyers. But our transaction is 66% of our transaction is buyer. So we're able to close a lot of transaction, even with the COVID and all these things. So for sure, we are in a great market right now. So market is very, very hot. But because we decided to push, even with the COVID thing, we decided to push anyway. So yeah, there was some agent that was resisting in the team, but we didn't give them any pressure. It was some emotional challenge for a lot of people, but they just followed all the leaders of the team, and now everybody is on board, and we're closing a lot of transactions. So really happy about it for sure.
Great. Okay. So same thing. I'm going to come back to you. You're going to give a couple of awesome jaw-dropping ideas that everyone's going to go, oh my God, Francis Lavoie, let me write that guy down. Changed my life today. Okay. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back. No pressure, guys, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Tony, your beard has actually been growing while we've been on this short little webinar here. Let's go over to Mike in California. Mike in Ventura, California. What's going on, Michael?
Good morning, Craig. Well, we had to adapt pretty quickly because California was, I think, the first state that shut down. The hammer dropped pretty hard out here in early March. And it was clear to me pretty quickly that we either needed to adapt or die. And we were painted into a corner, and we had to come out swinging and fight for our survival. And we've not only been able to survive, but we're thriving and having the best year ever, which is awesome during everything. Kind of like other people talked about, we really went into the virtual, fully adapted to that. I am not a natural on the videos, Jennifer, so I had to try to.
I know. I got some people in chat. It's like, well, that's easy for Jennifer. She's like an actress, right? She's no problem, right? So you found like you have to do them a couple times. It's kind of weirded out by it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I showed. Like you were saying, show your personality. Like people just want to know who you are. It's okay. It's okay to mess up. It's okay to like mispronounce a word or something. people like that more than the polished effect, right? And the other thing we really wanted to do, and we adopted right from day one, is the omnipresence. I was like, I want people to know we're open. We are open and we're here for you, not only real estate related, but on the human side. Like, we're all people, we're all going through this. This is a major world event and life event. I wanted them to know that we're part of this community and we're going to stand side by side with them and lift them up and help them with whatever they need, not even just real estate stuff. So that was something that we made a big push for really early on, and it's paid for it itself. Obviously, we're having our best August, our best September.
I was going to ask, is 2020 going to be your best year ever?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is.
Cool. All right. So, we hear of a lot from realtors are like, oh my God, it's impossible to do well. There's COVID, there's no listings. Like, they've got a list of all of these reasons that they actually believe are obstacles from, but I probably think that all of you are probably having your best year ever. I
remember that you and Todd used to talk about, you'd have 100 ads running a day, right? That was like your standard of having 100 ads. And I said, all right, we want 100 posts a day. I want to have 100 posts on social media. And we're at about 50 to 60 right now, because it takes a lot of work to get to that point. But we're just building that. And it's amazing. People from all over and all different walks of life will say, wow, you guys look like you're doing a ton of stuff. We're talking about our worthy cause. We're talking about the sales, of course, but we're talking about just helping people. And that is just feeding business into our company, which is awesome.
Okay. So Mike, when I come back to you, can you share what have been some of your most effective posts?
Sure.
Whether it be on Facebook or Instagram, like, kind of share with us, give us some takeaways and like, hey, here's some stuff that's really like working well for us.
Sure.
Okay, Mike, we'll come right back. We're going to go back over to the Washington, D.C. area. I don't know what they put in the water over there, but got all these superstars over in D.C. Jonathan Leahy with Remax. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing amazing. How about you?
Good. What is exciting? I know this is like everyone that knows Jonathan, this COVID stuff has really cramped his traveling because Jonathan Leahy, in case you don't know, he has more vacations than most agents have transactions in a year.
That's
so you like to travel, right? You're a guy that likes to travel, so you're kind of like a caged animal. But I'm sure you're doing awesome work, being locked down in that office. Tell us what's going on.
I love to travel. It's one of my whys. It's one of my whys with, just working hard every single day, having my goals on the board, looking at it and working extra hard, putting the extra hours in. And because I know at the end of the day, I'm going to take my family out for vacation. We're going to have a dream vacation somewhere. It's part of the reward that pays off every single time we play the game, and there's always a win. So I love that. That's part of my why. So with COVID, I love COVID. I don't want to say I love COVID, but I saw that as an opportunity because a lot of the agents in my marketplace pulled out. They pulled out marketing. They stopped spending money on marketing. So when it all happened, I called my team and I'm like, you know what? This is a great opportunity. You have a choice. You can stay home, you can be safe, or we can be the resource to all of our clients. Like what Mike said, we want to be omnipresent. We want people to know what we're doing. We're serving people. We're not just another realtor or another team, but we're actually doing something amazing out there. So we tell people about, how we're feeding the hungry, how we're helping people like buy and sell homes, how it's safe to work with us. I love it because of COVID, it made me grow up. Because before it was not painful enough to look at my numbers every single time because there was always business. So when COVID happened, I had two choices. And I'm sure a lot of the guys here had the same choice. We can grow up or we can get out of the business. And I decided, you know what? It's time for me to grow up and really be responsible for every single penny I'm spending. I need to know what the ROI is because if I mess up in COVID, I'm out of business. And I didn't want to mess up. I don't want to be the guy in Proctor who left the business because I screw up something.
No, we cannot have that.
Yeah. So I decided, I'm going to step up my game. We called everybody. We're like, let's find out exactly where every single penny's going. What's the ROI? Let's be responsible. And we're having our best year ever. And that's unbelievable. Like to think about it when this happened like 6 months ago, if you tell me 6 months from now, you're going to have the best year ever. We already hit our numbers from last year. Today, as of today, we already hit last year's numbers. It's pretty cool, man.
I'll tell you guys are saying all the right things. Okay. For the members to hear, you're saying all the right things as if we rehearsed this, but here are the key takeaways so far. Okay. So the key takeaways, I don't know who's calling me over and over again, but I'm not going to answer it. The key takeaways are you guys in your own right are Warren Buffett's, right? Because you did step in and step up the game when there were blood on the streets, right? Look at what I've heard from you guys so far. You said there was an opportunity, okay, that your competitor stopped advertising and advertising became available that wasn't available before. And you had the opposite reaction. Let's pat ourselves on the shoulder. You had the opposite reaction from 99% of most realtors who pulled back. You guys went all in. Okay. And you said, I have a choice. Mike said, like, I was like a caged animal. It's like either fight or flight, right? It's either I'm going to give up or I got to fight this thing. So you guys had that attitude. So you doubled down on your advertising. Tony, you guys doubled down on recruiting and hiring people. And you really marketed the safety aspect of working with you. Other realtors are not safe, but we're safe. Okay. This is the only safe way in this area to buy a home or sell a home. And here's all the steps that we did. And then you also became part of the community. I know you guys all do that. You stepped up that PR and the giving back to the community at a time where it was really noticed, where it really mattered. You guys stepped up. Okay, Jonathan, you got a few minutes to think of some great takeaways that you want to share. Just like any advice you want to share, we'll come back to you in a minute. And we'll go over to Janelle in Florida. Good afternoon. It's muted. Where did she go? Oh, she's gone. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Oh, she's coming back.
There you go.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are things in Florida?
Hey, going great. Loving it.
Great. So you've heard what everyone had to say here. I'm assuming you had a similar experience.
Yeah, for us, we decided in 2020 at the beginning, we were going to open our own brokerage. So COVID hit and we're sitting there going, do we really do this in the middle of this crisis?
Right.
And Bill and I looked at each other and we said, this was our plan. We got the Proctor system behind us. We're going to do it. And we opened the brokerage and, it was a great time to do it because nobody else is out there. And, we're getting more.
That's true. How many people are opening brokerages in the midst of COVID? Mm-hmm. So you did it anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And it was perfect.
Okay. So you're in Florida. Are you East Coast or West Coast?
We're West Coast, outside of Tampa.
Outside of Tampa. Okay. Mm-hmm. So during COVID, what was going on in Tampa? Were you guys under partial shutdown or what was happening?
We were partial, really, as long as you were practicing, wearing your mask, having your sanitizer. If you wanted to go out, there wasn't much restriction. So we were out showing property and working with people, listing, and we didn't slow down really at all, except for making sure we had those safety precautions in place. But a lot of agents were shrinking back and I'd hear, oh, I don't want to show property. Can somebody else show property for me? And we're going, no, we're out there. We're not going to stop. And that's what we did.
Hey, would you guys agree that in general, a lot of real estate agents are looking for a reason why not to work?
Yeah.
So as we get closer to US Thanksgiving, there will be realtors that as we get close to US Thanksgiving, like they're done for the year. Like that's it. They'll say, I know when I was living in Florida, when I was living in Sarasota, I just found because in Canada, like Thanksgiving is like really like no big deal. We like get the day off and we go back to work. But when I was living in the US, it was called the holidays. And so a lot of realtors would use this excuse, oh, it's the holidays. So I'd say from about like the middle of November, so maybe January, it's like that's an excuse to take your foot off the gas pedal, apply your foot to the brake pedal, just shut it all down. And personally, I know our members, they don't do that. They keep this rocking and rolling 24/7, 7 days a week. They're not looking for reasons to shut this down. We are going to have things come up over and over again I talked yesterday about like, well, I've been in real estate. We've had all these recessions, right? We've had 9/11. We had in Toronto, we had a coronavirus called SARS back then. And so these things are going to happen. We had the financial crisis 10 years ago, financial crisis, and here we are again. So it's going to keep happening. I always expanded my business amongst adversity. I loved it. It's like buying into the stock market when everybody else is selling. So what did you learn, Janelle, in opening this brokerage?
Well, one thing is that we have everything that we need in the Proctor system, because in doing it, we're doing more training. And every time I want to do a training subject, I go to the system and I pull out things and I put it together. We have our VA put together presentations. So we're just stockpiling all our presentations, and just, we had systems to stay in place and keep everything growing. It's interesting you talk about Thanksgiving and Christmas, because for me, my personal business, those have always been my best months, because as everybody's pulling back, I'm like, Christmas Eve, I'm writing an offer. So I agree. You can't stop. And if you keep going during those times, you're going to be busier than ever.
Right. Well, again, it's an excuse. When we hear this, it's an excuse that some people welcome. Some realtors welcomed COVID because it was their excuse. Okay, that was their excuse. So a lot of realtors, no Craig Proctor members, of course, but outside of the Craig Proctor program, some realtors would use COVID as, well, like, no one's going to blame me for having a bad year in 2020 because I've got COVID to cling on to, right? But the reason we're showcasing all of you is you didn't have that response. You weren't using his COVID as an excuse to stay the same or go backwards. You guys went all in. So the moral of the story is the attitude. It's how you handled this. It was having the mental toughness to, we've never had a pandemic before, not in our lifetimes, hopefully never again. But you guys went all in. So that is to be highlighted, all right? Because that's unique to you, that you went all in. And even opening a brokerage, most people wouldn't do that. That would be the excuse not to open it, to hold off, to play it safe. Let's not take any chances. You guys didn't have that response. Okay, so I'm going to go around the panel again, because I know Tony he's been thinking. I've been watching smoke come out of his ears because he wants to share kind of like the best of the best. Tony, give us some pearls of wisdom here.
Well, I mean, it's there's just so much wisdom that just got passed around right there. But
well, that's not fair. You can't talk about anything that we've talked about. You got to come up with some unique, like some takeaways. It could be like, even going back to like when you and I first met, it could be, maybe this is the question here. Maybe it's like, what were some Craig Proctor game changers? Stuff that you and Heidi, it's like, okay, like here, we had this epiphany here when we heard this or we did this that really changed the game for you.
I think definitely the implementation of the unique selling proposition, the guaranteed sale program. That's been huge for us. And I know a lot of the times people tend to shift their USP with the shifting of the market, whether it's a buyer's market or seller's market. But I learned a long time ago that the unique selling proposition is a way to differentiate yourself from the thousands of other competitors in town. So we really leaned into that, I guess nice and early. And this year has just given us an opportunity to really double down on that, because, with people are still buying, people are still selling. The people that need to sell during COVID really need to sell. And so what's most important to people during this particular time in their life is certainty. What do sellers want? They don't want people randomly coming through their house and their home not selling. They want some sort of they want certainty. They want a guarantee. And so that's where our guaranteed sale really kind of took off this year.
And they don't want to take the chance with an ordinary real estate, the person that lives down the street that works part-time or is a friend of a friend. Now, does everyone in your marketplace know you? I mean, they really do, don't they? Like if you walk into a grocery store or whatever, like people know who you are and they know what you stand for. They attach to your identity is this, oh, Tony, he's the guy that will buy your home if it doesn't sell.
Yeah, the radio certainly helped with that. Radio definitely gave us a voice. So whenever people heard our name or our company, they knew who we were. But all of the other kind of, branded marketing like billboards, it gave us a face. So then as soon as that started getting out there, then you have recognition. And then if you couple that with strategic social media, then it's just social media gives you a personality, billboards give you a face, radio gives you a voice. They all really work in conjunction with each other really well.
Now you work with your wife. How do you and Heidi divide up what needs to be done? Because you guys are a great partnership, and one doesn't kind of work without the other to reach this level of success. So what kind of things does Heidi focus on? How do you guys divide that up? And are you able to go home at night with the kids and shut this down?
I think going home at nighttime is still a bit of a challenge, and being able to shut it down is still something we're working towards. But our business, like how we collaborate in the office, is really good. I mean, she sticks to what she enjoys doing, which is a lot of the managerial aspect of running the team and the brokerage. She's involved with onboarding. We're doing a lot of onboarding these days for inside salespeople and agents and so on. So she really enjoys that side of things.
I would think she'd be really, really good at the agent onboarding. Like she's
very
recruiting. She's really good at making sure they succeed.
Yeah, she is. She's very detail oriented. She follows a checklist to a T. When we hire a new agent, they go through a 30-day process. So for the first week, they do nothing but getting familiar with our systems, our CRM, how we do things, the accountability that's expected, updating notes for appointments. So the first week is all dedicated towards that. Weeks 2, 3, and 4, what we do is we have such an abundance of leads that what we do is we will give them 100. And their job in the first, in weeks 2, 3, and 4, is they have to bang out at least a couple of deals out of the 100 leads. And if they get through all of their leads and they come back and they say to us, I'm done, can I get more? The answer is always no. This is an exercise designed to see if you can squeeze as much as possible out of the leads that you're given, because then after the 30 days, we will know whether you're going to appreciate the booked appointments that the ISAs are giving you, or whether you're just going to keep putting your hand out asking for more. Also, at the same time, it gives them a chance to really build up their pipeline nice and early, right from day number 1, rather than waiting for appointments to translate and so on. So we've really had a chance during COVID to dig down into our systems like that, like our onboarding. COVID has certainly given a lot of agents an excuse to leave the business. And before they do so, I mean, we're bringing quite a few of them onto the team at this point. We're interviewing more people now than what we ever have. So it has been great for us. We're going to have our best year too. We're on track for that. But the one thing I did want to add was this. The one thing that everybody's always complaining about is that prospects never answer the phone. We can't get them on the phone. Well, during COVID, everybody was home. Everybody was answering the phone. So everybody's, rate of reaching the client went through the roof. So right away, we knew that, okay, you know what, if we're going to be in this type of market for the next 3 or 4 months where everybody's answering the freaking phone, what we need to do right now is we need to bring on another ISA and generate more leads. We need to take advantage of this while it's here. And so even now that we're somewhat back to a somewhat normal, we're still getting huge answer rates. But of course, during COVID, we just ramped it up. It's a great chance to pick up more talent because a lot of people were looking for work. So we picked up talent. We generated more business because more people were answering the phone.
Okay, so that's another huge takeaway. So we've talked about how it cost us less to generate leads during COVID. How you guys, you go all in and you were able to buy advertising that not only other realtors had abandoned, but other businesses outside of real estate. And so not only were the leads there and the conversion easier, but there's a lot of starving real estate agents. And you noticed that and said, okay, this is an opportunity. When everyone was doing well in Kitchener, all the real estate agents were doing well, it was harder to recruit them. Now that there's blood on the street and agents that were doing well that never would have considered coming and interviewing with you because they were doing okay. Now you had an abundance of agents that were struggling and perhaps about to leave. And so you took advantage of that as well.
We did. It was just, that was our chance to really promote what's going on. We want to give people an experience of what our team is like before they even get here. And so quite often we have to live up to our social media. We broadcast pretty heavily that we've got a great culture, that the agents are productive. So we got to be able to live up to those standards when that person comes here to interview. And so that's what we really doubled down on, was just agent promotion, because we knew at the end of the day, we don't need any more leads. We need people to work those leads. That was our big lever.
Okay, so look, you did a great job of looking at, okay, here's the cards we've been dealt with. This is what's going on, and you took advantage of these opportunities that I got to say are hidden to most real estate agents. But you guys see these opportunities, and you did the right things. And it's like at the beginning of this, had I said to any of you, hey, I know we're in a once in a 100-year pandemic, but you guys are actually going to do way better this year. Probably a lot of us at the time wouldn't have believed it, right? So great job, Tony. Thank you so much. Let's go over to Jennifer. Jennifer, words of wisdom. Microphone is muted. There we go. Okay.
So words of wisdom, I've been making notes and actually learning a lot. I love the mental toughness, because I think that's what's carried myself and the team through all this. I'm a pretty positive person, but I have my moments as well. And I think if we
how did you get so tough, Jennifer?
I don't know, hard knocks, grew up poor, and first one in my family to graduate college. So I had to do it because I was broke. And I think, just put in perspective, so many people are dying in the country and across the world and in terrible situations. And we're so lucky to be in the DC metro area with low unemployment, great jobs. I mean, we are so lucky in this area specifically, and just trying to focus on those positives. Which leads me to one thing I think we did really well during this pandemic is agent accountability. I had really stopped doing this when things were so busy. We were in the office and kind of got away from those basics. And then we felt very disconnected through COVID because many of us are working from home. And I took a group of our agents who I thought had the most promise or who just needed some guidance. And I personally coach them every Thursday, or my accountability calls. We don't start a coaching call unless they've given me their top 10 list. So I don't talk to them unless I have their updated who's your hottest, prospect list. And then we review their numbers. We use CTE for that to look at where they are in their goals. And that has really changed things dramatically because I'm encouraging them more. It's very transparent. And then I'm giving them guidance on that quick 30-minute call, how to improve scripts and dialogues. And even though it's time consuming, that's been huge for us. And I think why some of our agents have really soared. So mental toughness, agent accountability has been big for us. I talked about video already. And I also wanted to mention, I love what Tony said about the phone, because that's so true. I think we got away from phone calls. Oh, they're at work, or they're never going to answer. And we have said throughout, phone calls fix everything. I remember Sarah Reynolds said that. I love that. And I've been trying to preach that to my team. And so our philosophy is you always call first. And if you don't reach them, we do leave a voicemail. I know maybe you're not supposed to, but we leave a voicemail and try to sound very cheery and peppy on the voicemail. And then immediately follow up with a text and immediately follow up with an email, whether it's a new lead or a lead we've been talking to for a year. I feel like people are so overwhelmed right now. They're so busy, especially us parents trying to do virtual school at home, which is another subject, but it's chaos, right? And we're busy. So we need to make it so easy for them to get a hold of us. Text, email, or phone call, video chat, Zoom, let's hop on. We just want to keep making it easy for you. So what do you prefer? And that has really improved our connection rate, because even though we're getting a lot of people not answering the phone still, it's always a phone call, and then it's always an email. Hi, I just wanted to follow up to my phone call and touch base about this. And then if it's a listing, we really want to get them doing a video as well, as we discussed. But I think being much more proactive and aggressive with trying to get someone on the phone, but then show them how much we want to talk to them, because we still get, emails go to spam, or they didn't receive the email, or they're busy, stuff happens. But I think that it's gotten us back to some basics, really, of just talk to the people. And if you can't get a hold of them now, they can talk at 6. You better make yourself available to talk to them at 6 when they're done with their, homeschooling or virtual workday. And just getting back to some basics with agent accountability, talking to people on the phone, showing them we want to talk to them so bad we're following up many different ways, and then incorporating video, like I mentioned, has been huge.
Good work. You guys have become such great leaders. Like, look at the journey we're on here. Look at the confidence you guys have. You guys have really grown into be amazing leaders of your business. That's really cool to watch the take charge and the innovation Great job, guys. Let's go over to Francis. Francis, I missed coming to Montreal this summer because I would always in the summer, I would do a seminar. I would do like an introduction seminar to agents in Montreal, like it was a Craig Proctor Discovery Day. And I'd have Francis on my panel. And of course, Francois would always give me his unique introduction. And then, of course, we would go at the end of the day or lunch. We'd have a couple beers and have a good time. So I missed that this summer, but hopefully we get back to normal. So
one day.
Yes. Share with us some takeaways. What advice you want to give our 800 people? I think there's 800. I'll tell you how many we've got watching this right now. There's about we get 770 people watching right now. So they all want to hear what you have to say, Francis.
My business changed a lot because of COVID, and we all want to grow the business, being a great business leader, great entrepreneur. And the thing that I hated the most was being the manager of the business. And that was the part that I was trying to skip all of the time. There's a problem, we'll deal with it later and things like that. So we're still able to grow the business in the last couple of years, but we plateaued. And I knew that if I wanted to bring my business from 3 million GCI to 10 million GCI one day, I need to be a better manager. And that's the part that I skipped all these years. So this year, the first thing for sure, a little bit like Jonathan said, it was the financial part. So that's where everything began, because, okay, I need to have a better net income. I need to check all my expenses. So that was the first part. And this year, maybe we'll be able to do like double the net. Even if it's a 33% growth, it will be maybe double and even more the net income. But what brings me after, it's the management of all the team. And, we were able to take care of everything. And what I discovered by being a good manager, it's not more work. Because if you do your perfect week, if you take the time to put some time block to take care of all your admin part of the team, and after that, you have another time block to take care of all your ISAs, and you have another time block to take care of all your OSAs, and you do it the right way in these time blocks, there's less hours of work to do. So I'm more productive now than ever while working less. So that's a major difference right now to get more result.
So Francis, how different is this role of manager and team leader? How different is this than what you envisioned when you first got into real estate, right? When you first got into real estate, you're like, I'm going to be an agent. I'm going to show houses. I'm going to list houses. And now, your role has nothing to do with any of that.
No, right now I'm a manager and entrepreneur of the team. It's been since 2009 and 2009 that I don't do any transaction other than, if somebody wants the guaranteed sale, that I go there to make the offer, but that's the only reason why I would go. So most of it's done without me. So it's really interesting to have this business where you cannot have to be in any part of the transaction, and everything is done from the lead generation up to the sale, up to the signing up at the end. So that doesn't depend on me. But right now, just being a good manager and being sure that every step is well done and making everybody accountable changes everything, changes all the closing rate, changes the result, and gives a better net for sure.
I love how you're saying it's you can work at set hours, you're not working anymore, and you've got time blocks for doing all these different activities. So you've really got this thing working so well. All of you guys, it's such a fine-tuned machine. How many of you watching this right now want this? How many of you want this? Okay, understand, I've known Francis, I've known all these guys for a long time. But it didn't start this way. I remember Francis when he was like, I just want to be a productive real estate agent. And he's grown into this amazing entrepreneur. So I don't know. I guess the entrepreneur was always there, Francis. It was just like looking for its channel, right? And you found the channel. And I think, there's a lot of people watching this who are interested, like, I want to be Francis. I want to be Jennifer. I want to be Tony. I want to do what these guys are doing. So thank you so much for opening up your business here and sharing how this thing works. So thanks, Francis. Let's go over to Mike. Mike, did you always know this like entrepreneur was secretly hiding?
Yeah,
inside?
I had a feeling. I turned into a butterfly this year. Got forced into it. It's in a cocoon for a while. And it's been awesome. It's been an awesome transformation. So some of the things that we've been doing, like you said, for social media posts and trying to get up to that 100 per day, that's our goal, 100 posts per day across all the different platforms. We kind of put it, I was thinking about it, 3 different buckets. So one of the most-
if people want to follow you, like tell them how to follow you, because you should do this. Like, so
Sure,
if you want to know what Mike's doing, he's posting 100 a day. Right. If you want to be
not there yet. We're not there yet, but that's the goal. We're getting there.
Okay.
Quickly.
A goal. All right. What is it right now?
We're like 50 to 60.
Okay. 50 or 60 a day. Just follow him. Okay. If you like, there's no mystery, just follow him and go, oh, okay. Here's some great ideas. So
I have a pretty unique last name, so it's easy to find me.
Yeah.
It's easy to find me. Just look for Team Seikos. We're on most of the stuff. Admittedly, we're on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn the most now. We're working on our YouTube. It was super helpful with Barb yesterday. And we're working on some of the other platforms as well. But Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn are kind of the main ones we're doing the postings on right now.
So who comes up with all the stuff that you're going to post? I'm wondering, like, how do you come up with 60 unique, compelling posts every single day?
So we kind of I just compartmentalize them into buckets, and we're like, okay, we're going to pull out of each of these buckets and we're going to put something in there. And we kind of have a bunch of stuff that's already in there. So then our admin person, and she's awesome, Emily, can just grab stuff out of there and post it. And
how old is Emily?
She's a millennial.
She's a millennial, right? So she's like, she's like, Mike, I'm going to do this anyway, even if you don't pay me, right? Okay.
Well, what's really interesting about Emily is she is very quiet and shy in person and has this like amazing personality online, right? So if you're going to hire someone to be in that position to do the social media posts for you, look at their social media posts, right? Because they can be a very different person in person. When we hired her and met her and went through the interview process, she was very reserved and quiet, but like she had this like amazing personality online, and she's transformed our business into that same thing.
Okay, tell me about your buckets. I want to know about your buckets. You say,
real quick.
My question is how the hell do you post 60 things? He wants to go to 100. Because Jonathan Lay, I don't know about you, but I run out after three or four ideas. I run out. He's got 60. He's posting every day. Tell me about your buckets.
I want to know too. I'm like 100. I want to know what your content is so I can copy
it. Well, follow us. Check it out. So it's all the stuff that you've taught us, working with Todd, really implementing the omnipresence, that whole system of omnipresence, right? So service-based, Worthy Cause Wednesday, talking about our charities, talking about who we're helping, and not only talking about the money we're giving, but about the time we're dedicating to it, right? So this time that we're spending with these events, most charities are down 30, 40, 50% in donations. We're actually doubling or tripling the amount of money we're donating this year, right? So we're countering what other businesses are pulling back from. We're giving more, because like Sarah talked about yesterday, and you all have talked about, the size of the hole you give through is directly proportional to the size of the hole you receive through. For someone to be able to give, someone has to be receiving, right? And if you break that cycle, so if you give, then naturally people are you're going to receive, because people have to give back to you, right? And to deny someone, when you give, you get such a great feeling from it that I awoken and said, I have been denying people trying to give to me, right? And I haven't been a great receiver of stuff in the past. And that, shame on me for that, because that's denying them some joy and some excitement in their life where they can feel good about themselves, whether that was birthday gifts or different things throughout life, or even just their time. They were giving me their time. I had to receive that. I had to be open to that. And by me being a giver and really going all in on giving, my receiving receptors opened up quite a bit. Does that make sense?
I really love this. Yes. I really like how you explained that.
So, all right. So the service-based stuff, like I'm coaching kids at the local park now, because in California, they're all fat and lazy. Like our schools are shut, our sports are canceled. You can't even go down the freaking slide. So I'm doing dad PE. So we're just showing stuff like that I'm out in the community doing stuff. I'm virtually coaching people. So service-based is one bucket. The other bucket that was really successful.
So that's under the time bucket, right? Like that, I'm actually giving time, not just money.
not just time and money. Yeah, but
Right,
that's like Worthy Cause Wednesday. That's just like I would say giving bucket. Bucking the trend was one where we really wanted to make sure that people knew that we were growing, not shrinking. So every time we saw these different articles about companies shrinking and laying people off and doom and gloom and another company closed, we would run recruiting ads right on top of that. We would take a picture of it and say, Redfin just shrank by 28%. We're actually projected to grow by 50% or 75% this year. So those were very helpful because it gave people a different perception of what was going on. We showed that we were very different. Like you talked about, we showed that we could do things with COVID more safely than we could before COVID happened, where everyone was doom and gloom. And if you went out of your house, especially here in California, that you were going to instantly die, we showed we could actually sell homes without anyone ever going into your house. Right? Before COVID happened, that wasn't a thing. We could show that we could meet and get hired without even having face-to-face appointments. So we started showing stuff like that was counter what a lot of media was portraying, and people were intrigued by that. They were interested in saying, oh, wow, how are you guys doing that? And we got a lot of good feedback on that.
Well, Mr. Walters would like that because what you just described is a great demonstration, right? You were using social media, great demonstration on here's how we do it, here's how we make it safe.
And then the other one was information-based. You know, we really leaned into the editorials, doing the blogs, snipping those up into small videos, talking about different things. Unfortunately, divorce rates are up, so that editorial is getting a decent amount of attention.
Right.
You got people locked in the house together all day, every day. Some differences are happening, unfortunately. Talking about the real estate trends, local stats, and things like that. And just some ideas, just some general ideas for all those posts. People having pictures of people in the post greatly increases it, right? So a picture of a house is great, but a picture of you in front of the house with your mask on greatly increases the amount of people that look at it. And pets, people love pets. So if there's pets anywhere involved in the process, showing that, being authentic, like we talked about before, doing videos, and then sharing that it is a process, not an event. You hammered that into my head from day one. The first time I ever met you, real estate is a process, not an event. We were lazy in just showing the eventual end product of like handing someone the keys and like, hey, congratulations, you got the house, but showing everything along the way and sometimes even some struggles. It made people really connect to us and know that we were there, not just at the end, but every step of the way, side by side with those people, taking selfies with our face masks on, with our gloves, booties, all these other crazy things, basically hazmat suits. And people really, really responded to that.
You guys are so smart. You guys are so super smart. I hope everyone is enjoying the panel. Type your comments into chat. I just checked chat a few minutes ago. Francis, we have all these people like they're Francis Lavoie fan club. They're all typing into French. I don't know what they're saying, but you check it out there. I think they're talking to you. I think they're asking you questions, Francis. But let's go over to John. John,
yes, sir.
Share some of your awesomeness.
Yeah, I hope you guys are taking notes, man, because like I'm taking a lot of notes. This is really, really good stuff. Like I'm very fortunate to be able to get a VIP seat here with everybody, but you guys got the same stuff. Take notes, implement. With COVID happening, we all had this big dream. It's like, hey, we have to do this, we have to do that. But the thing is like, how do we make our agents, the people on our team also want the same thing, right? So we made a game, like we created games. I remember reading your team manual, Craig, and I remember there was one section when you wrote about creating a game worth playing, and you have to play the game too, so that others know that you're willing to play with the same rules of engagement. And so I remember I'm like, you know what? We should just create games. We identified things that our agents should be doing during COVID, like phone calls, checking in on people, showing houses, like simple things like we want to know how many homes you're showing. We want to know how many times you're actually checking in on people. Right. We want to know how many how many offers you're writing. So we created a game all around the things that we want to measure, because we noticed as we started becoming more responsible and growing up through the COVID season, we're like, all right, these are the 5 measurables that our agents need to be measured on every single day. And then we noticed not just our agents, but now our back office staff needs to be checked on every single day, making sure that we're all going the same direction, not just once a week. Because it used to be once a week we have a check-in. Now we're like, you know what? No, we kind of have to do this every single day, multiple times a day. So we created an accountability club. One of our agents stepped up to the game. She's like, I'll do it. I'll keep agents accountable. And I was like, that's awesome, because we were able to inspire somebody to step up. We're not paying her extra. We're not paying her more. We're not giving her more appointments. She just stepped up. She's like, I want to be kept accountable, and I'm going to help other people stay accountable to what their goals are. So she stepped up to the game. We created a game. We have right now, our management staff, there's a contest, because you know how I love to travel. We have a contest to go to Cancun if the team hits a certain number, just for the management staff. But then also our sales team has their own goals where we have bonuses coming in for every single quarter. If we're hitting specific measurables, the winner gets a bonus on their closings for that one period of time. So we're making it becomes fun, you know, where before it's just like, hey, it's John's dream. Why the hell do I have to work harder to hit his dream? Now it's like, it's our dream. We have some amazing stuff that we're doing, and we're gonna promote, just like what Tony said, the best agent gets to be on the billboard. I took that to heart when I heard him say that. Like last time I saw him start doing that on his social media, he's posting photos of his agents being on the billboard. And I'm like, we need to do that with our agents. We want our agents to know that it's not just about me. It's not just about my goals. It's not just about what I want, but what Zig Ziglar says, you know, if you help enough people get what they want, we get what we want ultimately. And with in this season, that stuff has become so real on our team. We just help people get what they want. And the best part is, like, this is not new. This is stuff that you've been talking about for many years, right? I remember you telling me this stuff like 8 years ago. And finally with COVID happening, I'm like, you know what? We need to start rolling some of these stuff out. So like simple things, like we have our top producers, the people who has the highest volume closed, the most units closed, and the highest number of ratified for every given month. We started doing this where our top producers get a lunch with me. So we take them out to lunch, and then it's pretty cool because now everybody on the team, they're like, oh, I want to go on that lunch.
So closer access to you. You've got to eat lunch anyway.
You got to go to eat lunch.
So it doesn't take any longer to do it. Okay, so that's cool. That's a good idea. So they like that. That's something to strive for.
The rest of the agents, they're like, oh, I want to be on that lunch. And so the next month, all these agents who were just like average on the team, somehow they became the top agent, the number one producer. Because their biggest need in life is that significance and connection. They want to be connected to a team leader that I didn't know.
Don't underestimate that. You know, people want to feel acknowledged. People want to like that access to you is really, really important. So I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta get over to Janelle. Thank you, John, for your pearls of wisdom. Janelle, what have you been holding back for us? What do you got? Oh, you're muted.
Gotcha. One thing we really, we've only been in the program 2 years. And I'll tell you, when we joined, everybody started saying, oh, this is going to be your family. And I thought, okay, we'll see how that goes.
How did you hear about me?
Well, you probably don't want to hear. I did go to conference years and years ago, but I think James came to Tampa. And because I was new in the area, rebuilding my business from Denver, I was struggling, and I thought I'm going to investigate this. So, we joined the program right away, joined Platinum. But, one thing I have to say, you and Todd have never taken your foot off the gas. You're always giving us more information where we can grow massively. But during the since COVID, one thing we were really missing was getting together with other members. And so we formed different groups, and we're masterminding together weekly. We have meetings sometimes for 3 hours in the evening to go over what was discussed, whether it was the Platinum call or implementing things, putting together follow-up systems, videos, and everybody sharing them so we can massively grow our business. And that has been just really, really helpful, knowing we have other people supporting us in the system. And I think it's really helped us to keep growing, and my business is the most it's ever been as far as our income. And, what's more important to us is we're going to be able to give to more charities. Every closing we have, Bill looks at me and goes, more money for the kids, more money for charity. And that's what's really important to us. And if we weren't doing that, if it wasn't for the charities, I wouldn't be doing this.
That's cool. We've got your card up here that we created. They look like baseball cards. Someone was asking yesterday, hey, mine didn't come with a pack of gum. Todd, maybe you can show everybody's card that's on the panel here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we have these Craig Proctor groups. Okay, we call them Craig Proctor chapters all over Canada and the United States. So we have one in Montreal that Francois Mackay, he does that one. He runs that one. And we have one in Toronto, and Sandy Casella runs that one. We've got one in Western Canada, Rick Brash. We've got one in Denver, Bill Watson. We've got one in Florida. We got them all over the place. So these are where our members, just on their own, are like getting together outside of our meetings and exchanging ideas. Here's Jennifer's, Jonathan Lay's. These are I didn't come up with this idea, by the way. Stephanie did. I thought they were kind of cool. What else you got there, Todd? There's Mike, great family shot. So we try to take some lifestyle shots if we have them of you guys. So I don't know what we're going to do with these cards. Maybe they'll be worth something. Maybe, Janelle, maybe you'll be saying like, I have the Janelle rookie card from 2020.
Yeah. So one thing I want to say as far as the chapters, even what Mark Salinzi in Canada started a WhatsApp group. And when we were first invited, it did drive Bill a little crazy, but people are talking all the time, sharing stuff, asking questions. And we've started a couple other things besides the chapters. So we're constantly in contact with people, getting information and sharing it on these little chat groups. And, it's been really dynamite. And then even for like the last virtual and for this one's a little smaller, but we got together a group of people in a conference room to meet and watch instead of just sitting there at home doing it by ourselves, because I thought that was important too.
Yeah, no, we all miss the social part of it, but look, there has been some advantages to doing these online. We don't have to travel, right? So that's one thing that, we like for me anyway, when this is over at 6 p.m., I can just, go into the kitchen and have dinner with the family. Where normally, it's the traveling part that's pretty exhausting, and then doing 3 or 4 day conferences. So, we all want to get back to doing the live events for sure. Like we definitely missed that. Hopefully we'll get back to normal as soon as possible. But what are your final thoughts, Janelle? We're over time here by about 9 minutes. But what thoughts do you want to leave everybody with before we wrap up our superstar panel?
Well, you just got to keep the pedal to the metal and implement. And, you give us so much information. And the reason is we can't make massive improvements and to our lives and our business if we don't have that information. And that makes a huge difference.
Well, thank you very much to all of our panelists. You guys are an inspiration to others. You demonstrate what is possible. I love like how you guys have grown in your leadership ability. Like this success, this pathway to success actually changes the person. It's not just the money. It's like, I've known you guys for a long, long time, and I watch you grow, and it's like the people that we get to become. And I wish that all of you watching us right now, I hope you get to that point where you have this leadership role and you've really got this business and you're able to make a difference in your community. Like you've heard that yesterday, you've heard that again today. You hear Janelle saying like, this is one of the things that keeps me going. It's not just about like having a job or making money to get by. It's like having a purpose, having a place in the community, and being able to get up every day and actually really love what you do. So you guys all exemplify that. You are the best of the best.
Can I say one quick thing? Do you mind?
Yes, Jennifer.
Okay, just one quick thing to everybody listening. I was in the audience 5 or 6 years ago, kind of doubting the USP guaranteed sale. I was going on all listing appointments, and I just want to tell you to embrace it. And I'm speaking mostly to the working moms and dads at home with little kids, because we have a world on our shoulders right now. There's no better program to leverage your time to be your kid's teacher right now than this program. Because if I was still going on listing appointments, I would be a terrible mom and not be doing any schooling right now. This program has truly taught me how to send my OSAs to appointments and give our clients the highest level of service, because they're still talking to me. They're still getting the video calls from me and hearing me. They're getting me. I'm just not spending hours on the road anymore. And I really do thank you, Craig, Todd, and the whole program, because I thought it was a little corny at first. I'll admit, I embraced it. I ran with it, and it's truly changed my life, because I am home with my kids, and we're going to do over 5 million in GCI this year. And I don't go on an appointment unless I want to. So truly thank you. And if you're at home, embrace it, because there's no better time than now to leverage your time. That's all.
Right. So, so you hear, Jennifer, don't let your initial thoughts or your first impressions, or best said, I think, don't let your preconceived notions get in the way of truly checking this out. And as Todd Walter says, going all in. I want to thank Tony, Jennifer, John, Mike, Francis, and Janelle for giving their time here today and sharing their success with you. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to throw it back to Todd now. We're going to move on for our afternoon session, and stick around. It's going to be a great afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
That was awesome. Oh my God, that was good. I told you that when these people open their mouths, great stuff comes out. So no question about that. I want to thank everybody. Type into the chat how grateful you are to be hearing from Craig Proctor, Superstars. And remember, all of us started pretty much at the same place. We were just trying to figure life out. You know, we wanted to do something better for ourselves and our families. And so thank goodness for Craig making this available. And it's been a lot of fun, and we're not done by any scope of the imagination. Okay, so before we head over to Carol, let's just make sure we're all on the same page with what's going to be happening the rest of the day. We're going to be wrapping up about 6 o'clock today. Leaving early would be a massive mistake, okay? So Carol and I are getting ready to share with you how to increase your influence with all of your clients, as well as creating some extra cash flow for your bank account, right? And what you can do with that with vendors. It's going to be a fantastic session. Then we're going to move with Rudy and Nancy into customer stacking. In other words, can you get 50, 30, 50, 75, maybe even 100 buyers within a few minutes? Like, is that even possible? The answer is yes, they're doing it. You're going to see it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. There's no hype here. It's being done. That's in the 2 o'clock hour Eastern time, 3 o'clock hour Eastern time, direct mail. There are very specifics with direct mail that will increase response rates. And there are also some don'ts that you want to stay away from. And these two experts, Tracy and Bill, are going to deliver that to you at 4 o'clock sharp. We're going to break the platinum members out. They're going to jump off of this Zoom. They're going to jump onto the platinum Facebook page. That's at 4 o'clock today. So if you missed that earlier, we'll split the room. Coaching members, stay put. You don't need to do anything. At 4 o'clock, you're going to get Craig and I. We're going to help you increase your business by 300% or more without you giving up your personal life to do it. Platinum members, you're going to get, actually, Rudy's going to be hosting that session today on the closed group Platinum Facebook page at 4 o'clock, focused on the top ways Platinum members are getting listings in a low inventory market. All right, so that's what you're in for as the day unfolds. Craig, it's been pretty good so far, man. And we're only halfway through. I think we might actually be close to the halfway point in this marketing and money-making summit right now.
How is Carol and Tim doing?
We are great, Craig. Awesome, awesome, awesome day and a half. Wait.
Great. Well, thank you for being here. First of all, what is the weather like in Arizona today?
105 degrees. It's
105.
fall. It's fall in Arizona, 105.
Now look at this beautiful trading card we created.
Yes, I love
Carol, with you and Vicky and Tim. Impressive stats. Now, Carol and I go way, way back. I think, did we originally meet at a Keller Williams conference?
I got a little brush of the Craig Proctor system at a KW conference, but I got to tell you, and that was good, but I just have to tell you my story. Do you mind if I just tell you my story?
Please do.
So it was 2004, and my business coach, Craig and Todd, was Dave Jinks. And many of you might know Dave Jinks as the co-author of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book with Gary Keller. And I had hit a plateau. We were doing very well. We were doing about $1 million in GCI. And we had 3 buyers agents and 3 admin people, but I couldn't break out of that million one. And again, by most people's standards, that's pretty good. So I said to Dave Jinks, I said, Dave, I've hit a plateau. Now I was being coached by Dave. I was being coached by Brian Buffini, right? So Dave said to me, go see Craig Proctor. So I did a little research, and I had a little brush with you at a KW event. I did a little research, and you guys were coming to the beautiful Desert Ridge in Scottsdale. Came to that. I brought Vicki with me. We sat in the front row, Craig. We got there before anybody. So we wanted to be the first in, because if Dave Jinks said, go see Craig Proctor, that had value to me. Vicki and I were so excited we couldn't stand ourselves. We just absolutely couldn't even believe what we were hearing. On the first break, I run out. I call my marketing person. I pay for her admittance to come in. And the 3 of us sat there and took pages and pages and pages of notes. And the rest is history. So, well, just a little bit. We went into coaching, and we were in coaching for maybe 5-6 months. And I said, this is so good, but I heard about platinum. And I said, we've got to get to platinum. We have to get to platinum. That is platinum, Todd and Craig, is a life-changing event. It's life-changing. You can't even imagine the difference when you sit in that platinum room and you get Todd and you get Craig and you get the Wally Kerrs and you get all of these fabulous agents. They're willing to share with you. And then you get Todd every Tuesday afternoon. I mean to tell you what, that is a life-changing thing for you and your business. So let's just fast forward. And we don't miss one of Todd's calls. We would never miss a platinum event. We would never miss Craig spending time with you and Todd. It is a business game-changing opportunity for people. And you need to hear what I'm saying about this. If you don't do this, you are not going to experience everything that you've heard for the past day and a half. So many people think they go to a SuperConference and they can do it on their own. They cannot do it. You cannot do it on your own. You cannot. You need Todd and Craig and the other Plat members. And right now, we are on target to do $5 million. That's not a month like Sarah. That's this year, but that's still not bad for our team. There are 25 of us on the team. We have OSAs, ISAs, and 8 admin. And we'll do 500 sales this year. We're going to help 500 families.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. It's an amazing story.
From 1 million to 5 million. And it's great that it's a family business.
Oh, absolutely. And Miss Vicky's here. She's part of our family, part of our team. It is a family business. There are 7 family members on the team. Two grandchildren, Todd and Craig. 2 grandchildren on the team.
Well, you got. Hey, Carol, you have to recruit from within.
I just keep birthing.
Next generation.
We birth them. Yes, we birth them.
You're not birthing your grandchildren.
Okay, great stuff. Well, look, thank you for that huge endorsement.
That's true.
We want, and again, one of the massive benefits, like, Todd and I want to give credit to the sharing that our members, we have people that are new with us say all the time, oh my God, I come to these conferences or I come to these meetings and I get to meet such amazing people. It's who you talk to at our live events, who you talk to at lunch, who you talk to at the breaks, who you just happen to be sitting next to. And I'll admit, at the bar at the end of the day, you're having a drink and you meet people, and this is the kind of environment we want to create. We want you to meet and rub shoulders with super successful Craig Proctor members, and there's amazing people here. that will share with you. They'll talk to you. They'll give you their experience. You want to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. And Craig, I was just totally blown away yesterday with the lineup that you had and with the depth and the knowledge and the sharing that Wally and Sarah and Barb and the others did. It just blew me away about the depth of knowledge of what they've done with your system and how they've taken it deeper and deeper to create more and more business without them working more and more and more hours. I just love it.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've really enjoyed doing this conference, everyone. I just want you to know, Todd and I, we love these as much as we hope you're loving it. I mean, we do. We really hope that you're enjoying it here. And the fact that one thing I keep looking at, Carol, is I can look on YouTube, and right now we have 743. And we started off with around 743. So that's a good sign that we're keeping people engaged. So tell us a little bit about your session here. What are people going to learn from what you and Tim are going to share?
We're going to learn today, Craig and Todd, how to use other people's money. So one of the things that I want to say is that one of the things that I want you to do is I want you to think about who makes money when you make money. When you close a transaction, who's making money other than you and your commission? And so if you can begin to put that together, we're going to show you how you can monetize that. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit. So Tim and our team, Tim, Vicky, and I, we will receive approximately $300,000 in 2020, other people's money that will come right into our team. And of course, we use that for a lot of our marketing because we are on the radio. So it's not that difficult to do. One of the first things we did was we got into relationship with a local lender. Now, this lender has grown across the U.S. Okay. Okay. Well, you can show the slides. I'm not going to do that. So who's going to do the slides? Tim, you do them.
Okay.
Oh, they need to. You guys on your end.
Okay. So Todd's going to give you control, Tim, so you can show your PowerPoints.
No worries.
We'll flip it right over so you guys can.
Can I talk about lending and title, which are the two biggest contributors? So we're excited to share this. Just a little history. When COVID hit, a lot of people, and I think what I'm really taking away from the conference is that the macro part of the business is really out there. People pouring gas to the business. When people are extracting, our members are pushing forward and moving forward. We've done that, taken, like, risk is not in our DNA. It's like we say, if we don't do it, what does it cost us? The thing that I really want to say, though, is we took a macro, but we took a real micro look into our business. So this vendor part is something that's ongoing. It was something that I think is a big USP in our business. So anyways, we'll let Carol go ahead and take control here and take the reins.
Hey, Carol, I remember when I started in real estate, I had this lender, and at the beginning, like, I'm not selling any houses, right? So I've got no leverage with this lender, but eventually I'm doing 50 transactions, I'm doing 100 transactions, and so the original deal was the lender would show up at my team meeting, and so we would give him like 50 or 100 transactions a year, and he would bring us donuts.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's how that thing rolled. He'd bring coffee and donuts. And like, I'm calculating one day, like, how much money this guy's making. It's like, so we're making you hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're bringing us donuts, right? So I know you're going to talk about, that's sort of what we accept as realtors, is that we invest all this money and we work our tails off and we bring in all this business, and then we give these buyers and sellers to all of these other people that really depend on us making this investment. We just like give it all away. And that's sort of the expectation And so that grows old, right? Like after a while,
It
you're
grows
like,
very old.
yeah,
So
this
you
is not a
can't
good
you
deal.
can't take donuts to the bank. And I don't want to do business with anything that I can't take to my bank and cash in, right? That's kind of how I view it. So what we did is we researched several lenders out there, and we found Nexa Mortgage. They're the fastest growing mortgage company in the US. And what we did is we actually set up a branch office right here in my team office. So we have a Nexa Mortgage loan officer sitting right here. So our team can come to them day in and day out with any buyers that they have. We have our own dedicated loan officer. The other thing that Michelle does, who's our dedicated loan officer with Nexa, is she has access to our sync platform. So when she's not busy, she's calling through and she's getting refis and she's getting new business out of sync. So, and then she'll turn those buyers over to our team. So she's also working our database. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. So what we have set up with them is on, let's just say it, Craig and Todd, on a $350,000 loan, our team would receive a credit of $5,000. We have 23 of these in process right now.
$115,000 that's going to be closing in the next 25 days. To be
That's
exact.
income to us.
115. Now it's not income, but it's a credit. So we use it for marketing. Yeah, but we use it for marketing that we don't have to use our, other money.
So the way this happens, and I've got to be careful what I say, because we are we are RESPA compliant, right?
Yes.
We don't want to do anything that is not compliant with RESPA. So what happens is
and let me say this, just to interrupt for 1 second, Carol. Yeah. A lot of our members are afraid of RESPA, and before they even kind of hear this out, they've got this impression, or they've been told by their broker or somebody else, well, you can't do any of this, right?
Yeah, you can.
Right. Like we're all about finding a way to do it. But I'm just saying, in my experience, as soon as you start to go down this road with some agents, they're like, yeah, no, I don't want to hear about that, because whatever you're going to say, I already know you're not allowed to do that. So I'm just saying, give this a chance. Hear Carol out. You'll notice she's not. Carol and Jim are. Carol and Tim rather. They're not in jail. They're not doing this.
Craig, we've been audited twice, right? And so we have no handcuffs on us yet, so we're okay.
So what happens is we do not see any. So say this $5,000, we do not see that. That money comes right from Nexa Mortgage to our marketing person, who happens to be Tom Duran. He's our media buyer. It goes right to Tom Duran, and Tom Duran uses that to buy media for us, which is radio and TV. So we don't see any of the money, right? It goes right to a third party person. What we do we can do a couple of things. We put Nexa on our marketing pieces. If we're on the radio, doing our radio show, we'll talk about Nexa. So we're absolutely compliant. We are not touching any of that money.
Nexa has commercials on our station, spot ads. So it's very compliant. And
very
they
compliant.
and they have to pay for that. So that's how that works.
So that works. And so what Tim says, again, this year, 2020, we will do approximately 300,000 from other people's money. That's a nice big number.
Muted there, Mr. Proctor.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, who else would like to get $300,000 from your vendors?
Me.
Right?
And it's going to go bigger. When Tim does his presentation, Craig and Todd, on our vendor directory, you're going to see the opportunity there to increase that to 400,000 or 500,000. So we're excited to share this with you.
All right. Well, please do. We've got a lot of interest.
Okay,
people
here we go.
People are like, I want to know how to do this.
All right. There is another thing that we have done that's been very profitable for us. It's we've partnered with Title Alliance. They are a title agency company. They only partner with real estate agents. Now, I know, Craig and Todd, that in some states this is not allowed, but in Arizona, Texas, many states across Florida, it is absolutely possible. So we invested in Title Alliance. We created a tangible access rather than a vendor relationship. We had a vendor relationship with another title company. Leadership in that title company changed. So the new leaders came in, they brought us to lunch, and the president of the new president looked at me and said, "Who are you and why am I at lunch with you today?" I thought, "Oh, this is not good. This is not good." So we started looking.
What a stupid thing to say.
Oh my God, we were bringing them so many transactions. It was a stupid thing to say. And you know what, Craig? They've begged us to come back. The answer is no. The answer is no.
Wow. So he actually said to you, "Who are you and why am I at lunch with you?"
Exactly. So I said, "Here's who we are, and here's why we're at lunch today. We're just trying to get to know it." But you know what? It was over. With that statement, Craig, it was over for me. I was just done. I wasn't going to even go down that road. So we did a lot of research. We came up with Title Alliance. Again, we invested in the company. I am a partner in this company. Other realtors in my area are partners. Jay Macklin is a partner with Title Alliance. So it's a very profitable thing. So we just train our agents to select Title Alliance when selling a property, to use Title Alliance in a counteroffer. They give us great service. Would you agree, Tim?
Wonderful.
Unbelievable.
Over the top service.
So it's K1 income because we are partners. And so far, year to date, we've earned $103,000 from this partnership.
Beautiful.
Isn't that something? That's great. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Too much money, Carol.
No, Todd, it's never too much money. Never. I like to take fancy vacations. You know that, Todd.
Yeah. Yes, you do. You spend a lot of time in Hawaii, or did pre-COVID.
Hopefully that's right. That's right. So these are 300,000 for the two things that we talked about, our mortgage company and our title company. And if you feel that you can't do that, yes, you can. And yes, you can do that. So get that. I can't do that out of your head. But if you'd like something that's a little tamer, a little not quite out there, then Tim's going to talk to you about our vendor directory, which can be a very profitable thing for you to do, as well as giving great service to your clients. It gives great service to your home buyers and home sellers. So Tim, I'm going to let you talk about our vendor directory.
Yeah, and so this is how to, the topic is how to earn money from your vendors or your partners. And when we started this is what Todd, you and I talked a little bit about. This was the concept about earning money from your partners. But here's what I found out. This is what this became. It became a USP in essence, because now people are starting to reach out to us for the services of a roofer or whoever. We got many of them. So it also throws business back and transactions back to you, just not right away, but there is a 4 or 5, 3 month leg. So anyways, it's both and. But I want to stay right to the chart here. So we do have a digital vendor book for our clients, which we'll share with you. Oops, might have clicked back a little too quick. We advertise our vendors on landing pages, social media, and we create these for each vendor, so we can track the leads, tracking the leads, and then also having a nice little perk in there is something we found pretty beneficial to the consumer.
So what would a perk be, Tim?
20% off on a service, 15% off on a service.
So let's I'm going to play dumb. What is a vendor?
It's anybody that
who makes money when you make money, right? Your roofer, your painter, your plumber, your tile installer, your carpet guy, handyman,
yeah.
electrician.
It's a natural extension to the home purchase or home sale.
There you go.
Glass window company, pest companies.
However, it's stuff they're going to do anyway. If Carol and Tim didn't do this, they're going to do this anyway. So Roy's team sells a first-time buyer a home, okay, and it's a fixer-upper, and so they need a moving company, okay. They need a title. They're going to get an interior decorator. They're going to paint the house. They're going to do landscaping. They're going to install a pool. Like you're the start of this. We had, as realtors, we're the beginning. All this stuff happens after we sell the buyer a house.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what we found is that word started getting out. Things started progressing in a very positive way, I would say. And then, so we started having dentists. We started having other companies that are really not related to real estate say, hey, I want to be a part of this. How do I become a part of this? So we're allowing some of these non-real estate related vendors in, and that we're getting monetized for.
And one reason that we did this, Craig and Todd, is because people were asking us, our clients were asking us for referrals to reputable companies. And so anybody that is on our site as one of our vendor partners has been vetted by us, right? So we can refer in confidence to our clients that you're going to get great service. And Tim has put in some very good standards for these vendors. They have a criteria that they have to follow, because if we're going to put our name to them, they've got to show up when they say they are, not to gouge our people, and to be fair and to do quality work.
Yes. So we have standards that they have to sign off on. They understand how we do business. They have to mirror that. And if they can't do it, then they're just not a part of they just say, some of them say, hey, I just can't do that. And it's just not a fit. But we find
so it's a true service for your clients. These businesses have been vetted. Plus, they have something to lose, because these companies, it's not just like the one buyer or seller. They want to maintain a great relationship with you because you send them lots of clients.
Lots of clients. And Craig, that's a great point. I will say that some of our vendors have said to us, hey, listen, we don't have to do advertising anymore. We get so much business from you that we don't have to advertise in the Penny Saver or some of these other little publications that we were trying to do business with strangers. Because when we do business with the clients of the Carol Royce team, they're not strangers, they're more like family. And for that, they're willing to pay a fee to us to be in our vendor service directory.
And plus, it's a lead generated. We're capturing all the leads, so it's actually capturing leads. So, anyways, we provide shareable links to all the clients of vendors just to keep on the program here. Backlinks really help your SEO in all of this when they share your links, and it really increases our vendor online presence. So when we come alongside of them, they really things boost for them. So they see the value right away, right? In order to get something, you got to have fulfillment, right? You can ask for money, but if you're not providing any value or anything to anyone, they're not going to reciprocate back to you. So this is what we've done. This is the work we've
Hey,
put
Tim
in.
and Carol, if I can interrupt for 1 minute, I want to share some of what's going on in the chat. Okay. So Irv is from California. He's like, I don't think we can do this in California. I don't think we can accept money from vendors, but you're not actually accepting money from vendors.
No, they're paying for marketing and advertising.
This is
It goes
advertising.
to
our marketing company.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So Irv is saying, like, I don't think RESPA in California works this way, but isn't
RESPA RESPA is federal. So
yeah, it's federal.
So it's not state by state. No.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
yes.
We have members, quite a few Craig Proctor members in California.
Right. Like Steven's typed in, I've been doing this for 6 years. I think Steven is in California. So here's my advice to everybody. And I'm going to repeat what Carol and I actually warned everybody before this session. We said, okay, your immediate knee-jerk response is, I'm not allowed to do this. So here's what we're saying. Suspend that disbelief. Okay, that you're not able to do this. And let's give this a chance, okay? And the Craig Proctor way is this, as Carol and Tim will let you know. We're always about how we can make something work, not all the reasons why it won't work. So, okay, I've got Azim here saying, like, I assume this is not allowed in Canada. Well, I don't know. I'm in Canada and I did it. So, like, these are assumptions, okay? There are ways to do this. You've got to find your way. Now, I'm not suggesting that I'm a lawyer in all 50 states in the US or all 10 provinces in Canada. So I'm not a lawyer. The onus is on you. Okay, the onus is on you as an entrepreneur to figure out what you legally can do. But let's not operate based on hearsay, on what you happen to believe or what your broker told you. There were lots of times, Carol, my broker said, "Oh, Craig, you can't do that. You can't do that." And even the real estate board, "Oh, you can't do that." And my response was, "Show me in writing where it says I can't do that." And in many cases, they couldn't show me because it simply wasn't true. So, we're just saying, hey, this is what Carol and Tim are doing. You can like it, you can not like it, you can believe it, you can not believe it. But my advice to everybody is like, check this out for yourself. Turn over all the stones yourself, because Carol, how many realtors, when they members, when they first hear this, have that response of like, well, that's not allowed. My marketplace is different.
It's just, so what happens, Craig, they just don't, what's happening here is they're not pushing through, the paradigm shift thinking here. You got to understand, there is rules, regulations, and laws, but there's ways of maneuvering around all this to make it 100%
safe and legal.
Safe. Can I give you guys a quick example of what I did in Canada?
Sure,
okay, I'm going to give you a quick example. Okay, so first thing in Canada, up until a few years ago, when I was hitting some of my highest income years, I was taxed on income because I didn't have my own company, right? I was like at Remax, and I was having to pay a lot of taxes, and I was spending a lot of money on marketing and advertising. Okay, so here's what I did. I started up a separate marketing company, and the marketing company, was doing the marketing. So the money from the lender, nothing touched me, right? I'm telling you, there's a way around that, right? So now I also, when I'm doing marketing, I could pay the marketing company whatever I wanted to pay, and the marketing company would be responsible for running the ads, but it wasn't Craig Proctor, the real estate agent, doing it. So I'm just saying, I'm in Canada. I found a way, and I could show whatever profit I want to show at the 50% rate as income, and whatever else could go into my marketing company. So be open.
Craig, that's exactly what we do. The money goes into our marketing company, which and they pay the bills. Vicki has a comment.
My comment is most agents will do a partnership with a vendor, and then they'll put in really tiny print, maybe on their website, or they'll hide it on a marketing flyer, right? Who that vendor partner is. If you take a look at our website, they have their story. They have their advertising on our website. We're not hiding them. We are promoting them. And we're talking about them on our radio show and stuff.
Right. So here's my understanding of RESPA. Now, I'm Canadian, right? So RESPA doesn't apply to me. But my understanding is this. Here's what you can't do. Okay, so Carol, the Royce team can't say, hey, you have to use this lender or you have to use this title company, and then the title company gives the Royce team money. We know we can't do that. Okay, nobody's suggesting we're doing that.
Nope.
That's not what we're describing. Okay, so we have found a way to do this. It's legal. That's all we're saying. So if you want to believe you can't do it, like whatever you believe will be true for you. If you believe you can't do it, I promise you, you can't do this. If you believe you can do this, you can find a way. And that's what we figured. We figured out a way to do it that's compliant.
Craig, it's nice not to have to go spend $500,000 on your own money to go do more and get more gas on, marketing and advertising and all the things you sort of desire to do.
So, well, it blesses. So this blesses a lot of people. It blesses our home buyers and home sellers because they're going to vetted people. They're going to people that have a purpose when they come out to treat them fairly and not overcharge them and do shoddy work. Then it blesses our vendors. And a lot of these are just little vendors that couldn't afford to advertise in other mediums. And so they're extremely loyal to us and extremely loyal to our clients. You should do this whether you charge them or not. Yeah. This is something that will bless people and really make your home buyers and home
even if you don't monetize it. But does everybody see here?
It's a USP.
Okay, the Royce vendors are actually getting something of value. Does everybody see that? That's what people are not getting sometimes with this, right? So what would be illegal is the Royce team says, use this vendor, and then there's a kickback of cash where the vendor is just giving cash with nothing in return in value. That's not what's happening here, because as you can see, the vendors are getting to advertise and promote their services. They're getting advertising, they're getting promotion, which has value, right? Which has value. So everybody needs to investigate this to the degree that they want to do this and find out what your rules are. RESP is national. It's not a California law. It's a yeah. I mean, look, if there's, I agree. If there's one place where you can't do it, it's probably California, right? But I would, we have members in California doing this. Be open about this, and try to find out a way. Remember, that's the attitude you want to have. Is instead of going down the road of why something won't work, you want to go down the road of how can we make it work. If this is the rule, how can we make this so it is legal? Look, there's nothing wrong with this because the Royce team benefits, the vendors benefit, but guess who benefits the most? The clients.
Our customers.
Customers. There you
yes.
go. It's that I'll tell you that people are coming on and we're getting reviews for the roofer and for the handyman or whatever, the garage door opener guy, or the door, or the glass people. So they're coming there first, getting that service, loving the service as they're getting the home prepped. We're getting the resale on the back side of it. So there's a lot more value to this. That's what I didn't realize, Craig. I had no idea what the value on the back side of this was just for the sales of coming through using one of our vendors. But see, here's the key. On the screen here, we capture the lead. We're in control of the lead. Remember that word abdicate that I can barely say? That Sarah had the definition. That's one thing we don't do is we are controlling the lead and the process. And when you control the lead process of everything, you can get a fee, for your marketing, and then plus turn over a great service to the consumer. So this form here, they come
here's
online.
What, guys, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna go grab something to eat because we're like in about 15 minutes. We've got Nancy on board here. So I'm going to let you guys get through the presentation.
Yeah, we'll get through. We just got a few more slides.
Yeah, no, take your time. I just want to tell Todd, I'm going to pause here. I'm going to step out, just grab a sandwich here and I'll be right back.
Greg, thank you for all you do for us, by the way. Thank you.
Guys. Thanks for sharing. Do a good job.
Thanks, Greg. You changed our lives. Thank you.
Yes, you have. So there is a form fill on the landing page to receive a 20% off coupon. This Carol Royce Team 2020 is an example of the coupon. And so the client calls the vendor with that coupon code that validates that the 15, 20%, whatever the coupon is that they get for the service. Okay. So pretty straightforward.
But to get that, they had to fill out the form with their information.
Yeah, we get all their information.
So now we know which clients are looking for the painter and maybe they're going to be selling their house.
It's all this right in here where this is. And we get probably 8 to 10 of these a week that come into our system that we're passing out to our vendors. So anyways.
And many of them are not clients. Many of them are just people that have heard about our vendor list and want to go on because we do talk about it everywhere. It's in our marketing. And it's instead of Angie's list, we're asking them to go to Carol's list because these are all personal people that have been vetted. Carol has the buyers. Well, Carol has the lists.
Yeah,
like that. The fact that they've never quote done business with you, and now they're in your database. You've just increased the likelihood they would do business with you. So this whole notion of having to generate leads through by advertising real estate. Yes, and we can generate leads by advertising something other than real estate. So you guys are masters at it.
Yeah. So Todd, this was an easy setup for us. I would go to the OSAs and I was like, man, if you have somebody that did an outstanding service for you, repaired a sprinkler system for you, or repaired a door or whatever it may be, let me know. Why are we letting these people get away from us? That we can be partnering with, and they have a database. They're socially doing some big things out there.
We're cross marketing.
So it just, during COVID, I started, because all the businesses, we had Small Business Sunday. We're helping small businesses out, just trying to get off the ground, restaurants and all this. I just had a thought like, let's start building this out, working on this. And so it just became better and better. And it's not all the way there. This never stops growing. I will tell you that. It never stops growing, and it's really starting to take off.
So it all started with Small Business Sunday, which Vicki came up with that idea because so many small businesses were struggling March, April, and May here. And so we thought we would highlight and spotlight small businesses. And so again, that's how this whole idea really took wings and grew from our small little vendor directory to this. And so again, it adds value, and they network us on social media. We share posts, and Marticela is aware of that. And then we also we cross-pollinate each other's businesses. So now the Carol Royce team is out there where I would never be out there before, with big tile companies, big carpet companies, big pool building companies in the area, and the smaller vendors too.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. So, this is what the vendors pay for what and expect from them. So we have the introduction video, their own landing page. Like Vicki said, these, they're on our system. You can see their video. It's out there. We share their links, social media promotion. And then again, they get referrals from our database, and they get leads that just come in from our site. I think we have about 15,000 unique page visits on our website per month. And so many of these people just, hey, I need a pool company. Here we go. So they can play the video. They see what the pool company does and what they specialize in. And next thing you know, our pool guy's out at their house.
That's what I like about you guys. You don't do this for the money.
No.
You do this for the service. And as a result of doing it for the service, you actually get money. And hopefully that's the takeaway.
Yes, that is the micro part in our business that we went and really looked into this year. It's like, we're like building a theme park. Then we got these big rides and pouring gas on the marketing, but yet, we still had a little bit of trash laying around in our park that needed to be picked up. This was a piece, and I was never satisfied with. Vicki had the idea. I just took it around. It's like, yes, this is a big piece of our business that over time, it's like what Sarah said yesterday, so true. People will come to you to do business for you. You've got to be marketing toward that way, where just people automatically hunt and chase you down for what you are providing from fulfillment, service, accuracy, time, speed, and all that. And it's USP. This is a big USP in our business right now. So,
yeah, it's the fourth R. It's the fourth R. Everybody can write that down. Referrals, reviews, repeat, resource. Being a resource, being a resource to your clients.
USPs that we could be thinking about from a company level and standpoint, that we could be hitting huge fulfillment roles in that makes just a huge difference in your business, where people are just flocking in because of. So anyways,
get to the slide. So again, we hold our vendors at a very high standard, and we talked about this before. They've got to be honest and ethical. They've got to be fair, accurate, and timely. They have to wear professional attire. We had one of our beloved vendors showing up in ragged clothes, and I said, I'm going to go out and buy him some new monogram shirts, polo shirts to wear, because they've got to look professional if they're going to represent the Carol Royce team. Got to have good communication. They got to return phone calls. There is nothing worse than referring a vendor and having the home seller buyer call you and say, I called your vendor 4 times last week and I haven't heard back. That's a bad mark on the Carol Royce team name. So they've got to do this thing, and then they've got to exceed the customer's expectations. And if they can do that, then they can be in our vendor program, and we will absolutely refer them. And we have many happy clients now from using our vendors.
Yes.
Isn't that a shot at wouldn't that be a shot at a second 5-star review or testimonial?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're starting to work on that piece right now. Absolutely.
Yeah, so think that through. Write that down. Everybody should write that down. You know how you get a 5-star review when the deal goes pending, when you sell a buyer a house, put a seller under contract, you solicit the 5-star review, and then somewhere down the road, they come back to you guys, Carol, Tim, Vicki. They come back to you. You refer them to one of your vendors, and it was a great experience. And they post another 5-star review talking about what a great resource, helpful you are to their life beyond just
And
selling.
Todd, we are beginning to get those, and we had no idea that we were going to get that. And so it might go like this. We use the Carol Royce team. We had an amazing experience with them, but we've got to say that Umberto, their painter, came to our home, did a fabulous job, was $1,000 less than any other painter. And we are just so excited to show our home now because it looks beautiful. I mean, just little things like that. So yes.
We've got one that's coming in the next couple of days from a roofer. This was not our client, not a client. We haven't sold this client a house. They just used the service. Going to be doing a nice review because we put them on to Five Guys Roofing. And they had a phenomenal experience. So it even works even in the front end.
I wonder how many real estate agents have this belief system that they cannot help people unless they want to buy or sell a house within their marketplace. I mean, how limiting a belief is that? So hopefully people are benefiting from this discussion you're sharing in this teaching, just if nothing else, raising the lid on really what can be from your real estate business.
So this is, I think, our last slide or second last slide. Be the resource for your clients, like you said, Todd, while making money. Provide expertise and resources for your clients' needs. That's a big thing. Build stronger relationship with local businesses. See, now here's the other part. These local businesses have employees that need to buy and sell homes. And we found that with the dental office the other day. Receptionist needed to buy about a $300,000 home that we were able to help her out with. Now, this is a non-real estate thing that went on, but she knew that we were part and aligned together. So they bought a home. And then just make money and grow. But don't have limiting beliefs in this. The sky's the limit with this. I think the standards of making sure how many times, like Carol said, you refer somebody and somebody doesn't do a good job, that reflects negative on you. But yeah, like I said,
it's not like that every single business out there is one that you can do business with. Like, how many times have we been disappointed by doing business with companies? You know, whether it's pool, florist, dry cleaner, roofer, contractor, trash hauler. Like, when you find a really good company that brings value to your life outside of, just outside of your real estate business, think that went through for a minute. Like, you want to do more business with those peeps. So that's the kind of people you want to approach and develop some sort of business relationship with, for sure. So but am I right that it's not like every company's providing great service and value to their customers? Have you noticed that?
We get it all the time. So it got to the point where we didn't even want to refer people. So we started vetting them. And that's the first process is to vet them before they get an opportunity to get in front of our customers and clients.
Yeah, that was, Todd, I mean, you put us on an exercise about 6-8 months ago about interviewing other companies other than real estate. And I don't want to get off topic here, but we've been working really hard on that and some of the standards and practices and looking at reviews and putting things in place from a micro part, making our team where all of our OSAs are doing the same exact thing and getting the same result time in and time out. I'd like to share that someday with y'all. We put a lot of great back work on that. So we'll talk about that sometime down the road.
So here's what I want to say. If you're listening to this today, you can do this. If you have an MSA agreement with a lender or with a title company, you might want to go to that lender and say, could we have actually a loan officer at our office and have a private office for them that is lockable? You might want to do that. If you've got an MSA, you might want to go with your own loan officer. If you want information on the title company, extremely profitable, call Title Alliance in Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia.
Or wherever.
Or no, they're in Philadelphia,
they're in
their
Philadelphia.
corporate office.
Okay.
The other thing is, if you're thinking about the vendor directory, you can do it and charge them. You can do it gratis just to give a great service to your customers and clients. All you need to do is to sit down and make a list of the vendors that you refer and then talk to them. Bring them in or talk to them on Zoom. You can get them together on a Zoom call, tell them what your vision is. They will be so excited to help you, and then cross-pollinate each other's Facebook and Pinterest and other social media. They we endorse them, they endorse us. So we're all over social media now, being endorsed by roofers and air conditioning companies and swimming pool companies. So it truly is a win-win for all parties involved.
And our vendors know each other now, and they feel safe because they're in the same homes together working. So when the carpet guy, the tile guy, the painter, they all know each other and feel comfortable.
But here's
they're cross-pollinating too.
And here's the last piece I'm working on, Todd, is that the vendors now are starting to understand and know who our charitable cause is and what the benefits there are in partnering up and making a bigger impact just from what we can do on ourselves. They're becoming more involved in that arena. So there's, like I say, a lot of good work here. We just never stop working, right? We just never stop
on the business.
We never stop. There's always something.
Yeah,
always something to do. And with this system, you just simply can't. There's always something to be done. Never can sit on your hands. So thank you for that, Todd. Thank you for having these materials, you and Craig, where we can always push forward.
Well, thank you guys for sharing. Thank you guys for sharing. It's important that people see what is possible here first, because that gives them vision. And then get some details on the execution steps to pulling it off. That gets them motivated to go do it because they see it's possible. Others are doing it. And then there's the follow-up aspect of it, and that you hit right on the head, Tim. You're going to have to work on your business to do it. So it's not like you come to these conferences and get an idea and it goes away. Like, you got to write it down, and we got to go execute on it when we're done here. Before the next conference goes around, you're going to take your top ones and we're going to execute. So right here on the coaching site, if I went to the file library, as you guys can see right here, you'll see we have an actual file library for Platinum members called Platinum Using Other People's Money. 16 files in there, including a list of 99 possible vendors or affiliates that you could approach that are likely people that you do business with now, categories of businesses, to begin to formulate business relationships with and refer them out to your clients. So nothing fancy. It's that easy. You're just being helpful and friendly to your audiences out there in the world. And in return, some of these vendors will pay you to advertise on your website. So in other words, they're just renting space pretty much on your website in return for a fee. It's not pay to play. It's not a referral. Send me a referral, I'll send you money. No, it's recurring revenue for occupying digital space and many times physical space within your office. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Todd.
Good job.
Good job for you guys. It's just, what a great 2 days. I just love it. And the information is top level. It's top dog stuff.
No, you guys are the top dogs. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Todd. Right. Appreciate it. We're going to jump back on. Take care.
All right. Have fun.
Alrighty.
All right. We'll see you.
Okay, everybody, welcome Nancy and Rudy. It looks like Todd got kicked off by accident, so we're just going to wait for a second so he can join us back on. So everybody just give us a second while we get Todd back on with us.
So Nancy.
You seen any smoke where you are in LA?
So Nancy, you go ahead first and I'll just follow you, okay?
Okay, we'll see. He may have other designs, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you, my friend. Are you seeing smoke in LA from the fires up north, or?
Oh yeah, it's like very close to my house.
Oh my God.
We got coronavirus, we got the fire here, we got the riot. It's fun here in LA. Beautiful Southern California.
I bet. Picked a hell of a year to want to try to go to California. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks everybody for your patience. I'm just waiting for Todd to join us back on. He accidentally got kicked from the Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
But he should be back on in just a second.
Are you speaking a lot, Rudy?
No, I'll just follow. I'll just follow you. So you just
No. I meant are you doing a lot of different segments?
Yesterday, today, and right after this, I'll be doing the platinum breakouts.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think we are live actually now.
Yeah.
We are live now. We're just waiting for Todd to get back on. He was kicked on accident. So we're just waiting for him to rejoin. So anything y'all want to say to the coaching members, the platinum members? We're on with them right now.
While we are waiting for Mr. Walters to come back, why don't you guys put it on the chat? Like, what is it that you are looking for to hear from the legend here, Miss Nancy Kowalik, all the way from. See, Nancy, everybody talk about the open house where hundreds of people. I want to do the Nancy open house. So put it on the chat. Like, what is it that you're looking for here in the open house? All right. So while we're waiting for come back here, put it on the chat. Like, what some of your struggles, what some of your challenges, what is it that you want to hear from Nancy in the next, I don't know how long, 30 minutes?
Right, for however long we're here, right, exactly. So I know I have some of my agents that are going to chime in a little bit with chat. They're the ones out at the open houses on the front lines every week and taking pictures for me and making sure they're social distancing and helping to field all the offers that we're getting, which is nice. It's nice. We haven't had a seller's market like this here, Rudy. So we're enjoying it a lot. In fact, we had 5 open houses this past weekend and I think all but one have sold. So it's good.
So Nancy, while we are waiting for Mr. Walters to come back here, so how does it work? Do you let everybody to come in at the same time, or how do you deal with the coronavirus?
Great. Yeah, so great question. So with everything that we do, everybody shows up at 1 o'clock because we advertise it for 1 hour from 1 to 2 p.m. I have an agent at the front door in mask and clipboards. They have clipboards and you have to sign in to come in. And we ask everybody to line up and social distance for us. So, and then of course we have agents inside the house, 1 or 2, depending on the size. And groups are coming in. They're asked to, if they can't put their hands in their pockets and not touch things, they're getting gloves, take shoes off or grab some booties. Depends on the home seller as to how cautious we are, to be very candid. Some are just fine with masks and gloves. But we are asking, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 families. I think we're allowing up to 10 in at most. And then as someone comes out, someone else is allowed to go in. So we're just kind of, regulating it. And then we're only saying we're open from 1 to 2 p.m. We promise the sellers we're never going to boot anybody out. If there's someone online, we're there. And oftentimes we're there until 3 or 3:30. Awesome. Which is fine. So everybody can get through. And we've had so many instances where my agents have stood at the door and taken pictures of people going down the sidewalk. And because it's becoming such a regular occurrence, police are being called. Somebody's kind of busting us. I don't know who it is, whether it's a neighbor, an agent, who knows. But the police are cruising by. They see people socially distanced. And, my agents will, sometimes they'll walk down the line if it's a little hot out, offer water or offer something else, make sure everybody's comfortable. And we've had a couple of instances where we've had some agents try and go to the front of the line. I'm here first kind of thing. We always ask them to identify which agency they're with if they want to cut in line. So little things. Most people are compliant. Rudy, sometimes agents can be a little pushy. And so we just kind of push back gently and have a little fun with it. But, it's a blast to do. And people really are. It's a little easier almost because you can have a conversation with somebody inside with that many people looking around outside. They know we have to keep them moving through.
Hey, Nancy, I know you just launched your home sold guaranteed realty. Can you share with everybody, like, what is the name? How does the name makes a difference in helping your listing getting more sold? Like, or does it make any difference at all? I don't know.
So in this marketplace, it's new. So your home sold guaranteed, Rudy, is actually a little bit different here because that is a non-MLS company for me, right? So I did something a little different. So Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group is an MLS company. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is a private company, no MLS. So we've actually been getting much higher price points for our sellers because they're now no longer a commodity on the MLS at a cost per square foot. Right?
That's awesome. Did everybody hear what Nancy just said? Nancy here, she's a brave woman. What she said is this: she launched a brand new brokerage, the Real Estate Office of the Future, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty in Philadelphia. And she said just now, it's a non-MLS. That means that entire brokerage is not a member of the MLS. And then I asked her, and so what's the outcome? And you said that the homes are selling at a much higher price point.
Correct. And on top of that, so we're finding you don't have newer agents oftentimes finding us. You have to kind of search to find us. You're going to find us on Google. You're going to find us on, in some cases, Zillow. But buyers are finding us, and we tell them you can either use a buyer's agent. By the way, I have one at Nancy Qualic Real Estate Group, or you can hire an attorney to represent you. I will not represent both sides. We're taking a higher commission than I would as a buyer's agent. And because, again, it's not on the MLS, we're not having to look at something and go, well, this house sold at 145 a square foot. I know that's different from you, Rudy, but 145 a square foot, maybe we're getting 185 or 190. And we're getting quality people through, people that have looked at everything on the internet and everything on the MLS that every other agent will throw at them, and then finding something different. And they're willing to pay for it. If they go to those lengths to find us, they're willing to pay for it.
So how does the buyers find out about you? How do the buyers find out about the listings if it's non-MLS?
So we're using all of the different things that we talk about for omnipresence. That is putting it on all of the Facebook pages we have. There's many, LinkedIn, Instagram. So all of the social media accounts, YouTube, and then we have quite a database. So I have a database of about 36,000 people that we send it out to. So it'd be buyers, and then also a database of people that I've come in contact with that's about 15,000, I think. So we're sending it out to them through email. So we're encouraging people. This is not a house for you. Maybe your friend is interested. Talk to some of your colleagues and help us spread the word. So we're using everything we've acquired over the past 15 years, knowledge-wise and database-wise, and just turning that into something that allows buyers to find us separately. And we do get, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's really good, Nancy. Let's start. Andrea, if you don't mind. I just sent a text to Mr. Walters here. I think there is some technical difficulties, but we're going to launch, Nancy. So why don't you take charge and share your open house system? And then at any time, wow, Mr. Proctor, I'm so glad. I was about to, like, what am I?
I went upstairs to grab a sandwich, and my son calls me, Brandon calls me, and goes, Dad, Todd, he's gone. I go, what do you mean he's gone? I came up, I made myself a nice salmon sandwich. He goes, no, you got to get back down. Todd disappeared. So I don't know what happened. Let me look in the chat here, see if we've got a note.
Yeah, basically Todd asked to just go on. I think there's some technical difficulties there. So I was about to say, Nancy, if you can just move forward with your presentation, I'll just follow
along. I'm happy to, but I don't have it loaded here because I thought it was being loaded in there and it was going to be discussed from your side. Yes? No? That's why we sent it early?
That might sound like a good plan, Nancy, but
okay.
It's probably, it's probably on Todd's computer. But hey, look, Nancy, I know you're so awesome that you've got it all memorized, right? So
sure.
we're gonna see how good you are.
There you go. Okay, so we're going to start with the very simplest of things. So the presentation will be able to be seen by everybody, right? But start just with very quickly who I am. I started with the program back in 2012. Nibbled around the edges, didn't really do much with it until 2014 when I got serious about being in the Platinum program and I started really copying and implementing.
Hey, let me interrupt for one sec. What do you mean nibbled around the edges? Because
so
Todd uses that a lot.
Right. So 2012, I started and, I searched everywhere and found this program because I was really in a desperate situation, needed to support a family, needed to figure things out quickly. I had no more time to waste. And so when I joined coaching, I started to make a little bit of money and I felt absolutely overwhelmed. And so I was like, well, let me pick and choose a couple of things to do. And no, I'm not doing that guaranteed sale thing, not happening. And so I nibbled around the edges and made enough to be comfortable. And then I, as I started to get my feet under me, I was going through a lot of other things personally. And it was kind of like, I looked around and went, all right, so I've made this kind of progress. What the hell am I waiting for? Forgive me, right? So in 2014, I decided to take the leap into Platinum because my whole idea was I don't want to do all of these nuts and bolts thing all the time. I want to be a team. I want to be a team leader. So I got involved in Platinum. And from there, the first year I kind of came, I think twice. It was like had that same, just like Mike Pell yesterday, well, I've learned everything. I'll figure it all out. And the next year I came 4 times, and that's when I started to see growth. I went independent in 2015, and I went from making, I don't know, 30-some thousand a year to within 2 years making hundreds of thousands. And now fast forward to 2020, and I'm going to do over 3 million in GCI. So when 2014 was when I stopped nibbling around the edges. It's been 6 years and some significant money and changes in me, right? I've stopped being that person who goes, I can't spend that money, right? It's not,
so Nancy,
it's an investment.
Can I ask you a question, Nancy?
Sure.
So why don't all the Craig Proctor members just do what you did?
That's a good question. And I know that it's fear-based, and I get it, but one of my favorite quotes, and my whole team will tell you, everything you want's on the other side of fear. Everything that you want is on the other side of fear. I believe that wholeheartedly. You've got to take that step off a ledge, and here you're supported. You will find that you're going to continue to climb, not fall. And it was just that belief in myself too, because I had also been through a lot. And just going from 2012, making nothing, to 2 years later, being able to support myself, my family, and seeing a way out of the tunnel, going, if I can get here, there's no reason I can't get here.
You know what always stuck with me is when you told me that summer, you told me about the story about the summer where you were trying really, really hard to get your real estate business off the ground, and you had your kids, and it was a beautiful summer. And you said, I never even got into the pool once. And you sacrificed that whole summer and all that time that you'll never get back with your kids. And as a mom, like, you're living with that, like there's a lot of guilt in being a parent, right? So you thought, like, I'm going to sacrifice my summer and this time with my kids, because you're thinking, I'm doing this for my kids. Like, I'm going to build this. I'm going to do this for my kids. And tell everybody what happened at the end of summer.
So literally took them to swim practice every morning, never got in the pool all day. And I would go and I wouldn't even see some of their swim meets. And so I put together 6 deals, not a lot, but 6 deals, still new in the business, back and forth every day, 6 deals. And every single one of them evaporated. It was like a domino effect. And all of them, this was going back some years, they all disappeared. And so I literally spent the entire summer working for free. Not only did I waste my time, but I didn't get in the pool with my kids. I wasn't there for them. I did drop them here. I played taxi driver, but that's not spending time with them. And that to me was devastating. And I said, I was so upset, and I cried for a day or two. And then
I remember you telling me that story. And I think Nancy, that was a real line in the sand for you. I think you were like, this is never going to happen to me again.
Correct. Absolutely. The one thing I've always said is, look, we all make mistakes, things happen, but if I don't learn something from it, it's in vain, right? So it's totally wasted. So I'm going to learn that, again, this will never happen again, and only forward from here. And I do have that belief in myself. It was just a matter of finding a better way. And at that point, all things kept pointing to Craig Proctor, which is when I hopped on a plane and spent almost everything I had. Literally, I was in a rental at that point, coming to California, to the West Coast. I paid all that money to fly there, to stay in a hotel, and then I signed up for coaching, because and it's funny, I went to that conference going, I'm not signing up for anything else. I'm not spending money, all those things, because I don't want to be sold, because we all have that fear and that skepticism.
Right.
And that's the part I think that kept me in fear.
I'm not going to let that Craig Proctor guy trick me.
Well, it becomes, we're all skeptics. We are. If you're good at what you do, you analyze things, you look at things, you don't let it stop you.
Right.
But I did sit, and I sat on the edge of my seat. I'm not a good sitter. I don't like to sit and do things. Even yesterday, I was fidgety earlier today in things. But I sat at the edge of my seat, and I was engrossed. And I was one of the first people to sign up for the program, going, I have to either go all in. And to me, at that point, going all in when coaching was getting the website, getting the different pieces to help layer so that I could create a system, because I had no clue of how to do that before I went. Right?
Hey, Nancy, I think you and I are doing a pretty good job concerning the fact that your presentation's on Todd's computer. So look, we're gonna have to move forward with I'm just gonna plug in my phone here because he might be trying to text me and my phone's dead.
Oh no.
So Nancy,
No, just Andrea, the operator, just to update you guys, I'm working with him on getting back on, but because he was accidentally kicked, it won't let him back on. So we're working on other ways to get him back on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Have you got Adrian on this, Andrea? Is Adrian on top of it?
Yes, him and I are both working diligently on getting him back on with us.
Okay, cool.
So really the open house that I do is really, it's about, and I've done this before, but I'll talk about it now briefly, because the slides are all there, But the point of the open house is to take the best things about an open house. And I go through this with my marketing team. Even today, I still kind of look over their shoulders a little bit because the pictures, the things that draw people in. Let's showcase the things that are the best about a house. Let's line up the open house. Let's price it right. So making sure there he is, the man, the legend himself, right? Welcome, Todd.
So I like that. I mean, that's what I did with the Sunday tour of homes. I'm thinking there are definitely things about the open house environment that we love and things that we don't like. So of course, the parts that we don't love is if you're sitting in an open house and nobody shows up, right? That would be like worst case scenario.
So we price it right and we make sure that the house looks impeccable. We do the honey-do list. There's a whole process to it. We price it at the right price point, and then we don't let anybody in until the open house. Now, this was an interesting one, but in the slide, we have the specific verbiage. We blew it up because that's a big question for everybody. But the specific language is, listen, you can come to the open house, you can see the property, but you're not going to get paid commission until Sunday at 1 o'clock as an agent to show the property. We want you to come, we want you all to come at the same time. And a lot of agents get upset and want to know why they have to come at the same time. And are my clients going to have first dibs? Not that they shouldn't, right? But we make them all come to the open house and look at their competition. Fear of loss is one of the most important things we have in marketing, and we make sure we leverage it to the hilt with these open houses.
Right. So the point is, it's not just your buyers there, it's other agents' buyers. But what we found is the more the merrier, right? Like we want to create this auction effect. So even it like having other agents and their buyers there still helps get your buyer off the fence.
Absolutely. There's, if you parade people through one at a time, inconveniencing the sellers, letting them think maybe they're the only ones interested. Oh, Nancy, you have interested buyers? Sure you do, right? Again, skeptics, people are skeptics. Well, let me show you. So when my agents go and when other agents go, I'm helping them do their job because those buyers are looking at all of their competition at the same time. And if you're thinking maybe I can get $5,000 off, or maybe I can be the first one to make an offer, you're already in a long line. So good luck with that. And we like to use that. We leverage that pretty heavily with these open houses. And it pushes not just price point, but timing, conditions. We have appraisals waived. We have everything waived. I mean, in a lot of cases, inspection points up to $15,000 and $20,000, we're waiving them entirely. So we're able to leverage that to get not just best price, but terms and conditions, allowing sellers to stay in homes longer. I mean, you name it. It's really been a lot of fun, gotta say.
Okay, Todd, how was your nap?
Yeah, it was great. Nothing like being thrown a curveball that you're having a hard time hitting.
Hey, no problem. Hey, do you have Nancy's presentation on your computer?
I'm working on it, buddy.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I had to actually change computers altogether. So fortunately, Todd plans for these things. You'll be impressed, Craig. And actually have all that stuff on this other computer in case something like this happened, big dog.
Wow. Now you just have to find it.
Yes, exactly. That was right in doing that. I was overly concerned with the lighting.
There you go.
First, on my video feed. Yeah.
So we'll keep going here while you're digging that up, Todd. So Nancy, how do you promote the tour? How do you create this auction effect?
So we do this with an omnipresence, something that was taught and has been taught by the entire team at Craig Proctor for quite a while. And it took a little bit of time to chunk through it. I mean, Facebook is something I've been comfortable with for years, but not really knowing how to leverage it. So Facebook is a big part of it. LinkedIn has been a sleeper for me. So posting videos and the top 2 or 3 things about a property to get people in the door, the best pictures, the main floor masters, whatever it is that's going to light people up, pools, that's what we're focusing on in our ads. You have to click through for information. So we're capturing information, right, on those social sites as well. And then here we go. So we're on Rudy's.
Go ahead, Nancy. So while Todd is looking for your presentation, I'm just going to show something here.
So on the LinkedIn, Instagram, they're all tailored just slightly different because you're talking to different audiences. So you have to be mindful of that. And when you're talking on Facebook, don't tell them any bedrooms, bathrooms. We don't tell price points and we never tell square footage. I know what people are looking for. We don't want to give them reasons to rule out that open house. So if you want people lined up at your doors, show them the highlights and then invite them in. You just have to be there with your mask and be able to social distance. I don't need any other information from you unless it's a much higher end open house, which by the way, these work on. So when we advertise on everything, we start on a Thursday. If you go to my Facebook feed, guys, if you're watching this, go like all of our open houses. You will see them. You'll see the notices that you get and how we follow up with you. But there's a lot at the front door to the open house. Oh, I have to back up. We of course send out emails. We send out weekly emails that say, hey, here's what's going on with our open houses this weekend. We've got our audience trained. What do you got going on this weekend? What's going on this Sunday? It's always Sunday at 1 o'clock for those open houses. And so our clients know that that's what's going on. When we send out our emails to two databases, one are customers in waiting or buyers in waiting. There's 36,000 people on that list. There's another list of about 16,000 people we've come in contact with or done business with. We send an email saying, hey, same information, open house, come on out to this. And then we also update them, by the way, just on what happened last week at the open house. This sold at 50,000 above ask or whatever the numbers are, because again, that's social proof of what's going on. So we're posting for the open houses, and then we put out signs and we stick to it. We don't let people into the open house. Agents will call you and ask about the dollar commission. We are all adept at answering that question by now, right, Rudy? What's going on with the $1 commission?
Nancy, can you share with everybody, because not everybody here understand what you mean when you say a dollar question. Can you explain more about that?
Sure. So for when we first launch a property, we know that's the highest interest from buyers and from agents that may have buyers. So to keep them all out of the house until the open house, we offer a $1 commission. So Rudy, if you wanted to show my new listing on Tuesday, your buyer would have to pay your commission. Now, most agents back off of that. We've had a few say, yes, I'll pay the commission, or I'm buying it myself, I don't care, which is not a bad thing, because then the 6% commission comes to Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group. It's not a problem. But if you want to get in early, you're going to have to pay, the buyer's going to have to pay your commission. We're not paying your commission. It generally keeps everybody out until opening day at 1 o'clock. That works really well.
How long is each house open for?
It's open. We advertise it from 1 to 2. Now, I used to advertise it 1 to 3. Todd suggested tightening it up, which I was nervous about. Yeah. My sellers still say, Nancy, if I have to go through all this, why just an hour? And I always say to them, you watch, we'll be there longer. But now everybody's doing open houses again. So if we want them coming to us, we have to advertise it 1 to 2. Everybody's open 1 to 3 or 1 to 4.
The reason I like the shorter time, the shorter window, is because I really want to drive everyone there at the same time.
At the same time. And it becomes a little chaotic here in South Jersey. There's some of these long driveways and there's not a lot of places to park, and we end up having to have someone direct traffic. It's fun. We take pictures of that too.
That's what I want. I mean, I had, I know Rudy's got a few pictures here. Maybe you do as well, of like just people everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's one Rudy's got on the screen right now with, I think it's here. Yeah. I'm watching it. No, go back to that one, Rudy, where you've got everyone in front of the house. There's a bit of a delay. Okay, that one right there. So that's what I want to create.
Yes.
I want cars all over the place. I want people, and I want the seller to be present. So they're going, oh my God, like Nancy, Rudy, you guys are like amazing. You're showing off your marketing savvy. And then if this property doesn't sell after a couple of weeks of doing this, it's easy to get a price reduction.
Very easy. And the other part of this is oftentimes, listen, we're going to sell this house, right, Rudy? We're going to sell this house. We also have sellers in the neighborhood out taking pictures going, what the heck's going on? We've had people come in and say, I had to come see what the circus was. What's going on? Oh, I'm selling my house too. Can you do that? So we've had we've had ads right across the street from each other because sellers have come over and said, I want what you got. Let's do this. Yeah. We've had, at one point, we had 4 homes on the same block with a cul-de-sac because we were having such great results.
My house has been listed for 6 months, Nancy. My agents, the market is slow because of coronavirus. And I see your house, you just put it up on the market and there's a long line of people waiting outside.
Correct.
Right? So that's basically what's happening.
That is. And that's why I say this is one of my top 3 lead generation systems for sellers, not just buyers. We're finding that buyers are coming with agents, but sellers are coming and saying, I want what you have. And that is the mark. That's good marketing. And that's
I know with my tour, Rudy, I totally agree. It was a great way to ethically solicit other listings, people that were listed with other agents, because they would say the same thing. They'd like, sometimes it would be a situation where the person showing up had their house listed with another competing company down the street, and they were kicked out of their house for an open house, and there's no one at their open house. And they walk in and there's 15 or 20 people at my open house, and they immediately start to self-doubt their agent. Like, holy cow, my house is down the street. There's nobody over there. And you've got 20 people at this house. So Of course, I welcome that. I'm like, yeah, like if you want to be part of our tour of homes, of course you have to be listed with us.
Yeah, you see, Craig, because you and I, we are a member of the National Association of Realtors, so we have to follow, because the code of ethics says if it's an active listing, we cannot solicit them, but they can call us. But Nancy is playing on a different ballgame because she's not a member of the NAR. So technically, Nancy can just go straight to that active listing and knock on the door. Hey, I have a buyer looking to buy homes.
Hey, Rudy, flip it over to my screen. I found Nancy's materials here that's worth showing a few of these slides.
You are back. I'm just filling in the time.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yes, so here you go. Yep.
So Nancy, I did a presentation once. It was just when I was like getting comfortable with like speaking in front of people when I first started doing conferences. And I don't know where I was. I was somewhere in the States. And this is like, I didn't have an AV guy. So I set up my computer and I guess I forgot to plug in my power cord. So I start the presentation and I get about 15 or 20 minutes into it. And then the battery dies. And now here's what I'm thinking. Well, we're going to see how much Craig Proctor really knows his topic now, because I didn't know what had happened. I just knew the power was gone. I figured out after the seminar was over what had happened, but you've done a great job here without a presentation. So we got it loaded up here. So let's hit the high points on this.
Right.
Yep.
So again, always on Sunday from 1 to 2. And I think if you go a little further down, you'll see waiting for the open house. We're putting things out on all of these. I listed them in Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Google. These are the most important. Here's what the ads look like. We're hitting the high points. We're putting buy this home, we'll buy yours guaranteed sale, which I started in 2014 and when my business really did start to skyrocket, just to be really clear. But these ads are hitting the high points. And again, we're saying, and we send voice blasts out. This is something we also get through the system. The voice blast is free. It takes a few moments because you set up a great system. And I've had sellers call me and say, I heard that you put a house on the market. Ooh, I heard it went under contract and you still have how many buyers looking? I may be interested in selling my home. That free service has made me money. So let's not forget that one. I did forget that service. Thank you. That's what's on here. And we're sending out postcards.
Let's just recap that, because this is where the chat questions are coming in.
Yep.
Everybody gets the concept of finding somebody else's listing or using their own,
Yes.
and holding it open, for a short period of time. It's the problem that the members have is getting people to show up to these things in mass, like you guys are doing.
Yes.
So it seems to be just a pretty steady barrage of where to market and what to market.
So
right?
what I have found by testing it is by coming out on Thursdays with my ads. So people don't plan that far in advance. If you start running ads on a Monday or Tuesday for Sunday, it's not going to matter. We start on Thursday with our open house ads. We hit generally it's a 5 or 7 mile radius from that open house itself, which you can target through Facebook. And we're hitting that for so many dollars a day, depending on the price point. And we're just nailing it Thursday through Sunday. So we're getting high volume and people are sharing those like crazy.
Well, check this out. This is my email. Look what I just got in my email inbox here.
There you go.
Nancy Kowalik right there. Let me download the pictures on that bad boy and let's see what we've got.
And you get this every week, right?
Talking the talk, walking the walk, man. I get it every Thursday. These show up in my inbox at almost the exact same time every week.
Right.
Okay. And this is what it looks like right here. Everybody can see it. This is live. Just came in to my inbox. I noticed it when I was, because Adrian sent me like 3 different links here to try to get back into Zoom. I couldn't get any of them to work on my desktop, so I had to move to my laptop. So when I opened up my email, I was like, well, there's Nancy sending me stuff right now.
Yep. So this happens because we've set up a system and it happens as it should, which is what we talk about, right? And these are magnificent homes.
How many people are getting this email just from the email database? How many people are getting
just from this database? It's about 16,000 people.
Okay, so no small number.
No small number.
What happens if I only have like 500 people in my?
Send them to that. You can buy lists. You can start adding people, whomever you come in contact with, start adding them, because if they see something and they're seeing it consistently, it means you're successful. They will start sharing it with people. It's inexpensive to do this and set it up on a weekly basis. And I will tell you, I've had people come from all over saying, John shared with me, or Mark shared this with me. I'm coming from Long Island, or I'm coming from other places, people that I'd never met before, but because my reputation of being consistent and growing a business and being aggressive with marketing, we're reaching people that we normally would not reach. And that becomes huge. We're a marketing company that happens to market real estate. This was a for sale by owner, and I've been talking to my agents about getting out there and making sure we're talking to for sale by owners. So of course, for sale by owner, limited audience, that little rancher, and we've already got, I don't know how many inquiries on that little for sale by owner.
A lot of homes. How many are open on your,
this Sunday, we're doing 6 open houses. We've done as many as 8 in a weekend.
Hold on. So 6, how many buyers are you projecting to show up this Sunday?
Right. So at each one of these, we're anticipating 25, we call them families because they usually come in pods of, 3 or 4, so maybe 100 people coming through here. That's why we have people at the front door. We put a disclaimer, here's what we're going to expect of you, so people understand we're taking it seriously. We're talking the talk and walking the walk.
You say 25, is that 25 per home?
Yes.
So how many do you have opening it?
6.
So 6 times 25, that's like that's a lot.
It's 150.
It is. It's 100. It's a lot of people. Families. So that's when I say this. And by the way, of those 150 people, we're collecting the emails from at least one person in that group. So 25 times 6. That's one of the reasons this database has grown to 16,000 people. Everybody that I come in contact with is going to get a touch from me. They get phone calls. So the rule is after the open house, my agents are calling people to just say, hey, I met you at the property today. By the way, did you have any questions about that open house? Because if we don't follow up, we've wasted our time, not invested our time. That's a big difference. So we're looking at these and, showcasing how much more money we're selling, in this little rancher here to the side. Never dreamed we'd get this kind of money, even in this market, because of the limitations of the neighborhood. P.S. The appraisal didn't matter. Same thing to the left, this little tiny neighborhood. Someone coming from California, Rudy, actually came out here. We didn't get the referral, but they found us on Google, right? So, and we picked them up as a cash buyer. So at the open house, we have the brochures in hand and business cards. They're not walking out without information from us. We're collecting information. I do have someone at the door. You're not allowed in unless we're getting correct emails and phone numbers that we can read, right? So I've done this in many different ways. You get people doing 555-1212. Sorry, it's not good enough. I promised the seller they would know who comes into their home. They have that right. Say it politely. There's lots of good ways, but we get that information. It's an exchange of information. You want to see what I got? I got to see what you got, right? So we're doing that. So that's really important. And then again, we've had some extreme cases where we've sold, so much higher. This was when it was still a buyer's market. This was going back to 17 when we really started to perfect this. And this was a seller's market. This was in the dead of winter, a house with a pool, and we sold it for $75,000 above ask with foreclosures next to it.
52 through that home, 30 through this one.
Right.
These aren't bodies. These are families.
These are families. And again, this was several years ago when it was a buyer's market, when you walked down the street and there were 3 or 4 homes for sale, but we created the demand for these homes and kept selling them above asking price. If they listened to us, this was a case of someone who asked more than they should have, and we would demonstrate. We use a hammer to say it's got to be price rate if it's going to work the way it should. And I push hard on my sellers and say, look, if I price it right now, I'm not going to have this conversation with you later. This is a case.
I'm assuming that this material, I'm flipping through these slides, looking at house after house after. I'm assuming this falls out of your listing presentation when you're meeting with sellers.
So I don't even go into all of these. So a lot of my sellers have been to the events, and I do talk about them. I show them on Facebook. I show them how many people have seen some of the ads. So if you look at this particular house, this was a $900,000 house. We sold, normally it would have sold in 1.5 years. We sold it in 1 week. That person had been looking for 3 years with me. When he went into an open house, it made the difference, huge difference. And another deal here where someone at the open house literally made $100,000 more. When the dust settled, the deal fell apart and we had to remarket it. We sold it for $100,000 less than the initial interest generated by the open house and that excitement generated by the open house, that emotional sale. That's what we're closing at that open house every single time. P.S. I have a couple new ones. We just sold a $1.2 million house at an open house, 1.2 million. And it sold in 5 days. It's not ever happened in South Jersey. So it was kind of fun. So, and I say often, it is not about selling that listing. We're gonna sell the listing.
How much of a contributing factor do you believe it is, Nancy, to get the prospects, all of the prospects into the home at the same time?
It's huge. It's freaking huge. So I can honestly say, so in South Jersey, a home over $1 million hasn't sold resale in 13 years. So I put a house on the market for 1.25 million. And we had an open house because they listened to me, and we sold it for 1.2 million in 5 days. Cash, by the way. Took in very same time period, put a house on the market for 1.19. Seller says, I don't want an open house. P.S. The house is still on the market. Now he's taking down the wallpaper, making a couple of modifications. Another house this weekend that we have up for sale. No one's in my marketplace, so I can say this. We've already got an offer because of the impending open house. Someone lost the first one at 1.2 million. They know that if they don't make an offer now, they're going to lose that property. We're going under contract for that.
A few questions here, Nancy and Todd. By the way, we're 20 minutes to the top of the hour.
I'm with you.
A few questions in chat here for Nancy.
Yes.
Okay. So Ruth is asking. So Nancy is getting property sold over the asking price, and she's not worrying about the appraisal. But how does the appraisal not matter?
When you have 15 offers, the good buyer's agent is going to say what else is important. As the listing agent, timing might be important, inclusions might be important, but the appraisal is huge. And if you're going to worry about the appraisal, if you're not a well-qualified buyer and you're going to worry about that appraisal, I'm moving on to the next person. So I had a house sell, your home sold guaranteed, non-MLS, sold it for $670,000. It appraised for $575,000, and the deal is still happening, right? So it was a good solid deal, and they knew that we had 14 other buyers waiting.
Okay, Victoria's asking. So do the other agents in New Jersey not hold open houses? So maybe Victoria is missing the point. Of course they do. Agents do open houses all over the place. That's the commodity. An agent kicking the seller out of the house for 3 or 4 hours on Saturdays or Sunday is the industry norm. So maybe you can just explain to everybody what makes this unique. Why is this not just like one of the other gazillions of open houses that ordinary agents do all over New Jersey on the weekends?
Right. So when I started at Century 21, an open house was put out a sign, put on the MLS, and go sit and wait for people to come. My open house that we do now, that I've proctorized, if you will, is we put it on the market, we advertise it everywhere known to man. Every place I can put some money, we advertise it. And by the way, we do not let you in until the open house. So you have all these agents that will say, open house this Sunday, but if you want to come in Tuesday night, and Wednesday night, and Thursday night, and Friday night, and Saturday night, and whenever you're coming, who's going to come to the open house? And those people have all inconvenienced the seller. Right. They've come in one at a time, and no one really has an idea.
It's not in your client's best interest to do it that way.
Not at all. Not at all. So we're holding it back as a don't let people in. And we do have people knocking on doors when you're out getting the mail, watering, people saying your agent won't let me in. Oh yeah, or I want to get in. Call my agent. She won't let me in. That's okay. Come to the open house. I mean, they're trained. They know.
Okay, so is everybody getting this? What have Todd and I been saying for the last couple of days? When everyone else is going right, you go left. If they're going left, you go right. So Nancy, for years, did a traditional open house. So Nancy's saying, hey, what I found is, why don't we on purpose shorten the time window when the house is open, not let agents and their buyers come to the house before now. The house is the grand opening. It's an event. So it's not an ordinary, normal, run-of-the-mill, vanilla open house. It's an event. So no one's allowed to come in until Nancy flips the switch at 1 p.m. till 2. Everybody comes, she's doing all this marketing, all the other agents and their buyers, including Nancy's buyers. So when a Nancy's buyer shows up and they see 20 other buyers that might be working with other agents, who cares? It creates that auction effect. And if you're real good with this, you have your seller there as well, because the seller's like, oh my God, she's amazing. She's a marketing genius. And some of the sellers that are listed with your competitors down the street, right, Rudy, they show up, right? I'm listed with Coldwell Banker. Like my agent isn't doing this for me. So you're getting that business as well. So it's an event. We're taking a normal, ordinary thing that agents do, and we're dressing it up, we're setting it apart, and we're making it unique.
Yes.
Okay, Todd. So I don't know how you want to handle the time thing. We're at 15 minutes to the top of the hour. You've got Nancy, you got Rudy. I guess our time got messed up because you weren't running the show here. You were kicked off. So how do you want to use our next 15, 20 minutes?
Well, I thought that we were doing it, big dog.
Okay,
Rudy.
I just want to make sure, because so Nancy, I want you to stay here.
Of course.
And I want you to ping and pong with Rudy. And Rudy, you've got Rudy's PowerPoints?
Yeah, and so does he.
Okay, so let's show some of Rudy's here. See, I'm new here. I don't know how this works. So
everything's good, man.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, this is what happens during live events. Sometimes you have a little technical weird stuff go on, or human error.
Hey, please let us know if you're loving this. Type in the chat. I'm supposed to be doing a better job of this, right? I'm supposed to be like, are you guys loving it? Are you guys into this?
Well, Kenneth, the one thing I would love to say, and we've talked about this before in smaller groups, but our bid, there's not a lot of people using it on the East Coast. If more people in Proctor used our bid, we could really blow this thing up. So a lot of it's on the West Coast. There's nothing except if I put listings in. Would love to see people in Virginia and DC and Maryland putting those listings in our bid. Rudy, you think we can kind of pump that up a little bit? That would be amazing.
Yeah, I think that's why we are doing this, Nancy. Everybody's inspired by your stories. But the whole idea, exactly what Nancy was saying. And I was just putting words.
Hey, Rudy, make sure you tell us how you really feel about things. Like, don't hold anything back. Get emotional. Get excited. Do you guys want like full on Rudy, full excitement, or I'm gonna crank him onto full speed here.
Love it.
This is what Nancy is talking about. So the traditional real estate model is the real estate agent. So think about it. This is exactly what Todd, we spent the whole day yesterday. The traditional real estate agents, they think as a listing agent. In fact, Craig, when I first got my license before, they told me, my manager, my broker told me, Rudy, you become a listing agent, because then once you get the listing, put it on the MLS, let the other agents work, and you can go to Hawaii and disappear. Right? That's what I was told. Now, what I learned from you is basically, oh my gosh, when you hire me to sell your home, it's my fiduciary duty. Like, in fact, Todd reminded me, hey, take a look at the listing agreement. What does it say? I was like, I don't know. I never take a look at the listing agreement. So I look at the listing agreement right on the top. It says exclusive listing agreement. That means the owner of the house giving us an exclusive responsibility to get the home sold. So it's our responsibility to get the home sold. So what I learned from you, Greg, when I first joined coaching, is we build a buyer's database. So I was thinking, why am I building a buyer's database? I still remember when I first joined coaching, my broker told me, Rudy, you're stop wasting your time. Like, why are you doing the Craigslist, blah, 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 looking for buyers? The name of the game is on the listing, right? Because they're trying to get me to become a listing, but they don't understand. The point is, right now, today, September 2020, I can go to anyone in my team. I don't care how green you are. You can go to any listing appointments and says that we have 60,000 buyers looking to buy homes here in the area. And the reason we can say that is because initially, when I get hooked up with you, Craig, I follow the system is basically we build a buyer's database, and then we go through our VIP buyer system. So these are not just leads. These are not leads. These are people that's been pre-qualified, pre-approved. They're looking to buy homes now. So now at the listing appointments, when the owner of the house hire me, Craig, to sell their home, it's my responsibility, my team and I. The reason we have a team system is because now each individual person in the team has a specific role in the sale of that house, right? So we have my marketing team, their focus every month, we have about 3,000 buyers calling in, thinking of buying a home in that area. And then we have our admin staff team who input it into a database. We have our inside sales team who check timing and motivation. This morning, we spent the whole morning on that. And then we have our OSA who's showing homes, looking to buy homes just like you. So Mr. Owner of the house, when you hire me to sell your home, it's as if I've been working for you long before we met. And that's not just a script, that's like reality, right? So now, instead of bringing the buyers one at a time, we bring all the buyers. I learned from you, Craig, it says 15 minutes. When I first learned the idea of tour of homes, I remember when I first looked at 15 minutes tour of homes, I was like, how is that even possible? So like Nancy was saying, so we advertise it for 15 minutes, but in reality, sometimes they stay for, however, because now with coronavirus, everybody has to come in one at a time, so it may take longer, but that's not the point. The point is we advertise everybody to come at 1 o'clock, create the auction effect, multiple offers, like Nancy said, not only the appraisal is not only the appraisal is non-issue, the buyers, Craig, they are not even asking for requests for repairs. They are not picking you up. And the reason Nancy never paid, I don't know, but my team and I, we never pay $1. When we put $1, what we are saying is that this is negotiable. And when we ask the buyer's agent, Craig, to negotiate for their own commission, and they come in all at the same time, what I realized, not only the price are higher, but the buyer's agent are less likely to beat up on the price reduction. You know why? Because if we just give like 3% or whatever, if we just give away money, then the buyer's agent, because now today, 2020, right? Most of these buyers, they find the home online. Right. So the buyer's agent, as a way for them to rationalize, suddenly they earn this $20,000, the buyer's agent thing to have a fiduciary to their own buyer's clients is to beat you up on price. So that's why this traditional, if you go to the MLS, you notice the higher the commission, you notice the lower the ratio between the asking price and the sold price, because somehow the buyer's agent thing have to beat you up on price, have to beat you up on request for repairs, because they need to somehow justify to their clients how they get this $20,000. But if we ask them to negotiate their own commission, then the success, the outcome, the commission is tied into a successful outcome at the transaction. And guess what, Craig? They are less likely to ask for requests for repairs, and they don't even ask for anything, like Nancy said, no appraisal. So as is, you only have one right as a buyer, right, Nancy? You have the right to close escrow.
That's it. I like it.
You have the right to close. If you send a request for repairs, the response to that request for repair will be installation. The reason we give you installation is because we have 20 people waiting in line, multiple offers, and how many buyers can we sell this house to? One. So that means 19 of you are all replaceable. So in negotiation, what's the leverage the buyers have in that kind of negotiation? So that's what Nancy is trying to say, you guys, just now.
So, all right, so let me make sure I got it. So what you're saying is that the more demand that you can create for your sellers' homes, the less likely you have to put up with resistance or problems or difficulties caused by the agent who represents the buyer.
Correct.
Yep.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah. So, which is why I think that makes these tour of homes systems that Craig created so long ago very valuable. Craig, you will remember Arbid was basically when the recession came around and we were trying to figure out how to create a third-party perception of sale around our listings when everybody wanted a foreclosure. So Rudy here took that system for Platinum members. I want to say that that's an exclusive system. Arbid is for Craig Proctor peeps, nobody else. So Rudy basically just took it, used that strategy in his Sunday and Saturday tour of homes. And Rudy, what are you averaging now? People showing up to your weekend tour of homes?
At least 30 to 100. I mean, that's at least in the 20, 30, 100. But that's common. Yeah. And the issue is not whether the home is sold. If you do the VIP sellers benefits properly, the listing already sold. The question is this: the reason we are doing an Arbid is not to sell the home. The reason we are the Arbid is how to leverage this one listing. The question is, how many more listings can we get out of this one?
Correct.
Because if you already screw up at the VIP sellers benefits, meaning if that list, if everything is already wrong, there is nothing is going to change that. You know what I mean? So assuming you do the entire VIP sellers benefit correctly, then that listing already sold. So the only reason we are doing this is to leverage one listings to get more. So there is a race start. Like people here, like, okay, let's make a competition. How many more closings can you get from one listing?
Got it. All right. So you're not driving 20 or 30 or even 100 people to these open houses to sell the house, is what you're saying. In other words, when you get the listing agreement signed, what you're saying is it's already sold. It's just a matter of what day here in the near future it's going to sell. So you're leveraging the listing as a magnet via marketing, creating this demand, driving a lot of people there at one time, and you end up with a lot more clients as a result of it, because only one person can buy the home anyway. All right. Yeah, a lot of people may be saying, this doesn't make sense. I can just list a house and put it in MLS, Craig, and I get offers on it. So what do I need to do this for to, quote, try to sell my listings? They sell anyway.
Because that's one transaction.
All my agents know that my goal is for every one home we list is to have an additional 3 buyers. That's the goal. When I started tracking numbers, I was 2/3 listings to 1/3 buyers. We're now just starting to inch ahead in buyers. So it's taken a period of time, but my goal, I probably have to put a date on this, tab. That's probably my bad. But what's going on is I really would like to sell 3 homes for every one listing, 3 buyers for every one listing that I take. We're getting there. We're moving in the right direction.
Okay. So does everybody understand? I'm going to try to list from memory all the benefits of doing the open house in a tour format, making it a huge event. Okay. So here's all the benefits. Normally, I have a PowerPoint slide in front of me, but I'm going to try to remember all the benefits. One benefit, Nancy and Rudy have just touched upon, is we don't want to get a listing and just load it onto MLS and have it sell. Anyone can do that. And the house is going to sell itself anyway, even if you didn't put it on MLS. And you're going to split the commission with another agent. And that's the bare minimum. And any of you can do that. And you don't need Craig and Todd or Nancy or Rudy to do what you've always been doing. Or you can try to do something different, okay, and get way more than one transaction. What we want you to do is leverage that one listing that you got to get 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 transactions. You're saying, tell me how I can do that. So look at all the benefits of doing the tour, first of all. Okay, our fiduciary duty to the seller is to get them the highest price. Nancy and Rudy are saying, this is an event. Nobody gets into the house until Sunday at 1 p.m. Okay. We are going to say to the sellers, like in my case, this house is going to be open for 15 minutes. That's it. 15 minutes. And I want the seller to be present. The seller likes this. The seller's had homes for sale before. They know that all the other agents want to kick you out of the house for 3 or 4 hours on the weekend. We're not going to kick you out of your house, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. In fact, we would like you to be present so we can show off our marketing savvy, so we can show you how well our marketing really works. So the seller gets to see every weekend me bring through 10 or 15 or 20 buyers. That's really good. As I mentioned, it helps us get a price reduction. If worst case, after a couple weeks of opening their house on the tour, we don't get offers, I could say to my seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, as you know, as you saw with your own eyes, we brought 50 buyers through your property over the last couple of weeks. But unfortunately, the buyers are not interested in your home at that price. They can't argue it. They saw it with their own eyes. They saw this auction effect. Okay, how else do we benefit from this? Okay, how easy is this for us as salespeople to show up and there's cars all over the place? There's 10 or 15 or 20 buyers there. All you have to do is open the door and let the auction effect do its thing. You just sit back and smile, right, Nancy? Right, Rudy? Just sit back and smile as the buyers walk through this house. Now, imagine if you're one of the buyers. I'm one of the buyers, and I come to Nancy's event, or not even a normal open house. It's an event. I get there, and there's 20 other buyers there. If I really like this house, and I look around and I see 20 other buyers, who cares if they're with other agents or not? There's 20 other buyers competing for this house that I love. Psychologically, what impact does that have on me as a buyer? It's like, I'm thinking, my God, if I want this house, I got to get off the fence. That is so different than when I used to do traditional open houses where the house was open, let's say from 1 to 4, and a few minutes after 1 p.m., the first buyer comes through and they kind of like it. And then a couple hours later, I have only one more buyer that comes through. And if I dare say to the second buyer, oh, if you really like this, there's another buyer that came in earlier that they don't believe you. Right? It sounds like something a salesperson would say. So
I literally, when I'm at my listing presentations, I literally say to somebody, it's kind of like waiting for someone to lick the handle. Remember those commercials for the VWs, waiting for someone to lick the handle? It's mine. That's kind of what it's like. I watch people size each other up and they're looking at each other. And I say, I'm waiting for someone to lick the handle, because that's kind of what we get. We get people going, I'm putting an offer, and I'll put an offer, and I'm putting an offer. And we hear this, and it's fun to watch. It's fun. And I describe it that way to sellers when I'm in front of them. They get it and they love to see it. It's fun.
Nancy, I have 2 sisters, and I used to do that when I was a kid. My mom would bring out like some baked goods, and I just grab them and lick them. It's like, okay, they're not going to eat them now. Okay, so what are the other benefits? Okay, you ethically solicit other agents' listings. We talked about that, right? Other sellers. Who comes to your open houses? Sometimes it's people that have their house on the market with other real estate companies. And I would hear this all the time. I know you guys get this. So someone's listed with Coldwell Banker or whatever company, Century 21, whoever down the street, and I'm with Remax. And every weekend, I've got 15 or 20 people. It's a mess. Cars are all over the place. I'm thinking we got to call the cops. I got to get reinforcement. There's too many people here. And then the seller who's listed with one of my competitors walks in, and they take a look around. They see all this action, and they say, well, that's not going on over at my place. I've had my house listed like with 2 different agents, 2 different companies for 6 months. So you get that business as well. Now, here's the other benefit. How many buyers do we pick up? Right? Like I pick up, let's say 5 or 10 unattached buyers. That means they don't have an agent. Mm-hmm. Right? And so if I've got 6 houses open on my tour and I meet at least 5 unattached buyers, that's 30 buyers that I meet during my tour. You don't get those kind of numbers typically doing a traditional open house.
Right.
Yeah. Now, when they show up, all the buyers are there. They're coming through. Rudy, I noticed in some of your photos, Nancy, that you guys don't let them in without them filling something out.
Absolutely.
Are they filling it out ahead of time? Are they filling it out on the spot? The tour card?
They're filling it out before they come in the home. So we have clipboards with pens attached, and there are graders at the door handing them out, and they're taking the information. If someone declines giving information, they're not allowed in the home. So we're collecting. We used to have feedback sheets on the same. It's
this is where a lot of agents go sideways. They're like, "What do you mean you don't let them in if they don't give you their contact?"
We don't. It's my promise. It's my fiduciary duty, as Rudy attested, that to my sellers, I promise them that I'm going to know everybody coming into their open house. There's all sorts of concerns with all sorts of things, from COVID to safety issues. So if you're not willing to tell us who you are coming into the home, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to decline that showing. You can come back at another time with an agent. Absolutely.
Yeah, we made them. They gave us they had to give us their ID. They had to show.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
All right. So here's some resources, guys. Now, look, I want to apologize personally for the 15-minute disruption there on getting kicked out of Zoom, get back on. Like a lot of stuff was going on behind the scenes. I'm on with Andrea. I'm on with Adrian. Like we're trying to figure out how I'm blocked out of it. I had to switch computers.
Todd, you're not above everyone else. You have to pay your Zoom account, or they're just not going to let you in.
Exactly. That's what it was. All of a sudden, my bill got cut. The electricity got cut off. All right, here's the resources. I'm in the file library. That's what I love about this Craig Proctor coaching site, man. File library, there it is right there. Platinum Tour of Homes. There's 9 files in there. Rudy was talking about RBID. That's a little exclusive thing that we have for Platinum members, but there is a file library actually called Platinum RBID Library. You guys can see it right there. There's an additional 5 files in there. Rudy, I know that you're going to be talking to Platinum members a bit more later. When we break out here in an hour or so, and you're going to probably be dealing with a little bit more of that. But look, we want to thank you guys for sharing with us. We have lots of great Craig Proctor members doing these very, very untraditional open houses. You guys have done a good job with this. Congratulations on your success. I mean, people are freaking out right now that on the notion that they could get upwards of 100 buyers
to be in front of those within 30 minutes or an hour time frame. Next weekend, give yourself next weekend as a deadline. Go find a property to do this with, and that's what happens. Hey, let's say it's not 100, Craig. Let's say it's only 10. Who wants another 10 customers? Yeah.
Yeah, you have nothing to, for most of you watching this, you have nothing to lose. You know how to do it the traditional way. And many of you have typed in the chat, hey, that's why I don't do traditional open houses, because they really haven't been super effective for me. So let's reinvent it. Let's reinvent everything, right? Let's reinvent everything. Let's look at the norm in real estate and let's find a better way. Who says it has to be done that way? Some guy, I don't know, some guy 100 years ago said, here's how we should do an open house. And everybody just follows along. Okay, I guess I just sit at someone's house for 3 or 4 hours and I do it like everybody else. No, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah. Great job, guys. Really appreciate you guys coming on and showing off your implementation of Craig's system here.
Thanks for asking us.
Very proud of you.
Great job, guys. Appreciate it. Keep being you.
Thank you. Yes, that was great stuff. Okay, Craig. So we're moving right along, buddy. It's been a pretty crazy day. Everything good on your end there? Everything's working?
Yeah, everything's cool on my end.
Okay, good. Well, let's just let's take one more look here before we go to our next guest. Let's just make sure that everybody's know what's happening here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, here's the agenda right here. You guys can see it. I'll blow that up. Okay, here we are right here. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock. We're getting ready to go into direct mail with some multi-millionaire real estate agents here. You're going to be really wowed by this. And then around 4 o'clock, we're going to split the room up. Platinum members are going to move over to the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page. All right. So everybody should know where that is. You guys are active on it pretty regularly. So we'll do that here in about an hour. Okay. And then Craig and I are going to continue on right here with coaching level members. So
coaching members, you don't want to miss this. If you want to learn how to have the success that you've been hearing from these other members here over the last couple of days, that's what Todd and I are going to talk about. We are going to break down the 4 critical building blocks to achieve your goals, not just set your goals, but to actually do this. So that's coming up in a little less than an hour. Mm-hmm. So don't go anywhere. Hey, type into chat if you're loving this. Let us know what you think. Let us know if we're doing a good job here. Next up to bat, we've got Big Bad Bill Watson from Aurora, Colorado. You got your mic muted there, Bill. And we've got Tracy King. Tracy King, how you doing, my man? Start with you, Bill.
Doing great. Great to be here.
What's the temperature in Aurora, Colorado? What kind of day you got there, Bill?
It's gorgeous, man. It's gorgeous.
You're a bit of a direct mail expert, I would say.
We do a lot of it. Love it. Love direct mail.
How many millions of dollars do you think you've made in your career just from direct mail?
Well, I can attest that over $500,000 a year in our GCI has everything to do with direct mail. And, Craig, when I first, met you, which was 1998.
Bill, yeah, I remember speaking for Remax. Do you remember they had that?
I do.
I think it was called I don't know what it was called. It was like a Remax something, Legends or something. Anyway, they would have real estate trainers, coaches fly into Denver, and they had that Remax University. Mm-hmm. And I remember they would have a mock audience, or they'd invite some people, and you were at that audience. I remember that.
I was
way back when, and so they've got this little audience there inside their studios. Inside their studios, it was a studio audience. That's what it was. It was like a game show. So I'm presenting it as studio audience, and I look out, and who do I see sitting in the front row? Me. Bill Watson. It was kind of nice. I had Bill Watson there. So I always remember that, Bill. That was awesome. Hey, let's bring Tracy on as well. So that's Bill's Hall of Fame baseball card right there. Bill works with his 2 sons, and that's his history right there. And now let's flip up Tracy King's card. And Tracy, you got yourself muted there.
Look at that.
All right.
Here we go. Tracy, you are the king of realtors in your marketplace.
That's correct.
It's a pretty good real estate name, isn't it?
It is. It's a great real estate name. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than Tracy Peasant. You're a huge direct mail guy.
Yeah.
I want to hear from both of you guys. So I want to hear exactly what you're doing, because I know you're big into testing and you're consistent and you've got this figured out. First of all, here's a question for both of you. What do you say to those watching right now that might say, well, direct mail is like old fashioned, like that's not the thing to do anymore. That's old school. That's 1990s.
Well, I would say if you're in my marketplace, keep thinking that way, because I'm going to beat you. We've generated year to date gross commissions income $1.2 million in direct mail at a cost of only $134,000.
Okay, everybody plug that in your calculator. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yes.
Write it down.
Year to date, as of, what's the day? As of Monday, when I put this together, we generated 1.2 million in GCI at $134,000 spend. That's 9 times the spend.
How many of you would invest? Because some of you would think, oh my God, $134,000. Yeah, but Tracy in return got 1.2 million. How many of you would just focus on the 134,000? How many of you want to focus on the 1.2 million? So you didn't start off spending $134,000, right? You started spending off a lot less, and you're like, hey man, this works. And then you cranked up the volume over time.
Sure did. The first thing I did, Craig, Todd told me to make sure I picked at least one thing to go back and implement into my marketplace. And at that time, this was back in 2012. At that time, it was expires. We had a lot of them. So I implemented the expired letter program. And the first month, it just started working. I'm like, okay, this stuff works. So I'm easy to sell. If it starts working, so I was all in. So I dove in, and we just took it from there.
Yeah, buddy. Let's look at some examples. You want to do that?
Yeah, I want to see how you make $1.2 million on what? Hey, Todd, can you pull your calculator up on your desktop?
I can pull it up.
Yeah, no, just go to the left corner there. Pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I want to show on my computer. So
yeah. Okay, if you don't know how to do that.
Well, I got my calculator right here, big dog.
Okay.
I know what you want to do.
All right. I want to show everybody what the profit is on this, because I can do the math here. But we're big into demonstration. So Todd's going to plug into his computer's calculator 1.2 million, and he's going to subtract 134,000. Okay. So I want everyone to forget about the 134,000. Because that's the reason why you're not going to do it. Because like, oh my God, you spent $134,000. And Tracy, as you know, everyone's fixated on what something costs. That's the profit right there.
Yeah.
Now, Tracy, so that's over $1 million. It's $1,066,000. So Tracy, you didn't have to go into the forest, chop down the tree, take the trees to the printer. You didn't have to know how the printing presses worked. You didn't have to take this out. You didn't have to do any of that. All you had to do was make a decision that based on the numbers here, this money will come in automatically to my business. So let's have a look at some examples of exactly what you're doing, what you've tried, what you've learned during this this voyage you've taken down the road of direct mail. And then Bill will do the same.
Okay. So Tracy, I'll let you walk through what we're looking at here, and I'll blow it up. This looks like a 2-pager. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So what it is, it's the home that expired. We pull it up on Zillow, and we show that what Zillow says it's worth, and we circle it, and we put in there that we know your home is worth more than this, and then we have buyers. You see the little sticky note. We have buyers interested in your home. It's got our phone number up above. You've got it. Our guaranteed sale. Tracy and seller must agree upon price and possession date. we show a picture of their home, and on down was, call us to discuss. We put the phone number on it a couple of times because Todd caught that and said we need to put it on, make sure we got it listed at every piece of mail. On the back side of that same page, Todd, I added the 5-star reviews that we're getting. So this is all in one page. So on the back side of it, they're going to see the reviews of what we've done for other sellers in the area. And we have like, I don't know, 20 different ones that will switch in and out depending on the message. Like this is for a cabin. So we had vacation homes. So we had reviews that matched that property, that, hey, this is other cabins we sold. So if we're selling a high-end luxury home in West Knoxville, we have reviews that go along with that particular type of listing.
I love the handwriting.
That's not mine because you can read it. So,
but that's killer. Does everybody see that?
I see it. I'm just trying to like Tracy. That's kind of ugly. I think my stuff needs to be. I can't do that because my customers won't go for all of that scribble, and it's kind of ugly. I think I need to do something different. Make it prettier.
Okay. There is one thing I just sitting here looking at this. One thing that we should add on that front page is I don't know. I'm just thinking of like something. Zillow's never been to your home. How do they know what's worth?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It gets their attention.
Well, Zillow's not a real estate company. Last time I checked.
No, they're pretty close now.
Yeah.
All right. So, what are we looking at now?
Let's see. What are we looking at here? Oh, this is part of the expired letters. Yeah, this is the expired letter. One of the expired letters we send out.
It's a 4-page sales letter. We'll look at all the pages.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this
is the main letter we send out. Then we have inserts that go with it. So we send out the Zillow letter. We call it the Zillow letter, which is, we send that out first. And then the next letter that should be going out, but you don't have a picture of, I don't think, is the check letter.
Oh, you want to look at we'll go back to go look at the check. Then we'll come back to this. Everybody's like, what do you mean check?
That's the next letter we send out.
Okay. All right. You got to walk me through it. Here it is. Here's the check.
Yeah. All right. So I'm making a note here for what I said a minute ago. I'm going to add, so that's never been in your house. Okay. Got it. All right. So we handwrite to the order of, and that's, of course, that's the person that we're directing this note to, which I love because it's directing it.
Right here, this check right here. So in other words, I get an envelope in the mailbox. It's one of those check window envelopes. So looking through the window of the envelope is right here. And it's addressed to Craig Proctor, whatever his address is there, Stellar Drive, Newmarket, Ontario, whatever. So Craig's like, that looks like a check. And then you're kind of fooling me here. You even got this little foil seal.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you would be more likely to open something that you think is a real check?
I do all the time.
Yeah, I'm always looking for direct mail to see, just see what other businesses are doing in other industries. But yeah, I mean, so I open up the check. Now, why are you sending me essentially a fake check? I open the envelope. Like, why are you doing it? Why do that?
So you'll open it. So you'll open up the letter.
Your question answered the question.
Yeah, I want you to open it.
All right, so hold on. This is not an actual check. This is a representation of the earnest deposit you receive when we guarantee the sale of your home. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So now let's look at mailing piece number 2. How many pages? This is a 4-pager as well, right?
This is. Yeah, it's the same. It's identical to the other 4-page letter. It's just with the check.
So this is page 1. Your home sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it. So you're making a big claim, a performance guarantee. I guess this is the this is one of the other pages right here. 4 big reasons to call Tracy.
Yeah, our stats.
Yeah, statistical USPs.
Right.
Right. Okay. All right. Now let's go look at the other 2 pages of the mailer.
Okay.
All right. Here they are right here. Boom. This is it. Yep. All right, let me flip that around so everybody can see it. Boom.
There we go.
There we go. And this is one of my favorite one right here is Tracy is the agent with the buyers. Sweet.
Showing proof that we have a bunch of buyers. I had an agent one time call me up because I was talking about, I said I had over 10,000 buyers on my database. He called me up, basically called me a liar. I said, I said, the reason, I said, why I said 10,000? He goes, why? I said, because it's really 50,000. You wouldn't believe that number either.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right there, 51,000.
51,000. That number's grown, of course, but.
Yeah, think about that. How hard is it to fail when you have 50,000 prospects in your database? This is how we started off the Marketing and Money Making Summit, creating an abundance or overflow of leads. How many home sales are you going to do this year?
Let's see, we're going to do, I've got it up here. We're going to do somewhere around 600, 650, somewhere between 650 and about 6.1, 6.2 million in GCI.
Okay, so let me shrink this value. Now tell us about the inserts, where you get them, what they're all about, so that everybody's clear on it. And then we'll go to the coaching site and we'll show everybody where they are.
Well, one thing I want to shout out is, Mark Gastineau was one that really, I copied him. I know he got the material from you guys, but I copied him and that's what I've been working off of and just plug and play. But you can go into the CP site and it's under the, probably the expired letter program, but these are all the sheets you would enter and they're colored for a reason because that color is going to match the envelope that you're sending it, that one particular mailing into.
So in other words, the color of the insert inside the 4-pager matches the color of the envelope is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay. How likely is it that your home will actually get sold by the agent you choose to sell it? Craig, you'll recognize that.
I do. Most people simply assume that when they list their home, it'll be sold, especially in good economic times and hot markets. Well, as you can see, I've attached a lottery ticket to this page. Why? Because actually, because it's spelt wrong there. Because actually the odds of most agents getting your home sold are not very good. Not as bad as a lottery, but still a gamble. In fact, over the past year, I sold 81% of the properties listed within the term of the listing agreement. Obviously, selling your home does not have to be a crapshoot. You can gamble on an agent with a low batting average or who won't disclose his or her batting average. Maybe with your home, he or she will do better. Or you can rely on my 81% success ratio, very powerful with the image of the lottery ticket. In other words, you know what? Buying a lottery ticket, that's real fun, but you don't want to gamble with your biggest asset, which is your house. So just call Tracy King and start packing.
Now the back of these flyers, Tracy, that you're inserting in your direct mail, it's like you list, it's just a list of homes you've sold.
Right. Just a lot of different list of homes that we've sold that people should recognize the areas.
The flyer's going out, but on the back side of the flyer, it's not blank.
No. No, you never send anything blank, no blank paper.
All right, let's look at another. Okay. Warning and shocking fact. Reasons people would never go back to another real estate agent, and then you come along with more social proof of why people come to you. Okay. Combating that. Okay. Everybody see that? Let's go look at another. I'll pick up the pace a little bit here, Tracy. Okay. Who hires Tracy King in the Kings of Real Estate? CEOs, executives.
What I like about this marketing piece is it appeals to everybody, right? I'm looking at this as a home seller. I'm like, well, I don't know if he's good enough for CEOs, executives, and business owners. He's like probably like can sell my house. sales professionals and marketing oriented entrepreneurs. And it tells you why. Why is Tracy like, why is he good working with sales professionals? Why is he good working with doctors and hospital administrators? Why, like executives, they're thoroughly familiar with the benefits of a team approach. Exceptional busy couples, people who are not real estate investors or experts, people who do not have time for do-overs. So pretty much it's breaking it down. So whoever you are, you see yourself in one of those groups.
Yep.
It's good stuff, man.
Couple of more. Who will write the ad that sells your house? Words matter.
You were talking about this yesterday, Todd, adding an S.
Yes. Just demonstration of, oh, that makes perfect sense. I can see that right now. View versus views. One letter makes all the difference in the world. So things that the average homeowner doesn't think about, I shouldn't say that. Things the average real estate agent doesn't think about. And this program that we're referring to is absolutely Craig Proctor's system. So that's pretty strong social proof. So it's the same 4-page sales letter that goes out to the prospects. And how often does it go out, Tracy? How often are you sending it?
I send a letter out every 2 days because it's a pretty fast-paced market right now.
All right, one more time. How often are you putting stuff in the prospect's mailbox?
Every 2 days.
All right, we'll say that one more time.
Every 2 days.
Okay, now a lot of people are like, oh my God, every 2 days. Well, that's expensive. It's like $1. It's $1. And then you're mailing it to what you say, you're mailing this to expireds, FSBOs, as well as people that own a home in the marketplace, but they don't live there.
Do you want to know who doesn't do this? Tracy's competitors. That's who doesn't do it. They would shy away. They go, oh my God, $134,000. I'm never going to do that. Net profit over $1 million just on one thing. I don't know, Tracy, I'm kind of with you. If I'm making $1 million and I don't have to go into the woods and chop the trees down and drag the trees to the printing presses, and all you have to do is say, yeah, I'm going to take this stuff off the coaching site and I'm going to send it to the printer. And yeah, man, I'm going to keep doing it. I am going to keep doing things that work. It's amazing how many realtors, even when they discover something that works, they give up on it. They get tired, they get bored or tired of their marketing before the marketplace does.
They don't do enough.
Yeah, we've been doing this since 2012. Just talking about the expired letter itself, and we've made some tweaks and added the Zillow. Picked up the Zillow letter from Kristen Stampini. I think she's the one. I've copied so many people I don't even know who to give kudos to. But
tell us about these yellow Post-it notes, because that's what we're looking at here. Like, why is that a big deal? Why do you put those on here?
Okay, so we get that. We stick those on the letter. So we, if they pull that off and they use that and stick it somewhere, they've got it. It's a separation. So we have all the different pieces have our information on it, our UPS on it, and our USB. And so if something else gets lost or they throw something away, they've still got one or the other. Chances are they're going to keep something.
Okay, so let's get everybody. We'll go check out Bill's stuff here. This is where you're going to find all these flyers, guys. Right there, it says Dan Kennedy material, Craig's pal. Right there, where's it at? Dan Kennedy material. Okay, you can see that. So you can go there, and every single one of those flyers that we're looking at and more are right here for you to copy and use. I'm just scrolling down so you can see that there's literally 23 files in that library. Okay, good job. Tracy, one more right here. I think, Tracy, you said you were using the materials from this file library here.
Yeah.
Platinum expired FSBO seller prospect. 42 files there. Yeah, for sure. So nice job, big dog.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice job.
Hey, Tracy.
Yes.
So if you were talking to one of our new members, a new student, and they said, well, like how many direct mail pieces should I send out to know if something even works? Like, can I just send out 1,000? Like what would you say to that?
Well, I'll give you, for instance, I've got a postcard I send out every month, and I send out 18,000 of them. It costs me 17 grand a month, and I send out 18,000 postcards. I started off, I sent out 3, then I sent out 5, and then once I hit over 8, my return went way up. So I thought, okay, send the whole list. So I've ramped it up, and we're at 18,000 postcards a month after month, except in July and August. I stopped those 2 months, and that's a strategy. But anyway, that's what we're doing. We're spending $17,000 a month doing that, and it's our number one source of getting listings. And I'm carrying 131 listings.
131, that's amazing. So the point is this: if you're going to send out 1,000 mailers or 2,000 mailers, and you're going to judge direct mail on that, in my experience, that's just not enough. You can't make a judgment on how this is going to work. That would be like running one ad on Facebook, or I don't know, one ad in a magazine. I would say if you're going to do direct mail, send out at least 5,000 or don't bother.
I agree. And you have to do it more than one time too, Craig. You can't just send it once, 1 month.
Well, you're going to want to do it, because if it works, you're going to want to do it. You're going to not only going to want to do it over and over again, you're going to do the math and say, well, 5,000 got me that. What would 10,000 get me? What would 15,000 get me? And that's what Tracy and I are talking about, is he didn't start off with 18,000. He's like, well, I did 5 and I made a really good return. What happens if I do 10? What happens if I do 15? So in my marketplace, I was sending out 20,000 every other week. The reason why I was limited, there's only 20,000 homes. I couldn't send them anymore. All right. Thanks, Tracy, so much. Hang out with us here, but let's go over to Bill. And Bill invented this postcard.
Well, I didn't invent anything. Todd and I worked on this pretty hard. And
Bill, I'm trying to give you some credit here. You invented this postcard.
Okay,
we refer to it as the Bill Watson postcard.
Well, over time, it got made better. Yes. So I invented it.
You invented this. I'm giving you you invented this postcard. So if anyone tries this, by the way, and it doesn't work, don't blame me. You got to blame the inventor, Bill Watson.
Yes.
Okay, Bill, tell us about this.
So we do these consistently. This is a 6x11 card. These are going out every month. Even if we sell a house, we create a postcard. And so what this does is this hits everything that we're supposed to hit. It hits the reasons why you would call us. We're making offers on our guaranteed sale using the 800 number or calling us directly. Or they can get AccurateHousePrice.com. They can go to our website or call us directly there as well. And so it's a powerful card. We really don't change it. The thing that we change in here really is just the stats as they get better, or just to make sure that we've got those correct. The other thing that we've started doing with this is, something to appreciate. So Craig, when a lot of us started in this business, so I started back in the 80s, right? And that's all you either did mail or you did nothing. And so one of the things I learned over time was that a phone call makes postcards 6 times more effective. And so what we do now is when this card goes out and we know it's going to drop, and you may know this because I think I've got you tagged on some of our voice broadcasts. We're also voice broadcasting using Cold Research, the houses that these are going to. And the other thing is that we also get this created in a JPEG so that we can push it out as an ad on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and everywhere else. So this card gives us the ability to repurpose it, very, very heavily. And
okay, good stuff there. I want you to rewind that, Billy, and I want you just to repeat that again. First of all, talk about Cole, what they do, because not everyone's aware of them. It's one of our vendors. What information they provide you, and then repurposing it.
Yeah, so with Coal Directory, it's one of our vendors. Craig, you remember when they had the two books and they were crisscross directories.
Yep.
Well, now I can go into Coal and I can get all the phone numbers in the market area where I'm marketing to. I can really get just about any information I need.
Yeah, you can get cell phone numbers, landline, email.
Yes, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're showing you that right now on the coaching site.
So when we mail these, then we know what we know the day that they go out, what day they're going to drop, so that we also follow it up with a voice broadcast. And I know I have Todd and you on those as we do those. And we have just sold voice broadcasts in the file library that we just basically, tweaked a little bit, and that's what we use.
Yep, I do get your messages right on my landline here.
And then the other thing that we do is we get this done in a JPEG, because then we can also take this and push it out on the social networks as well. So we really bleed these cards as much as we can. So it's not just in the mail, it's hitting on voice broadcast, and it's going out on omnipresence.
Okay, so if I'm in your target, I'm getting this in my mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
On Facebook, I'm seeing this in my news feed. Mm-hmm. I'm getting a voice broadcast from you, and I'm getting an email from you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many of you are not doing that? How many of you are doing like one thing? So this is market domination, right? And this is creating this omnipresence. So the prospect that's in Bill's target, their perception is Bill is everywhere. It's not their perception. Bill is everywhere. Bill is in their inbox. Bill has left them a ringless voice message or a voice message. He's in their mailbox. He's in their news feed. He's on Instagram. He's everywhere with a consistent message.
Yes. And, I want to talk to Tracy's point too. And I know everybody here knows this, that's certainly here right now is when we started the expired campaign a few years ago, it literally took, Tracy got instant success. It took us 3 months to get our first listing. And now we generate over $300,000 a year GCI with our letter, right? So now it's the same thing with this card. You take a look at this card, and it costs us about $1,200 a month on a distribution of 5,000. And all I have to capture is a 1% market share. And I've got, it's $500,000, right? So you got, small numbers in our business create big numbers.
So $1,200 gets you 5,000 postcards, and that gets you $500,000 in commission.
Out the door.
Okay, Bill, I'd probably just keep doing that.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we'll never stop.
just keep doing.
So
how long have you never stopped? Like you've been just doing this for years and years and years and years and years. Same message, boom, 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 boom. And so let me be the naysayer. Like, wouldn't people just like get bored of that? Like, no, the market is like a moving carousel. So even though you do this week after week after week after week, it falls in the hands. This postcard, this direct mail piece, falls in the hands of people that are not interested because they're not in the marketplace. Mrs. Smith, who's got your postcard in her mailbox for 10 years, ignored it because up until today, she was happily married or happily employed, right? Like, the kids were still at home, or, things have changed for this prospect now. It's not that your message has changed. We have to understand the marketplace is like a moving carousel. Same deal with my postcard. I tweaked. I know Tracy does the same thing. We tweak it. Once we can't make it any better, boom, we just hit it over and over and over again. And it's amazing the consistent response that you get. Like every time you send out 5,000, within a very small spread, how many leads and appointments and listings you're going to get from that.
And the thing about it, Craig, and you hit it right on the nose, is that when these cards go out, everybody's life changes, and the card doesn't become noticeable until that life change takes place, right? Right. So motivation, right, is the seed of making this happen. And what has to change, what has to cause the motivation is something in life that changes to change your housing needs. And so that's why it can't stop. And we just don't stop. It's every month, every month. This is our pillar, right? This is one of our pillars. And that pillar will always, it'll always continue. It just,
Let's talk about video, Bill. So, because I noticed that on your outgoing direct mail, you started using QR codes, driving people to video. Has this upped response rates at all? Increased?
Yeah, it has. And I started doing for a while there, I thought the QR code went the way of the dinosaur. And we started using the QR code on this card, I think, almost 2 years ago. And it's amazing the responses that we get. And then I can tell when people, log into it through the company that I've used this with. So
what is that video? Just a USP testimonial video?
It's a testimonial. It's this family at the very top. It's their testimonial.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me make sure I'm walking through it here. So this is a good way to summarize what I'm seeing. Craig, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but when I'm looking at Tracy's direct mail and I'm looking at Bill's direct mail, here's what I'm discovering. I'm seeing a consistent message around six, we'll call it 6 secret ingredients, if you guys didn't pick up on it. All right, I'm going to give them to you. All right, number 1 on the list of 6 would be risk reversal or a performance guarantee. Risk reversal or performance guarantee, your home sold guarantee, or I'll buy it. And that would be number 1. Some sort of risk reversal message. In this case, performance guarantee. The ultimate one, your home sold guaranteed or I'll buy it. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, all right, a unique consumer program. I've noticed on all of your direct mail, like this. I have a database of buyers in waiting. I'm the agent with the buyers. We have a database. Your home may already be sold. Unique consumer program. So we'll call that number 2. All right. Number 3, number 4, and number 5 are statistical USPs. Saw it on all of Tracy's direct mail, seen it on all of Bill's, especially on this one piece of mail. Number 1, we sell homes for more money. Number 2, we sell them faster. Number 3, it's just more likely to sell. Statistical USPs, superior stats. So you're crushing your competition with statistics. Now, where are you guys getting these statistics from, these stats?
We track our numbers always, so I can look and see that. And then I just match them up against the averages within our MLS. But you'll also notice that I've got my disclosure down there that's based upon a certain listing period.
Gotcha, yes.
And so I'm always manipulating that, and I'm using listing periods that make us look, like the one I've got, the card that I've got going out now, our average days is 9.2 days.
Gotcha. Yeah. So in other words, you update your stats.
Yeah.
They're better than the market average. Tracy, how are you using your statistics?
Copy Bill's. No, I get them from the MLS, just doing a research. So our MLS helps that. So it's pretty easy to get.
Yeah. We use React.
So I know, you can get them in lots of places. In Toronto, the Toronto Real Estate Board publishes these every month. Like, okay, thank you very much. I know my stats. I know the Toronto Real Estate Board stats. And so I'm going to set myself apart. Okay, so
hold on.
One of the aggressive things I did in print once, I did it a few times, is I listed every agent in our area by number of home sales. Of course, like I was at the top of the list by far. So that was pretty aggressive. So, here I am, Craig Proctor, number of sales, next agent, next agent, next agent, next agent. So I don't know if you guys want to get that aggressive, but you couldn't do that in Canada now because they have this Canadian Privacy Act. So you get in trouble for doing that because agents are deemed to be, even though it's business, it's deemed to be personal, which doesn't make sense. But anyway, I know in some of your marketplaces you could do that. So I don't know how aggressive you want to be, but I was pretty aggressive with the marketing, and direct mail is a great way to get that message out. Look, some of you think this is old, but I'm telling you, what's old is new, because everybody's on Facebook, everybody's on Instagram, but there's very few of your competitors that understand direct mail, and they won't invest the money. they won't invest the money. Like they're just not going to. They shy away. Some of you, how many of you freaked out when Tracy said I spent $134,000 in direct mail? Like right there, most of your competitors will just shut down right there. So, but remember what Tracy said. He didn't start off with a budget of $134,000. So it wasn't a gamble. He knew his, gambling is going to Las Vegas. This is not a gamble. He knows his numbers. Tracy, before you do your next mailing, you know exactly how much money you're going to make. Bill, same thing with you, right? I mean, you know it. It's not maybe, and it happens over and over and over again. So that gives you the confidence to level up, to expand the number you're going to distribute, because you know you've got that consistency. You know that if what you're making with 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. So that's just another pillar. It's not the only thing that these guys do, but they do a really good job of it. And most agents are not going to do this. They're going to nibble around the edges of direct mail. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to send out a couple thousand. It's not going to be a jackpot. And then they're going to give up on direct mail. And they're going to say, yeah, I tried that. It didn't work. Now, we don't want that for you. Tracy said, I want all my competitors to have that experience. I want all my competitors to send out 2,000, do exactly what Craig said, and give up because it doesn't work. And that's just know when you do these things that your competitors will give up. They're not going to offer a guaranteed home sale. They're not going to be bold. They're going to shy away from this. And that's good. That's good. Like, here's the deal. Some of you are worried, like, well, if I do this, what if like other people, you don't have to worry about other people doing it. It's all that Todd and I can do to show you guys how to do this. Right. So like, Bill and Tracy have been around for a long, long time. They didn't start this last week. They built this up on confidence, and now they're experts at it.
Excellent experts. Yeah, for sure. So I said there were 6 ingredients. There's number 6 there. And that is third party endorsement.
Yeah, repeat those 6 again. I would write this down, guys. This is Todd's brilliance in breaking this down here. There's 6 ingredients. Like, you want to make a cake, you want to make the best cake in the world. The world's greatest baker or chef would have the ingredients. Todd's going to run these through again. Here's the 6 ingredients of this world-class direct mail campaign.
Mm-hmm. Number 1, performance guarantee, which will reverse risk. All right, number 1. Number 2, a unique consumer program. The thing that sellers want, buyers. I'm the agent with buyers. Database of buyers in waiting. That's a unique consumer program. 3, 4, and 5, statistical USPs, superior stats. Actual comparisons of your numbers to the average real estate agent. And number 6, third-party endorsement, which could be testimonials, reviews, even bills just sold would be a form of third-party endorsement for sure. So I went to the coaching site and I pulled up this ID number here. You guys want to go do that? ID 556 is good mailing example. And when you do that, check it out. You'll see the consistencies in all of this. Okay, you were talking about Mark, one of our coaches, Tracy.
Yeah.
Here's page 1. You notice, let's find all 6. No, page 1, risk reversal, performance guarantee. Next page, look at that, superior statistics. Superior stats right there. Okay. Let's come here up, third-party endorsement and unique consumer program. Look at that. Very consistent all the way around in this direct mail, whether it's the Zillow mailer, whether it's this 4-page flyer. All right. And then, as Tracy said, you can throw in even more. Okay. Like Tracy, I'm looking at them right here. I guess you just went to the coaching site and just copied and implemented these additional enclosures or inserts that we looked at earlier. There they all are right there.
That's right. Yeah.
For platinum members especially.
And coaching members, you can, I'm sure you're taking some screenshots there, but that's some pretty good stuff. And you guys have done a good job. Now, and the other thing that we learned from you was how often to mail. Okay, so if you said you're targeting, an expired or for sale by owner or something like that, trying to get their attention in their mailbox, you are sending them something every other day.
Yeah, we're sending out, I get a report every day, and we're sending out around 400 letters every single day.
Now, a lot of people think, Tracy, though, that you got to send something different. Now, even though you sent the same thing, in other words, it looked a little different, but let's face it, it had the same message on every single piece. Same
Right.
6 secret, super special ingredients on every single mailing.
Mm-hmm.
Into their mailbox. The only thing that really changed was a Post-it.
That's it. My stats, my name, my picture, and
whether it's every other day or every 5 days, pretty frequently for some period of time. How long do you stick with it if I'm one of these seller prospects?
I don't stop until they call and tell me they want me to list their house or quit mailing me.
All right. So in other words, go pound sand or come get me.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I have a question for you. All right, so I'm monitoring the chat. So if you guys want to talk to me, just know I'm zipping between like being live on the Zoom, and then I'm going over to YouTube where there's a little bit of delay. But I'm reading all your questions. So if you want to say hi to me or any of us, let's make this interactive because I'm reading all the questions. But there's some that I want to address here. Okay, so. There's one here that says, well, there's another Craig Proctor member that's using direct mail. I guess I shouldn't do it. I'm going to opt out. So let's say that there was someone else in Denver that was sending out direct mail. Bill, would you decide, well, because there's someone else, another Craig Proctor member using direct mail, that I'm not going to do it? Because here's the way I look at that. The way I look at that is, you're in Aurora, Colorado, right, Bill?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to open a restaurant, but there's already restaurants in Aurora, so I probably shouldn't open my restaurant, right? Because there's already lots of restaurants. I just want to share with you guys, this is flawed thinking. Okay, let's take Tracy King. Let's say that there was a competitor that came in and they knocked off Tracy King's. Like Tracy would not like this. But if the math still worked, he would do it, or Tracy would change the marketing. But you can't make decisions that something's not going to work for you just because somebody else is doing it. Like when I was selling real estate, everybody copied me. Mm-hmm. And some of them weren't paying me, right? But if the math still works, right? Like you keep doing it. So I wouldn't have that thinking that, well, if someone else is doing it, that it's not going to work for me. No. You do it. What if it works for both of you? Like that would be saying, there's already one Craig Proctor member in Denver. So therefore, if there's other members in Denver, then that would hurt Bill. No, that would mean that Bill's going to do really well and the other member is going to do really well. That's what's going to happen.
Our message.
Exactly. So, this is some of the thinking that we get is, well, if someone else is doing it, how would it work for me? Those thoughts are based on scarcity. And some of you have this scarcity mindset because I get it, because you don't have a lot of business. So that's real for you. You're living in scarcity because that's been your experience. Your experience in real estate is there must not be many buyers and sellers because I have such a hard time finding them. So obviously there can't be very many of them around, when the real truth is they're out there in droves. Whether Bill Watson sells real estate or not, they're in the greater Denver area. There's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of homes that sell. Bill is going to get his unfair share of those transactions. Bill isn't worried about what the competitors do. Bill, are you making your decisions based on what other agents do?
No.
Bill is making his decisions on when he spends $1 on this or that, what his return on investment is. Same with Tracy. Tracy's not making decisions based on what other agents are doing or what other agents are thinking. And most agents are not going to do this. Like, just know, I'm going to repeat this again. The reason we do conferences like this is, believe me, it's like all we can do to get you guys to do this. Okay, you don't have to worry about what the other guy's doing. Like, just worry about what you're going to do and that you're going to take action on these things. And if the math works, you're going to keep doing it. And if the math doesn't work, we're going to play with it to see if we can get it to work. And if it doesn't, you move on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Guys, this is like an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? If you don't like this presentation or the last presentation, you don't have to do all this. What we want you guys to do is we want you to do something. Nobody's saying you have to do direct mail. We're just saying, what if? Nobody's saying you have to do open houses. We're just saying, what if there's a better way of doing open houses? Nobody has to run our Facebook ads, our Instagram, our Google, our LinkedIn stuff. Nobody has to do all of it. What we want you to do is to pick a few things and really dig deep and master it before you judge it. Bill and Tracy, there's been lots of Craig Proctor things that you guys have tried over the years where the first thing you tried it, you didn't hit a home run, right? There's some things that you abandoned, some things that you didn't get quite right in the beginning, but you stuck with it. You played around with it and you got it to work really well. And then you built a fence around it and you just keep doing it over and over again.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So much of this, guys, is a mental game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So much of this is a mental game. The biggest battle we have with all of our members is bursting through those barriers and helping people get their head around. The actual doing of it is not that difficult. It's fighting through all the old paradigms, all the stuff that you've been taught, what you see the other agents doing, what your brokers told you to do. It's fighting all the way through that. And Bill, you're not new in this business. How many years?
36.
How much baggage did Bill Watson carry around before he met me? You had 2 big bags.
I was in it a while.
He's in it a while, right? It's like Bill met me. He's like, well, that's not what I was taught. Bill came to me and he's like, Craig, you don't understand. Before I met you, I've been in this for 25 or 30 years. There's nothing more for me to learn. I've heard it all before. And we had to sit Bill down. Todd and I had to cut his head off, pull his head off, pull all that stuff out of his brain, put his head back on, and then program Bill's brain with new information. And who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks, Bill?
An older dog.
An older dog. But man, you've done a great job. Consistently the top agent in your marketplace. Tracy, you've hit it out of the park. They haven't seen anything like you before in your marketplace.
No, I came into, when we started this up, we were in Sevier County, which is in, everybody knows where Dollywood is. So that's where we started up. And then we moved into Knoxville, another marketplace. And there was a sales team there that was number one. They were a Keller Williams sales team. They were number one. And by year number 2, being in that marketplace, we're crushing them.
They've never seen anything like this. And this is how fast this can happen.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to say something real quick, Craig, to all those people out there listening that's in coaching. But I mentioned that the first thing I did was the expired letters. But of course, you can't get all that info without being a plat. But I jumped right into platinum because I saw the value right off. And so, I had a big, huge advantage over a lot of other people because I went right into platinum, just hit it. And I'm thankful that I did. So if you're not all in yet, you need to get there because you're wasting days.
Can I echo a little bit of what Tracy said? When I finally got formally into coaching in 2005, I was being Frank Parcinello was my coach, and it was about 6 months when I got invited into platinum. And Todd may not remember the exact email exchanges that went back and forth then because I was scared to death to make that jump. I'm so glad I did because from there, so in 2005, our GCI was about 180 grand. I joined platinum, and in 2006, it went to 506,000. And then I got the Quantum Leap Award in 2008.
Look at how much big. Hey, hold that up, Bill. Look how much bigger they were.
Oh, I know.
Right. So due to rising costs, we've had to shrink them down. I just
So
yeah,
hey, Craig,
Tracy, everything's bigger. Like you get a bag of chips, it's full of air now. We've actually using less glass today.
so the funny thing about this, and Kim and I laugh about this at every conference, is that the day that I got the award, I ended up getting 2 of them because the first one I got, quantum, was spelled wrong. It was the quantam.
We must have had Todd do the spelling on that one.
So, but I will tell you that it's been both, we're a family business. Both of my boys only know our way, the Proctor way. And I'm talking about a couple young guys now that are making like $225,000 a year. They're buying $500,000 houses at the age of 27 and 35 without school loans. I mean, it's blowing my mind, and it never would have happened. And so without this, right? And so now you guys are a lot younger than me. So this will probably still be going on for a while. And who knows what happens to me, 10, 15 years down the road, but you ain't getting rid of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate it, guys. You guys have always been great advocates, great shares. Give them a high five in the chat, guys. Let them know how much we appreciate their sharing. They're always there for you, by the way, too. You ever reach out to these guys, they'll get back to you. They'll help you out. Big shares, like all Craig Proctor superstars are. So thank you very much, guys.
Good to see you, Bill. You, Craig, Todd.
Everybody.
Thanks, Bill. You guys are amazing.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to get into some more awesomeness here. Todd's going to explain how this is going to work. Don't go anywhere because now this is where it gets really cool.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm going to tell you how this is going to work.
Absolutely. Platinum members, go to the Platinum Facebook page, and Rudy and crew will be there waiting on you. That's all you got to do. You got to go to the Platinum Facebook page and then continue on with the next couple of sessions there. With all of the Platinum members, there'll be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Matter of fact, I guess I could pull that up for kicks right now and just so everybody understands.
Yeah, you better demonstration is best. So Todd's going to show you, just in case, first of all, you have to be a Platinum member to go here. This is an exclusive breakout session for Platinum members at our private Platinum Facebook group. So show us how to go there, Todd. And a reminder, we're starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. That's 7 a.m. Pacific time. Todd and I have a special treat now for the coaching members. You're still in coaching. We are going to talk to you about the Next Level Platinum program, how you can get involved. We'll talk about what the investment is, talk about your guarantees. So we are going to get into the big building blocks, how to take this thing to the next level. So coaching members, you just hang with us. This is where Platinum members are going to go. Right here, there's our private Facebook group. So just in your Facebook window there, just type in CP Platinum Millionaire Maker Connections. And if you're a member of our Platinum Facebook group, you'll get access. And if you're not, you won't. It's that simple.
Yep, that's it. And Rudy will be there. He'll be leading the charge with all the Platinum members. So now go do that now. You can exit out right here on this link and go to log into your Facebook page, go to Platinum Facebook page and continue on with your sessions there. They'll be presented to you using Facebook Live. And I want to thank Rudy and crew for managing that and running that. Great job, everyone. That's super cool. And Craig and I are going to stay right here with all the coaching members and continue to work with all of them for the next couple of hours here before we land the plane today.
Yep,
Craig,
we're going to work with coaching members up till 6 p.m. And then we're going to end it at 6 p.m. That's just Eastern time, of course. And then everyone will all be back together at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is 7 a.m. California time.
Oh yeah, man. We still
For
got
the third day. We still got a big chunk of information to get through here.
another half day tomorrow yet to go for sure. So give everybody a chance to do that. Go do that right now. Platinum members, Platinum Facebook page, coaching members, right here with legendary #1 real estate agent in all of history, Mr. Craig Proctor. Craig, you know why I say that? Like, you've heard me say that, and you don't say much about it, and I wouldn't expect you to. But here's why I say, Craig's #1 real estate agent ever in history. I don't know any other real estate agents who were #1 in their, in the world, respectively, while simultaneously building a coaching seminar business and taking your system that you did and being able to deliver that to agents in the world. So don't think it's ever been pulled off before that I've ever seen. So being able to do that, sell hundreds and hundreds of homes, be #1, recognized in the world that way, while helping other real estate agents do the same, is why I say that. So an amazing feat.
Well, yeah, you're either one or the other, but it's not usual that you're both. And it was very difficult to ride 2 horses for 20 years. One horse that I was riding was having this thriving real estate team, 500 to 600 transactions a year. And at the same time, I was riding a different horse, this growing seminar and coaching and training business for real estate agents. But I wouldn't be where I am today because I couldn't tell you how to be successful as an agent without being successful as an agent. I know there's a lot of trainers out there that have never sold a house, never been a real estate agent before, and they're going to tell you how to get rich doing this. I don't know. I don't know how I could. I don't know how I could promote myself to heart surgeons on how to be a better heart surgeon unless I'd been a doctor or unless I'd done some surgery. But in the real estate industries, there's a lot of pretenders, there's a lot of fakers, and there's a lot of frauds. Just want to let you guys know everything that we talked to you guys about, Todd and I have done it. We've successfully done the thing that we're teaching you, and so have all of our coaches. Okay, all the people you've heard from yesterday and today, they walk the talk. They're experts at what they do. You're hearing directly from people that are doing the thing that you want to do. So that's really what sets us apart versus every other real estate training organization in the industry.
Okay, coaching members, how many of you have big goals? Type into the chat right now if you're one of these real estate professionals, humans on planet Earth that have big goals, like you want more than you're currently accomplishing today. Like you're happy with what you've been given, but you want increase in wealth, increase in security, increase in influence, increase in significance, more customers, more income, better husband, better wife, better father, better mom. Like you want more too.
Okay, hang on. You mean by that you want to be a better husband or be a better wife, not get a better husband or get a better wife. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Walters?
That's exactly all those.
Okay. I just want to be clear on that. Okay. Of course you do. You want to be the best parent you can be. You want to be the best husband or wife you can be. You want to be the best version of you. It's human nature. It's human nature. Not that we shouldn't be grateful for all we have, but human nature, the human spirit is we want more. And so how are we going to get the thing that you want? Real estate is a tool. Okay. Your real estate business should be viewed as a tool to help you get more of what you want in your life, whether it's a better marriage, a better relationship with your kids, it's financial freedom, it's control, it's security. This can be a tool. We all know that you guys have a why. There's something that you want. It's not like you just want to do more transactions. There's a why. We all have a why. So what Todd's asking you is, do you know your why? What is your why? Is your why in front of you? And how can us working together, how can we help you build this real estate business that's going to help you do that thing? Reach your goal. Okay, live your heart's desire. Itch that scratch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So here's what we know. We know that change is inevitable. It doesn't matter whether we want the marketplace to change, pandemics, terrorist activity, recessions, competition, supply and demand, interest rates up and down. Like we know that all of this is going on. So if you want to accomplish more, it's going to require some change within us too. So being able to invest in yourself is probably the greatest gift that I've received and been able to recognize to receive. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And but it's optional for humans on planet Earth. We know that change is inevitable, but growing personally and professionally, investing in ourselves is optional. And most real estate agents, they don't do it. So I want to congratulate all of you right now, Craig Proctor coaching members, for investing in yourself, taking a step with Craig in this great program and great system to do that. So congratulations. You have my admiration and respect for doing that. And we want to continue to help you more. And that's why, Craig, you actually invented this whole platinum level of the Craig Proctor system back in 2003 is when you first pitched me the idea. And in 2004, you launched it. It was pretty amazing. So here's what here's what everyone should know. 100% of all of our coaches are platinum level members. Okay. 100% of every speaker and presenter that you've been seeing, platinum level members. So I heard Catherine say this one time to a group of coaching members, like, look, you joined Craig Proctor to move up, and moving up is what you do. And we're not going to stop with where we are. Okay. So we want to encourage everybody to take advantage of the opportunities that Craig and we have made available to you. So Craig, this is what you said right here. Imagine a real estate business that serves your life rather than being a servant to it. What does that great real estate business look like? So when we put Platinum together all those years ago, it was really to help coaching members get more of what you see right there on your screen. Great rewarding income, reasonable hours, in control of your own schedule, without growing something really special or doing more, helping more people, but without giving up your sanity to do it. Okay. Able to take plenty of time off to pursue outside interests. Only your business really can do that for you. It's very, very difficult to have a job as a solo practitioner, agent, or just a real estate agent in general. Even with assistance in other people, we see a lot of agents in the marketplace, not Craig Proctor members, but agents in the marketplace that just run around, a lot of churn, inconsistency in their business. So we don't like that. So that's why this is available for you. Okay. So we would argue that that should be your reality, just a business that serves your raw life rather than you being a servant to it. So, so here's what this boils down to: Craig Proctor system, platinum level. We recognize and concede that growing beyond just where you are right now, like getting more, even if you just want a small team or you want a big team or you just want to fly solo but have your time maximized, we understand all of it. It's a bit complicated. Like, we're not born knowing what to do. We're not born with the tools and the systems to do it. We see it as a great opportunity and gift here to align with Craig. So we concede it's complicated. All right. And all of us want to get it right. Like, we don't want to stumble our way for years, months, years to, quote, figure it out. Like, we all want to get it right. So delay on achievement of our goals is not something we're interested in. Like, we want them now. So so Platinum, Craig Proctor system Platinum, that you've heard so much about the last couple of days, exists to make it easier for Craig Proctor coaching members that want to do that. Now, let me go ahead and say this, because I know some of you guys are typing in the chat asking the question. Platinum is literally only about $590 more a month than what coaching members pay for coaching monthly. So we can just get that out of the way right now. This is not some tremendous heavy investment for you guys. Okay, Craig's made it very, very easy. We'll talk more about that here in a moment. So when you think about it, that's probably a fraction of or less than one commission check for the majority of people that are watching today. And I think everyone would agree that we could probably, armed with what we've looked at over the last couple of days, would result in a lot more than just one additional commission check.
Yeah, it's about the price of buying a cup of coffee a day.
Mm-hmm. Now,
one of my favorite sessions, Craig, that's on the coaching site is Michael Gerber talking about you and how you reinvented the job of real estate agent, he says. So one of my favorite quotes from Michael's famous book is about the real estate business. So what we want to help you do, coaching members, is to turn this thing into more of something that works for you. Plain and simple. That's the mission here. So everything we've done with Platinum is designed to do that. Not to make it harder, not to overwhelm you, but to help you achieve more of your heart's desire. And our track record is very good at it, as you've heard and seen over the last couple of days from all of our peeps that have been sharing with you. So I got a few questions for you then. We'll see if this is for you. So how many of you, type into the chat, really want to speed up the pace of growing this thing from where it is right now to more of what you want it to be? Type into the chat. Let us know. We want to know who you are. Who wants to speed up the pace? Like you're a bit impatient and you want to get there faster, sooner rather than later. Okay. All right. Next question. How many of you like the idea of copying, but copying something that you know works? Okay. So you'd like to have more of it done for you, since probably one of the biggest issues is implementing systems. Okay. And remember, I said earlier, you can go down the pathway of figuring it out. You can go down the pathway of finding out. We prefer the pathway to find out. And so, and you've seen that from Platinum. I got this from so-and-so. I got this from this person. I saw this from that speaker or presenter. Yes, that's exactly how it works. It's all there in those Platinum file libraries to copy and implement. That's how it works. So we call it ease of implementation. So type in the chat if you'd like it, more of it done for you. I think Sarah did a good job of highlighting that with the referral marketing system.
I'll read you what's being typed into chat right now. Okay, so here's what we've got. Kevin Hoffman says, yes, I want to speed up. Brian Flynn says, yes. Michelle Belch, I do. Bonnie says, definitely. Edward Matar says, yes. Sharu says, I want to speed up the pace. Eva says, yes. Crystal, yes, speed up my pace. Linessa says, yes. Azim, I am ready to go at the speed of lightning, my man. Good. Ruth says, I want to speed up. Lionel, yes. Copy and implement, says Susan. Look, folks, for $400, what is it, $590?
Yeah, right around $500 more a month than what coaching members pay.
Right. So that's like if you join Platinum and you do one more transaction, and this is paid for many, many, many times over. But what we teach you, you keep for a lifetime, right? So this is a no-brainer, in my opinion. The reason we added the Platinum level is so you guys could have more access, more training, and understand nothing gets taken away. You keep all the benefits of being a coaching member. So all of the webinars with me and James McDonald, the helpline calls, the Thursday role play calls, the ad clinic calls, all the benefits you get with your one-on-one coach, you keep all of that access. But we decided through popular demand, really, that there were members that wanted more. They wanted more access to proprietary information. They wanted more access to training. So I brought in Todd. So imagine you get everything in coaching, but we have an entire Platinum office in Atlanta. Todd has a team there, and you're getting Todd and the entire team, and you're getting access to so much in the way of intellectual property that's done for stuff. Like Todd's point is, everyone you've heard from over the last couple of days, they're all Platinum members. You didn't hear one person, and we never do hear from one person that says, gee, I wish I had waited longer. Wish I had waited longer to do it. It's the opposite. I would say the big mistake that our members make is nibbling around the edges and not going all in. And we have this level available. It's not mandatory, but we have a value ladder. For those of you that want to go all in, you should check this out. You should pay attention to what Todd has to say here. He'll show you how it all works and what you get. $590 a month. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah. So financially, I don't think it's. I just don't think it's an issue for those who have seen the value over the last couple of days, just in what was being presented, how passionate these people are, and the mind-blowing growth that has been achieved by that. Look, when it comes to implementing things, it's either a work ethic problem or it's a clarity issue. So if you're one of these people who look, I got no problem getting up and working and implementing things, I could just use more clarity on exactly what to do and how to get it done. Yeah, this is for you. You will absolutely set your world on fire as a result of this. And the proof, Craig, undeniable from those player cards that we've been looking at over the last few days, and these stories from all of those platinum members that have rolled through over the last couple of days. All right, so then let me ask you guys some questions, and then we'll look at some of the benefits. We'll walk you through how it works, the investment, the starting points, and get you all pumped up to do this now, okay, without delay. All right, so I was playing around with this, asking some new coaching members not too long ago, and this is some of the common things that they were concerned about. Like, they really believe that times are a changing. Like, the traditional real estate agent, they're in trouble. And paying attention to the industry norms and standards and people who just popped up on the radar screen as a so-called coach who never really achieved great success, it's concerning, right? How about commissions? Do you guys see those climbing? Are they climbing? Well, how about this? They are climbing for the people that you've been seeing over the last few days. You can see that they're making more money and they're working less. Okay, so it's not a big secret there. So that's because we want to move in the opposite direction of those norms and standards. So how about this? Are there more and more homes being sold outside of MLS? Okay, so you can see some trends coming. So it's not a time to go it alone or play it safe or contract. My recommendation here is that it's a time to go all in. If you think about it, if you think about this, Craig, this is a good analogy. Almost everything in our lives, if not everything in our lives, that has been the best for us, well, no matter what it is, relationships, work, personally, professionally, financially, everything that has been the best for us were the things that we're the most committed to. The things that you were the most committed to are the best things in your life. So your business is actually the thing that will make all of the other parts of your life better. Okay, or if it's dysfunctional, it can absolutely make all the other things around you in life worse. So our job here with Platinum members is to clean up the dysfunction immediately, generate overflow, put you in a position of growing, and then help you fill in the gaps and pieces with additional coaching and materials. That's how it works. Okay, so make no mistake about it, there are plenty of issues out there, and you've heard us talk about it. Okay, and they keep going. A staggering number for me is that less than 1% of real estate agents even earn over $250,000. And you've heard 100% of all of our speakers, guest presenters, everyone that you've seen, those player cards, 100% make over $1 million a year selling real estate. Okay, and that's what's possible here when you commit and go all in versus nibbling around the edges. Okay, so, and that's despite industry norms and standards. So let me describe to you what you're getting yourself into when you become a Craig Proctor System Platinum member. Okay, firstly, your mindset is this is essentially a franchise. And you've heard that time and time again over the last couple of days. Those people that Craig interviewed, our guest presenters, they see this as a franchise, not their logo or colors or where they got their license at. but this as a franchise. And when you see it as a franchise, you start to look at things as sort of not optional. It sort of mandates that I'm going to copy and implement. And that's a great mindset. That's a great culture to be involved in, right? The average income among all those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Craig Proctor System Platinum members, guys, look at that. Average income. If we lined them all up and we took the averages, it's roughly around $700,000. Okay. It's not a knock against coaching. This is just what coaching members do. They move up. Okay. And we want to encourage you to do that. So the average income increase in the first 12 months among platinum members, coaching members ascending to platinum, Craig, average income increase is over $100,000 in the first 12 months. And we're very proud of that, by the way. Very proud to be able to add that kind of income and help to people that invest with a Craig Proctor system. Okay, so those are the things that you can expect. It's the largest gathering of same system millionaire agents in the world today. Okay, and on average, it takes about 36 months for people that want to do something like that to actually be able to pull it off from those average incomes that exist in the industry. And you've heard those stories time and time and time and time again. And then the sky's the limit from there, folks. Absolutely is. Okay. Type into the chat if you like that. Now, we are going to make you a guarantee in writing. Okay. So everybody knows that we're not playing around here. Okay. So when you become a platinum member, if you can copy and implement what's been handed to you, you will experience increase. Okay, so we guarantee everyone $100,000 increase in income over the next 12 months. So whatever you've made in the last 12 months, just add at least $100,000 to it. If you made 100 grand, that would be 200 grand. If you made 300 grand, it's at least 400,000. At least another $100,000 over the next 12 months. If you implement the systems and you do not experience increase, as I'm describing here, Craig and I are not here to take your money. We're here to help you. We don't want anything from you. What we want is something for you. So the guarantee is the only one in real estate. Coaching programs, other gurus, brokerages. So you can rest assured that, okay, well, what I'm being told then, even if I'm not really quite sure about how it all works, I can rest assured that if I do the work, you know what, I'm going to experience more. Okay, so what are some of your issues that you guys are facing today? So I went ahead, Craig, and did some surveys among the great people showing up today. And these were some of the issues that they said they were having. Speed of implementation, clarity on what to do, technology, getting people to answer the telephone. There's not enough people that know who I am. It's, the board of realtors keeps changing things. Okay, these are some of my issues. I'm not getting enough people calling me. Commissions are going down, competition. Okay, well, what would it be worth to have all of those issues no longer an issue? It goes away. What would it be worth to you to have every single issue that you're facing right now in your business magically disappear? So if you're looking for a reason to do this, that would be it. Solutions to every issues that you face on demand. Okay. And many of you guys have done a good job over the last couple of days of writing down your issues and looking for solutions while you're here. So Craig, you said this yesterday. If you can identify any issue in your business where there is not a solution to it here for platinum members, let us know. We've spent years, Craig, you spent most of your life documenting issues that real estate agents face. I've spent 16 years with you doing the same thing, documenting all of the issues in ensuring
that we have the solution for the members in this place. And we're very proud of that. So that should give everyone a great peace of mind that it's here. Now, a little bit of history. We didn't, Craig, you just didn't invent this yesterday. This is now 16 years.
Yeah, just know that we're not experimenting with you, right? We're really good at this. We've been doing this for a long, long time. I mean, you've heard from these platinum members, and I like what you said a few minutes ago, Todd. You said you may not understand exactly how this all works, but I think most of you have the faith in knowing that it does, just from what you've seen here over the last couple of days, your experience with us. So, of course, you don't know how it works. You're not a platinum member, but you know it does work, right? We don't expect you to, base your decision today on, oh, I know how it all works. Just understand it does work. And if you want to get to the next level, a big part of it is hanging around with people that you're not hanging around with. It's talking to people that you're not talking to, and it's thinking thoughts that you're not thinking right now. This is an awesome program, folks. We put everything into this. Todd has worked with me now since 2004 on this, and we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that have benefited. They're in the program, or right now they're in the Platinum program. So I'm going to ask you this. I'm just going to check there's a bit of a delay here again in chat, but can you do me a favor? If you're considering Platinum, could you type into chat, I'm open to it and I'm considering it? Because the reason I want to share with other people that there's a lot of you that are interested in this, right? This is something, there's a need for this. There's a need for more coaching, for more attention on you, for more intellectual property. If you're considering this, it's an extra $590 a month. Let us know. You're not committing to it. Just let us know, yeah, I'm considering it. I want to do it. Or maybe you have decided. Type in the chat and let us know that you're in or you're interested, just to give us a gauge as to how we're doing here. And then we're going to take some time to answer all of your questions about this. Look, we want to help you guys get to the next level. If you feel that this is the right thing for you, we'll spend our time explaining it all, answering all your questions, putting you at ease. Todd's already talked to you about the guarantee. We're trying to remove as much risk as possible, help you make the right decision for you and your family. So I was talking to a guy probably about a week ago, Todd, and he might be with us here today. I don't know, because we still have over 500, 400 people with us. I think there's about 400 on here with us right now. The Platinum members are over at their breakout session on the Platinum private Facebook group. But anyway, this guy I was talking to, really nice guy. He was in California. And if you're listening to me right now, his name was Ray. And Ray, if you're watching this right now, Ray and I, he's a good guy, but he was struggling financially. And we're talking about like what he really wants, like what his big why is. And he says he's got, I think he had 2 or 3 kids, but they're all going to private school. And so like him and his wife made all these sacrifices, financially, they made all these sacrifices for his kids to go to private school. And, he's new in real estate. And so I said to Ray, Ray, obviously, like you believe in the link between education and success. I said, in the United States, in Canada, most people have this belief system, right? That there's a link between education and success. And that's why you've made all these sacrifices so your kids get the absolute best education possible. You did that. You and your wife made those sacrifices because you have this belief. In our country, we have this belief that there's a link between education and success. He said, yes, my wife and I made these sacrifices because we do believe there's a link between education and success. And I said, Ray, what about when it comes to you? And there's kind of like silence on our meeting, right? We were doing this over Zoom. I said, what about when it comes to you, Ray? Do you have that same belief when it comes to you? Because you've taken the mandatory real estate courses, right? You've taken what you needed to take to get your license, but have you really gone all in on education for you? Do those same principles apply? It applies for your kids. You and your wife made all these sacrifices for the kids to go to the best school, to go to private school. But what about you? Do you have that same belief system when it comes to you, that there's a link between your education and success in the real estate industry? And, he thought about it. He's like, yeah, you're right. So a lot of us are like, should I do this? Look, folks, you're worth the investment. The first person that you need to believe in is you. You need to believe in the most dependable person you know, and that's you. Todd and I are making the guarantee here. We're going out, we're the ones taking the risk. Okay. You want to go all in, we'll go all in. And this isn't like something, Todd and I invented last week. We've been doing this closely together since 2004. We've had thousands of members go through this. You've met them, you know them. Can you imagine hanging out with these people and talking to them? Just rubbing shoulders with these people and talking to them. You can't help but think a completely different way about your real estate business and career. Like part of what you're going to learn, like you don't even know that some of these things perhaps exist, right? But we have members that are doing this every single day. So it's going to change the way you think about the real estate business. It's going to change what you believe is possible, and it's going to change what you do. First you need to change how you think, and then you change what you do. And when you change what you do, you start to change the results that you get. And that's how this thing works. So I'm going to go over to chat here. Let's see how we're doing. So you have to bounce back between doing it live and over to chat. Okay. So I'm here. I'm talking with you guys. So you let us know what you're thinking here. So here's some of the feedback. Okay, in chat. And then Todd, I know you got a bunch of stuff to show us here. But Edward Matar says, I'm open and considering it. Samir, he's in Atlanta. Okay. Samir just started with coaching like a week or two, but he's in Kennesaw. Todd, right around the corner from you. He says, yeah, man, it's an option. I'm considering it. Nicholas says, we're going to do over $1 million in GCI this year, and we've only been in platinum for 2 years. Okay, boom, Nicholas Ryan team, thank you very much for that. Bonnie says, I'm open to it. Victoria says, I'm open, I'm considering. Yes, I'm interested, considering in the near future. See, that's the problem, right? It's like, yeah, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until my birthday. I'm going to wait until my wife's birthday. I'm going to wait until my spouse says I can. I'm going to wait for the kids to get out of school. Guys, I don't know anybody in all the years we've been doing this, Todd, that says I wish I had waited for success. Harrison says it's 100% worth it. Okay, Harrison's out, 100% worth it. Shan says considering. Wilson says considering. I'm considering. Kevin says great to hear. Okay, so Kevin is asking Nicholas Ryan, great to hear. What were your commissions before joining? So Kevin's like, okay, you're making like $1 million now. Were you making $900,000 before you met Craig and Todd? So yeah, these are all great questions. Marnie Bennett said, in the pandemic, GCI for 2021 is going to be about $12 million. My team members are thriving and so happy. Okay, Marnie Bennett, Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, massively huge, successful agent, mega agent, one of the top agents in the country in North America. Next year, $12 million in GCI. Jim from Jim Sells, California, I'm considering doing it. Nicholas says, before joining, we were at the $250,000 mark. Okay, Nicholas is the guy that said after a couple of years, we're making over $1 million after 2 years in platinum. Before platinum, 250,000. So that's an increase of 750,000. And then Nicholas Ryan team says, and next year, our goal is 3 million. There you go, folks. Kevin says, if I must ask, what's the next commission ratio if GCI is X? Okay, what do you guys? That guy's what? I think he wants to know what you net. I think. Okay. So anyway, back and forth with Ryan. 35% net. Aaron says, I'm considering it for the future. First, I need to make sure I understand the basics of the coaching program. A lot of people say that, Todd. Like, I'm not ready. I got all this stuff in the coaching program that I haven't implemented yet. So I'm going to wait until I implement that first. No. Joining Platinum is going to help you implement all the coaching stuff faster. We're not taking away what you guys have. We're adding to it. So here, think of it this way. Would having more content and more help and more coaching, would that help you implement things faster or slower? Right? It's like a rhetorical question. Of course, more, right? Okay, next, Craig, I feel guilty. I'm not following even coaching. Okay, I'm not even doing coaching. I'm not even doing, to jump into Platinum, we get busy with sellers and buyers, and we fall off implementing the systems. I don't feel I'm ready to jump into Platinum. Todd, how would you address that? Okay, so I'm not even doing a good job of implementing what I've got in coaching because I'm busy working in my business, running around with buyers and sellers. I don't know if I'm ready for Platinum. Have we heard that a few times?
Yes. I mean, there's 16 years of hearing some of these comments over and over and over again from people. And most of those people join Platinum. And the reason is to solve that issue. Okay. So like, if you're not making enough money, that's why you do this. If you're spinning your wheels, this is why you do this. If you're slow on implementing anything, this is why you do this. Does everybody get it? So in other words, the issues that you're having in your business and life, financially, implementation, time, all of it is why we set up Platinum. Because Craig, you heard this for years. You called me up in 2003. So let me tell you what I'm thinking here, Todd. And you pitched to me this whole concept or idea of Platinum. And I was like, well, it's because that's what the members said they wanted, including me. And so Craig launched it. Somebody got it. So whatever the issue is, like, I'm really busy. I don't have time.
Okay, so let's play that game. That's exactly the game I want to play. I'm going to give you the objection, Todd, and I want you to answer, and that's why you want to join Platinum. Okay, you ready? Here's the game we're going to play. So Todd, I'm not making enough money.
That's exactly why you want to do this, Craig.
Todd, I'm like so busy right now. I'm already so busy. I don't have time like for my family. I'm so busy.
Well, that's why you want to do this, Craig.
Todd, I don't have like the confidence. Like I just don't have the confidence level. I'm not even sure about my real estate career.
Well, you need it more than most, Craig.
Todd, I'm in coaching and I really haven't implemented everything. I'm like so distracted and there's so much to do and I can see this can work. Like I really believe in it, but I just, I haven't really implemented much.
Let's do this now, Craig. So you.
Right. So here's the crazy thing about it. I want everyone to play this game in your head. The reason you have for not doing it is the reason to do it. Right? The reason you're going to give for not doing it is the very reason that you should be doing it. The people that would benefit the most from Platinum are those of you that have the hardest decision making the decision. You have the hardest time making the decision.
Yep.
So fill in the blank. What is the thing holding you back? And that's the reason you want to join Platinum. I'm going to play it one more time, just so everybody gets it. Hey, Todd, I don't have enough money. I'm going to wait until I make X amount, and then I'll join Platinum. Hey, Todd, this is a big decision. I got to talk to my spouse, or I'm going to wait till my birthday, or I'm going to wait till I lose 20 pounds, or I'm going to try to get permission from what he says or she says, and then I'll do it.
Yeah, waiting implies waiting on just about everything in life. Wait to make.
I'm too busy now. I've got all this stuff in coaching I haven't implemented. I'm too busy now. Let me implement this first. I'll do this first. I know I've been in coaching for 3 months or 4 months, but seriously, I'm going to do that first, and then I'll join Platinum. Can everybody see the head games we play here, folks? We all do it. We all do it. So we're just calling attention to it. Todd and I have been at this for a long, long time. Hey, we're not pushing in anything. Well, you got to make your own decision about this. We're just saying, like, don't allow yourself to kind of BS yourself. Okay, just like, we got to be honest with ourselves here, and it's part of what we help you guys with. Is look, here's a hard pill for us to swallow. It's a hard pill for us to swallow, but it's the truth. We are in our lives, a big part of where we are in our lives is because of the decisions we've made. So if you don't like where you are in your life, like, you got to start making different decisions. Mm-hmm. Right? So, I mean, we can blame other people. It's his fault, it's hers fault, it's the government's fault. Or we can just say, you know what? I am where I am. I've made some decisions. I am where I am. And so where do I want to go? And if we're going to let fear and doubt like control us, then, you know, we want to live with no regrets. Has there ever been a time where you've really wanted to do something in the past in your life and you never did it? And you've regretted it ever since, right? Like, it's the sins of omission. What do you got to lose here? Honestly, what have you got to lose? You know us now. You know Todd, you know me. You've hung around us for the last couple of days. I assume you're liking this because right now there's 370 of you still here with us. We've already broken out the platinum members. We don't need to convince them. They're already members. They're already doing this. They're over in the private platinum group Facebook meeting. We want you to be over there as well. So I'm just, sharing with you. I hope you find this helpful. Again, we want to introduce you to this, and we want you to feel comfortable in your decision to get to the next level with this. So type your questions in for me. Todd's going to keep going. I will monitor the chat, but type your questions in. Like, I will get to as many as I can.
So let's walk through, because we said, yeah, whatever your big issue is, that's the reason you do it. Let me share with you guys why and how we make it a little bit easier, and why it's a little bit more money. It's so that we can make it easier. Like, when we're going to provide people with more stuff that's easier to copy and implement, for example, that's a bit more resources. To get more help, that's a bit more resources. So, but we start out with the plan. There is a business plan that all the platinum members get day one. Boom, I've got it in my hand right here. You can see this little binder with tabs. You're going to have this immediately, okay? And I want you to imagine this. Imagine a $4 million gross commission income business plan. Just imagine that for a minute. That if you were to implement everything in the business plan, your business, your income from your business would exceed 4 mil. Okay, so that's the business plan. So let's say that you're only 50% effective at implementing the plan. Remember, this is a written plan. It's here. Everybody gets it. It's on the coaching site. I'm going to show it to you guys here momentarily on the coaching site. All right, so you get the plan and you just follow the plan. All written out for you. What to do, when to do it. Day 1, day 2, day 3, week 1, month 2, month 4 for platinum members. A written follow roadmap framework plan. If you're only 50% effective at implementing it, well, that's 2 million. Let's say you're only 25% effective at implementing this plan that we worked up for platinum members based on everything that have experienced all these years. 25% effective, that's $1 million in income. What if you're only 12.5% effective at implementing something that you can copy and implement? Well, that means you would be at $500,000 in income. That's how good this plan is. And that's why we can guarantee it. Right? So that's where we start, is we work from a plan, exactly what to do and when to get, how to do it, when to do it from the very first day. Okay. So now that you understand that there's a plan, like there's a real legitimate plan, tangible, that you can put in your hand, copy and implement, then we're going to help you implement this into your business. Okay. And you're probably wondering, well, how do we go about doing that? All right, well, I'm gonna share it with you right now. All right, so let me just share with you some of the coaching and training that goes on here in the platinum level program. Now we do focus on advancing your business forward. We do not focus on keeping it the way that it is. Everybody got that? It's all about progression. So we measure progression. Are you making progress? Is your business going up? Is it up over the same time it was last year? And every month we measure that with simple surveys that you'll receive when you log into the coaching site. Okay. So here's how it works every day. Every day you are actually going to be coached by me and platinum members. Okay. It's called a 7 minutes to 7-figure video. It shows up in your inbox every day. It's posted on the Platinum Facebook page. And we start there. Every day, 7 days a week, without fail, you're going to hear from me and a Platinum member on what's working and what you should be focused in on. A 3-minute, 5-minute video that pops in your inbox every day. Andrea sends this out to hundreds and hundreds of Platinum members every day. So we just start by just focused daily effort on what we should be working on. Here's why we do it that way. We know that when you start your days out, you've got a lot of things going on. You're being pulled in a million different directions. Your kids, your clients, other things going on in your life. Like there's lots of distractions going on. So Craig and I want you to focus in on implementation. So we figured that we'll just bring the implementation to you. Okay. So in addition to that, you and I, me, Platinum Coach, and you are going to spend intimate time together. So we've carved out Tuesdays for this. So every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, we're going to get together and we're going to work on your business, not in it. So the first Tuesday of every month, we focus on becoming a better rainmaker, only doing the things that make you quantum leaps, absolute clarity on what they are, and implementing those. The second Tuesday of every month, you can get you and anybody on your team responsible for lead conversion. I'm talking lead to appointment to signed agreement, the whole conversion process. We dedicate 1 day a month out, specifically on making sure you're getting clients, which equal cash flow. Okay. The third Tuesday of every month, I'll have a Platinum member on, just like you've experienced over the last 2 days, and I interview them and we look at their materials, what's working in their marketplace and how that's allowing them to scale their business up. And you can't write fast enough on that. And you get to ask anything you want in that closed group setting and copy and implement. The fourth Tuesday of every month is focused on getting more seller clients. So I look at it like this, Craig. What would happen if we introduced you to a way to get listings, sellers? Every month we said, here's the system, copy and implement it. And we figure this, like, can you copy and implement at least one system to get listings a month? So let's say the answer is yeah. Well, at the end of a year, you would have 12 marketing systems in place to get listings if you were to do that, right? You won't ever need 12 marketing systems to get listings. Like I said, on average, you need 7 measurable marketing systems to generate a 7-figure income. So that's the weekly coaching and the daily coaching that you're getting from me. Okay. So everybody got it? Now, in addition to this, when new Platinum members, I recognize that you've got a lot of questions. You would like to better copy and implement many of the systems that you've seen here over the last couple of days. So I am going to spend more personal time with you over the next several months so that you can better copy and implement what you've seen over the last couple of days. This includes the referral marketing system, all those database marketing systems, all right, the direct mail, your USP, the guaranteed sell programs, and becoming omnipresent on social media. Okay. So that way there's no excuses on knowing what to do and how to get it done. Just additional help on exactly what to do and when to do it. Okay. So got it. Awesome. Now, we shared with you the additional training courses that are available for you and your team on the coaching site. Okay, so absolutely no shortage. Now, right now, see, Platinum members are all working on their business together with a multimillionaire agent presenter, in this case, Rudy and others. They're doing that over there. Craig and I want you at that table. We want you at the table with the people that are the most successful in the Craig Proctor program now. Because what we've discovered is you can listen to us, but when you listen to your peers that are copying and implementing this at a high level, you gain more from that in addition to what you're getting from us.
Yeah, good point.
Every time there's a live meeting, that's happening. So we want you at the adult table today, like not later. I remember when I was a kid and I would go to my family functions, Craig, absolutely 100%, dude. They had the adult table and they had the little kid table. And I always wanted to be at the adult table. And I remember the first time I got to pull my chair up to the adult table. It was great. That was a great day. So culture, a lot of people talk about culture. I think most people are familiar with that. And hopefully you've gotten a good dose and taste of the culture in the Craig Proctor system at the platinum level over the last couple of days. We tried to bring that to you so you can see how people talk, what they say, how they think. All of these platinum members, you can see they're big givers, they're big sharers, they believe in that. That's the kind of people that you get to be around, hobnob with here at the platinum level. And we're very proud of all of those members and the sharing that they do, for sure. Okay, so that gives you a little bit of idea on the coaching and the training and the additional help that you're going to get from us. Okay, so Craig and I made a decision that you know what, we're going to do these conferences digitally. We're going to invite the coaching members on with the platinum members. We're going to introduce them to what's available and more and how well people are doing with it. And let's see if we can create another 200 millionaire real estate agents within the next 30 months, 36 months. Like, why not? So we're out to do that. So the question I have for you, I want you to type this in the chat. We're out to help you become much more successful, increasing your business by 300% or more without giving up your personal life to do it. Okay? There's nobody that's going to stop Craig Proctor. You probably already know that. We are going to do this with some of you. Okay? So the question in now is, who's in?
Hey, Todd, we've got some great questions in chat. I want to answer all of them. I want to answer them all with really good answers. So let me know when you want to do that. And if you have a question that you haven't answered yet, now would be a good time to chat that in. So it could be like something holding you back, a thought that you like a negative thought that you have. It could be, hey, I'm totally in, I believe this. So whatever your thoughts are at this point, you just type them in and let me know, Todd, when you're ready for me to address some of the questions.
All right. So here's your invitation to join Platinum. Okay. Invitation to join right now. We want you to do that. Okay. So I want to reiterate a couple of things that you said, Craig, just to make sure we're on the same page. Nobody's losing anything that you already have. Reality, success websites, information lines. You can keep your coach. Okay. If there's something that's not right, we'll make it right. Okay. We're here to help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone typed in, well, what if I don't like Platinum? Can I go back to coaching? Yeah. Just go back to coaching. Someone typed in, well, does this mean coaching doesn't work? No, we're not saying that. We're saying coaching is a tremendous value. And we've offered another level that's like even better. If I'm driving a Chevrolet and I decide to buy a Mercedes-Benz, it's not that the Chevrolet or the Ford didn't take me from A to B, but I'm driving in style in a Mercedes. So if you guys want more, if you're having trouble implementing and you want more help and you want more access and you want to hang around people that are doing more, then this is for you. But yeah, in no way at all are we diminishing the value in coaching. And this is not a one-way street. If you go up to Platinum and it's not for you, you can go back to exactly where you are. No one's taking anything away. We're trying to add another dimension, another level for you if you want more. And nobody's twisting your arm. You can stay exactly where you are. The question is with our help at the platinum level, do you think you would be more successful? And do you think the success would come faster? If you think we can help you do better and do it faster, then this is for you. So here's some of the comments here. Mitra says, I'm in the CP program. And this is a good one, Todd. My transactions came from Sphere of Influence. So, not from the CP program. I'm going to bet you, though, that when you're dealing with your past clients, even if they came from referral or they came from your Sphere, you're still using our stuff. You're still using the script. You're still using the presentations. And if you're not, you should be. So even if those transactions didn't come from a Craig Proctor lead, are you not using the universal callback script? Are you not using our referral system? Are you not using our presentations? Are you not using our newsletters? And if not, you're missing the boat. So whatever you're doing now, we can help it work much, much better. Yep. So Shan says, so is regular coaching no good? No. We're not going to shoot down one of our programs to promote another one. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying this is better because you're getting more. Okay, we're not here saying what you have doesn't work. We're offering you more than what you've got. So Mitra says, I found that I needed more guideline and support to get it going. There's a lot of materials and cool stuff, no doubt, in the CP program. And personally, I like Craig and his attitude, but I'm not sure. Not sure how the next level would work out. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's you join. You join. If you don't like it, you just go back to where you are. But if you don't join, you're never going to know what it's like on the other side. Edward says, would you be kind enough to address my question above about the difference in material between the levels, between coaching and platinum? Well, in platinum, we've showed you for the last 2 days a lot of the content that you get. It's extra content. For example, you guys probably recalled us referring to some of the information as DK or Dan Kennedy. So Dan Kennedy is one of the greatest copywriters in the world. And I've invested over $250,000 to get him to write content for platinum materials. $250,000 with one guy to write. So those mailers that we looked at today, that Tracy King showed you, that's all Dan Kennedy stuff. We went to the best of the best copywriter, arguably in the country. That's the kind of access that you get. The basic level coaching is still a great deal. It still helps you guys with the presentation systems, right? The buyer presentation, the listing presentation, the universal callback script, the team system manual. You get a lot. You get the less branded landing pages. You get the voice broadcasting, the text broadcasting. You get access to the reality program. You get all of that. Okay, so this is more. Yeah, it's obviously more content, more coaching. We're bringing in Todd and all his team. Some of you are asking, do I still keep my regular coach? Yes, if you want to keep your regular coach, you keep it. If your coach, by the way, whether you're in coaching or platinum, you're not happy with your coach, we switch your coach. But yes, you get to keep your coach. Let me repeat this again. None of what you have in coaching gets taken away. We just add more coaching, more support, and more materials. Chris is saying, I just paid for regular coaching. Do I pay another? Yes, it's $590 a month if you want to do it. And if you don't think it's worth it, then you just stop doing it and you just stay in coaching. Okay, so there's no downside unless you don't want to try it. If you don't want to try it, like an extra $590 a month is not like going to make or break Todd and I, because lots of you are going to do this, right? So you're not going to find us twisting your arm, or like this is not some kind of, gold mine. We're bringing in Todd. We're paying Todd and his entire team in addition to what you have. So do you want to do this, or do you want to stay where you are is really the question. Now, someone's asking here, Brand's asking, are there discounts with Platinum if I pay in advance, if I pay for the full year? Yes. So we're going to go through that now. Let's just assume, let's keep an open mind here. It doesn't mean any of you have to do anything, but we're going to explain the financial thing and all the discounted plans. And we should probably do that now. And also, we've got 3 people in the waiting room here, Todd, as well.
Yep, we have a few folks that are going to share some experiences with you. Okay, so go to, just open up your browser and go to, you can still hear us talk. Don't close out, just open up a browser and go to mostsuccessfulagents.com.
Yeah, it's very, very important. Do not close us out. If you do get closed out, you go to live.craigproctor, but don't do that. Just open up a different window. And why don't you take us there, Todd? Why don't you go there?
I'm going to do that right now so everybody can see that right now. So for those of you that aren't paying attention, go to mostsuccessfulagents.com. Maybe you can type that into the chat there, Craig. Mostsuccessfulagents.com. We've set up a very special URL for everyone. When you go to mostsuccessfulagents.com, it's going to take you to DocuSign. Okay. And that's where the paperwork is. Okay. And when you get to DocuSign, it's just going to have you log in. So I'm going to do that with you. Log in. I'm going to put my name in there. There it is. Todd Walters.
Okay. I can't type in chat, but Morgan, if you can type that domain into chat, please. Morgan is Todd's daughter.
Mostsuccessfulagents.com. Okay. So I'm going to log in there. And we're going to go right through this, and you guys, we'll make sure that we take good care of you. Somebody asked, is there a really good deal? So type in your name and your email address. In that right now. I'm having to type on an elevated platform here. So, and when you sign in, it's going to take you right to the paperwork that we have for you, and it's probably different than you might think. Okay, and I'm going to show it to you. That's mostsuccessfulagents.com. Mostsuccessfulagents.com. In other words, we're not playing around here. We put everything in writing for you for this. Okay.
How many of you would do this if doing it paid you more than what it cost? It's a good question, right? How many of you would do this if you knew the decision you're making here would pay you multiple times what you invested? First, I was going to ask this question, Todd. I was going to ask, how many of you would join Platinum if it was free? But that would suggest that you're just breaking even. So you're not going to join Platinum to break even, right? If I was to ask you how many of you would do this if Platinum was free, that would imply that whatever you invested in Platinum, you would make that additional commission income. And so, like, what would be the purpose of that? You wouldn't be netting any more money. So you wouldn't do it to break even, and you certainly wouldn't do it to lose money. You wouldn't want to invest an extra $5.90 a month to stay the same. So the only reason you're doing this is because you believe that this small amount of money you invest every month is going to generate you far more in commissions than what the investment is. And that's the same mindset you should have with marketing. We talked about we talked with Tracy King, and we talked to Bill Watson today about investing in direct mail. And some of you probably freaked out when Tracy King says, I invested $134,000 in direct mail. Like, some of you probably took a deep breath, but then he said, but I made $1.2 million. So we got to learn to focus on what we're going to get versus what something costs. You do that with sellers, right? How many of you have met with sellers, and all the seller wants to focus on is, what's a commission? What's your fee? What's your fee? What's your fee? They're not even listening to what you're going to do for them. And your job as a great realtor is to get them to focus on the value that they're going to derive from doing business with you. So you don't want them to make the decision just on what it costs. You want to articulate the value, what they're going to get. And remember, price is always a factor in the absence of value.
Amen.
So Morgan Walters, if you could type into, because I can't type into chat here for whatever reason, give us that domain name again, please. Or anybody could type it in. It doesn't have to be Todd's daughter.
Yeah, and I entered it, and I'll enter it again in just a second.
Okay.
Yep. There it is.
You don't sound like Todd's daughter.
MostSuccessfulAgents.com. MostSuccessfulAgents.com. Okay. So everybody's there? All right. So this is what you're going to see when you log in to DocuSign. The first thing that we've provided with you is a summary. We're reminding you that you're getting the plan for a super profitable sales team business, all of the systems, the model, and the mentors all in one place. So we're telling you, like, you don't need to go outside of that. And then we break it down for you. You already know what you're receiving as a coaching level member. So that's summarized there. And then we summarize what I've shared with you today, everything additional that you're going to be getting with coaching. Okay, more help, more coaching, more training, more materials, more of it done for you so you can copy and implement faster. And that's summarized there. Okay. We also reiterate the guarantee. So in other words, not doing this is sort of like giving up $100,000 in additional income over the next 12 months. What I've discovered is that most agents believe they're going to increase their business, but if you think about it, it's not a guarantee. Well, we've made you one, and that's here. So we summarize that guarantee for you, okay, in the brochure. And we make sure that you're well versed on what it is you're getting yourself into. So the brochure summarizes what's happening here, okay? All right. Then on the next page, we actually put the guarantee in writing for you. So there's no gray areas, okay? You will increase your income minimum because that's the average. Most people, well, just about everybody does, obviously. And the conditions are right here. Dude, all you got to do is copy and implement the system. So we've very clear on it. Minimum hoops other than just, show up to the coaching and implement, and you will absolutely experience increase. So the guarantee's there in writing, okay? Next, for those of you that are here today, congratulations, because Craig's going to make you an offer to do this now. So if you're wondering why you should do this now, well, if you paid for coaching in full, when you joined Craig Proctor Coaching Program, you paid $8,995 at a discount, for example, $10,000, whatever you paid for coaching, Craig's just going to credit you the unused portion of what you've paid, right? That way you don't feel like, I guess, that you're paying twice. So if you paid for coaching in advance and you've been in coaching for 4 months, that means you have an 8 months of credit that will automatically be applied to your platinum program pay plan that you choose. Okay, everybody see that? It's right there in writing. So there's no confusion here. So you know when you join coaching, you know what you paid for the year. If you paid in advance, divide that by 12, and that will give you the monthly credit that you have. And it will be applied evenly throughout the platinum pay plan that you choose here. And we're getting ready to go through these pay plans right now. So this is if you do this now. If you do it now, take advantage of that. That's a good reason to move quickly on this. Plus, another good reason to do this is that you're ambitious. Like you really want to achieve more faster. And you have seen enough proof here that committing and going all in results in a changed life for you and those that you love. And your future hopes and dreams get zapped into the future, into the present. Love it. All right. So type into the chat if you got questions about that. We'll deal with it, but you will get a credit. If you do this now, today, we'll give you a credit of any unused portion on your prepaid 12-month Craig Proctor coaching. Okay. Now, Let's go through the paperwork. So if you're just figuring this out, it's here's where we are. We're at mostsuccessfulagents.com URL. That's a DocuSign. All right. And so just go to mostsuccessfulagents.com, log in. You got your name and your email address you're going to put in the box. And then that's going to open up the paperwork. And here we are, the Craig Proctor System Platinum Agreement. Okay, so let's walk through it. The first thing you're going to see is we're asking for a 36-month commitment, but we give you the option to cancel. Does that make sense? And to us, it does. Here's why. Is that on average, it takes the average coaching member to become a millionaire real estate agent on average about 36 months. And we figured that's what most people want to do. They would like to have a business like that. So we're straight up telling you, oh, well, this is what you can expect, give or take. That's the average. So why wouldn't you commit or understand sort of the process here and how it works? But like Craig said, if you don't like it, if you want to do something different, just go back to coaching. Okay. All right. So next, the payment plans. Okay. So the pay plans are straightforward. Okay. The best payment option is option A. That is, we will give you 3 years of platinum for the investment of 2. 3 years for the price of 2. That is a $20,000 savings. And what we've discovered, Craig, is about 15% or so of all of the coaching members that ascend to platinum, they choose that pay option. Okay, here's how you pay that out. It's $39,990 payable by 3 equal installments of $13,330. You make the first payment when we get going. You make the second payment 60 days from now, and you make the third payment in an additional 60 days. It's straightforward there. 3 payments of $13,330 over the next 4 months, and you will save $19,990, essentially 20 grand over the monthly premium. So if that option is for you, wow, 3 years for the price of 2, I'm in. You want to click that box there. Okay, right there, box. Okay, now let's look at option B. Option B is the annual installment plan. It's a 10% savings over the monthly. Okay, so here's how that works. It's simply 2 payments of $89.95. $89.95 now, $89.95 60 days from now. And it just repeats itself every year. Okay, see how that works? $89.95 now, $89.95 a couple of months from now. Yes, if you have a credit, if you paid in full for coaching, your credit will be applied to these 2 payments. So if you have like a $5,000 credit and you're making 2 payments, that's $2,500 on one payment and $2,500 on the next. It's going to be reduced by. That's how it works. So however how many payments you are, that's how many. That's how the discount is applied, in case you were wondering. Okay, and it happens automatically in the billing department. Okay, now some of you may like the pay-as-you-go option, the monthly installment plan. Simple. The first payment's $2,500, and every payment after that is $1,590, $1,590 a month. The first payment's a little bit more because we have materials that we need to package and send to you. And I invest a lot more time with new platinum members to make sure that we're getting off on the right foot, execution, plan development, goals, and strategy. Okay, so that's the reason it's a little bit more. And then every payment's $1,590. So if you paid in full for coaching and you've got a credit, that's a $749 essential credit, basically a credit for however many months are left. So the payment's going to come down by almost $750 a month until your credit runs out. So that's how it works. And at the end of 36 months, you'll just do what most of the platinum members have done and just continue on at your selected pay plan. Nothing more complicated than that. So if option C, monthly installment plan, is for you, click to execute that. Okay. Now, cancellation. We don't get a lot of cancellations. Okay. But we do not want to hold anybody hostage here. We are certain that this system, this level of program is so good and right for you that we actually give people an out. We're not holding anybody hostage. Craig said, if you don't like it, go back to coaching. If you just want out altogether, of course you can cancel. The only thing we're asking for is that you give us a notice so we can see what the issue is and we can solve it for you. That's all we ask for in our cancellation agreement. And it's right there in writing for you. So now all that's left for you to do is to select the pay option, A, B, or C, whichever one works for you right now. Select it. Your credit will be automatically applied when this is processed. Okay. And then fill out the form. Okay. And you can see this is not unlike the other Craig Proctor agreement that you signed before. And you'll just fill in your form, your name, your credit card, optional credit card or alternate credit card. You'll complete that information. And then we have the terms and conditions on the last page, and you'll initial there and sign as well. Terms and conditions are what you already know. This is reminding you that this is straight up intellectual property that is being licensed to you to use only. And this is for your protection. Okay. Other people who aren't in the Craig Proctor system are not licensed to use this content. So we're licensing it to you. And Craig polices it that way. Okay. So that's the terms and conditions. And you complete the form. And when you do, you'll be all finished. Click finish. That paperwork's going to come over to us. We're going to send it right over to Craig's office. Catherine's going to have a look at it to make sure that everybody's on the same page with what we're doing. And you'll be processed right into Platinum. And your access to everything Platinum will be activated immediately, and you'll be notified right away. So that's what's left to do, guys, is to go to mostsuccessfulagents.com right now, pull up the DocuSign, get busy doing this, and let's get your heart's desire accomplished sooner rather than later. So, Craig, yes, we do have some guests that some Platinum members that came on and wanted to talk to the coaching members directly. We should probably bring them on. Oh, you're muted there, big dog.
Sorry, I just bringing him on here now.
We got Killer Keller Lawrence. We got Shelly Salas. Oh my goodness. These are some great peeps here, man. Who else we got? Oh, Mike Zakos back. John Leahy. Okay, now.
So we're going to do a superstar panel here, and we'll talk about what we're going to talk about is, what's happened to their business since they made the decision that you're about to make now and join Platinum. And we'll answer all your questions, but you don't have to believe Todd and I. You can ask our panelists directly. They don't have a horse in this race. They'll say, hey, this is my experience. Now, here's the thing. If you know yourself and you're just not going to do anything, then you shouldn't do this, right? Like if you're going to join the gym and never show up at the gym, then like don't join the gym. We're gonna show you exactly what to do. We're gonna make it easy for you to do it. But if you know yourself and you just like know you're not going to do anything, then yeah, this is probably not for you. Here's some comments. You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink. John Williams says, coaching is the tip of the iceberg. Platinum is the whole iceberg. He says, you get access to the entire Platinum community, which is the most successful group of agents nationwide. Edward Matar says, for some reason, it's not accepting my email address. Todd, I don't know why that would be. Aletta Gerard says, oh, well, hell, this is a game changer. I think she typed that in when you said, hey, whatever your outstanding, if you paid in full, we'll give you credit like for the unused portion. Like we're not taking away anything here and you're not paying for stuff twice. And I think you guys understand what an amazing opportunity this is. Okay, what else we've got?
Let's go to, while you're doing that, let's flip it over to John Leahy.
Yeah, let's do it.
John had a little an appointment that he needed to scoot off to, and he volunteered to come on here. So John, let's get your mic unmuted there, and we'll do this.
Better.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how are you?
Superstar panel, Craig.
Okay, so John, here's the thing. We have about 300 of our coaching students like watching us right now. So here's what we know. They're pretty qualified for the Platinum program by virtue of the fact they're still watching us. Okay, so they've been on all day yesterday. They've been on all day today. It is like 5:20 something Eastern time. So they're interested. Talk to your fellow members here. What do they need to hear to be reassured that this is the right thing for them?
So I joined Platinum, I would say like maybe 8 years ago. And before I joined Platinum, I was just another agent, another real estate agent trying to survive. I would probably sold 7 or 8 homes before I met you guys and joined the system here. And I remember being at the SuperConference, and I heard Todd kind of invite half the room to the Platinum room to try to show them what Platinum's all about. And I wasn't invited, and I didn't like being not invited, so I snuck into the room. I snuck into the Platinum room. I wanted to know what he was telling all these special agents. What was he showing them? So I snuck into the room, and kind of the same thing that he showed you today. And I remember I got the contract and I signed it, and I went up to Todd and I said, "Hey man, are you sure this is really gonna work?" Because at the time I only had enough money, maybe for another 2 months worth of business, and I wouldn't have enough money to operate, And he's like, "Just trust me. Trust me, this is gonna work." And in that first year, I took my business from, selling 7 or 8 homes, and I went to 20 homes, and then 40 homes the next year, and I went to 70 homes, 100 homes. This year, we're already over 230 homes, and it's just being surrounded with people in Platinum. Number one, Todd and Craig will give you the strategy that you need, that you don't have right now, to take your business to the next level. The second thing is, you know what? Just because you have the strategy, now you're thinking how the hell do I do this? So being surrounded by like-minded individuals, other agents who have done what you're trying to accomplish, and then you can pick their brain. And that was the thing for me. I remember Keller. Keller was one of the first Platinum members I met. And we had dinner together, and I picked his brain. He probably doesn't know that, but he was one of the first one I talked to. And I remember earlier we had Francis, that was one of the first one I spoke to. And Francois was one of the first ones I spoke to. And I said, you know what? How does it work for you? And because a lot of times we have the strategy, but you still need the coaching. You still need somebody to show you how to do it and how to overcome your own mindset of that's telling you, oh, this isn't going to work in my marketplace, or you may have all these excuses why it wouldn't work for you. So for me, it worked, not just because of the strategy, but because of the people, the peer that's there to help me.
Hey, Jonathan, you said you joined Platinum 8 years ago. So this is something we should talk about. Not only did you say Platinum helped you the first year, but you've renewed Platinum for 8 years in a row. So someone might look at that and say, well, maybe Jonathan's a slow learner. No. It's because every year the benefit in increased commissions and lifestyle, okay, that gain in commissions and lifestyle far outweigh the renewal investment. So does this make sense? Why would any sane person renew over and over again for 8 years? Why is Bill Watson still in Platinum 15 years later? Why is Tracy King 10 years later? So that says a lot right there. Not only did they do it once, but they are lifers. Okay, what you're seeing here, what you're seeing in front of you are Craig Proctor, Todd Walter lifers. Okay, so they didn't invest once. This was such a great decision for their business. They keep renewing year after year after year. So I think that says a lot. They keep coming back. They're in the system. They wouldn't dream of disconnecting from the Craig Proctor world, the Platinum world. So I want you to think about that. Okay, Jonathan, we'll come back to you in a minute. Who do you want to go to next, Todd?
Well, let's get. He mentioned Keller Lawrence from South Carolina, Greenwood, South Carolina. If you want to know what a 12 to 15% market share looks like, you're looking at this guy right here, Keller.
I don't know if it's 15 yet, but it bounces around 11, 12.
Okay, so 12% market share.
Okay, so I mean, even at 11 or 12, I want everyone to think about that. So at 10% market share, that would mean one in every 10 sold signs in Greenwood would have your name on it. It's pretty impressive, right? Think about that. Think of being in Keller City. You're driving around, and every 10 sold signs you see, he's got a 10, 11, 12% market share. Every 10 houses you drive by, the sold sign says Keller. Okay, that's called market domination. Keller, most big companies don't have that kind of market share.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we're a very small town. I mean, my market area is like Greenwood County is like 65,000. So I'm in a couple of counties. So.
Tell me you were coming off one of your best months ever.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What does that look like?
Gosh, I've got my chart out here. We had like, last month we had 29 closings, so we had one a day, and we got a big pile of them pending right now. So
that's good. So tell us a little bit, Keller, about your experience here with Craig, coaching Platinum, and because I just reason I wanted you here is that you're in a smaller marketplace, but still dominating the marketplace with the Craig Proctor system. So these small,
I mean, just like over the last couple of days, you hear the words, the naysayers, which won't work in my marketplace. Exactly what's working in DC is working here in Greenwood, South Carolina. So it works in all markets. That's right. That's right. That's totally right. I mean, that's a bunch of crap. So if you're thinking that, you're wrong. And I'm what Craig referred to as a lifer too. I mean, it's just what I'm going to do until I die or the system goes away, which it ain't going to do. So I'm a lifer, and I just can't wait to invest that money. It's not spend that money; it's invest that money every year, and it's just it's just returns. Just so many returns every day, every week, and if something comes up like the pandemic, I mean, I was on every helpline, ad clinic, webinar to see what's everybody doing, what are they saying to do now, and I shifted and changed it right when it was all happening, so to stay ahead of everybody else. So that's the beauty about being in a program like this, because if a drastic shift and change happens, you're on the cutting edge of everything, and you won't skip a beat. In fact, you'll thrive when everybody else is falling by the wayside. So,
Keller.
Huh?
We've been in Platinum.
I would say at least 12 years. I don't remember exactly it. Every bit of that. Well, shit. Let's see. I've been in titanium for about 3 years now, and which includes platinum too. So I'd say I've been 12, 13 years, something like that.
Well, congratulations on your success, my man. I appreciate that, Craig.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Keller. Let's bring Shelly on.
Yeah, Shelly Salas. You want to know what domination looks like? Dominating.
Right here. That's right.
If you actually Google domination, there's a picture of Shelly that comes up.
If not, we need to get it on there. That's for sure.
Okay, Shelly, look, we're asking you guys to give some words of encouragement. I know you guys are huge cheerleaders, not only to the Craig Proctor system, the Platinum program, but You guys spend so much time encouraging and sharing with new members that come along. So you probably remember when you were in this position of like, should I join Platinum? Like, should I go all in on this? What do you want to share with those of us that are like on the fence? Like, should I do this?
Well, basically, just to leverage off of what Keller just said, we were in that same position, right? We were those naysayers as well that were, no, this is not going to work in my marketplace. I'm in a unique market. I'm in a small area. What is working in DC, what works in those big metro areas will not work in mine. Well, that's incorrect. That's just your own mindset. To give you guys an idea, I used to be a predominant REO agent, and that's all I did. And it just wore me out, and we knew that there was something different out there for us, and that's where we came along and met with you guys, and it has changed. It definitely has been a game changer for us. Where we were doing maybe 100 transactions a year with REOs getting burned out, this year alone we're already over 700 families helped.
That's
so
amazing.
Significant difference once you join the system, and it opens up your mind on how to do different things. And when you actually implement, I'm one of those who are a slow implementer. I've been with you guys for a few years now, and it took me forever to implement the guarantee sale system because I was scared. But once I did that, it truly did quantum leap our business dramatically.
What is it that you like the best about the Platinum groups and the meetings and the training that Todd does?
I actually, one of the best things that I truly, quite honestly enjoy is the networking. What I've learned from the training itself is phenomenal, hands down. I mean, it's just amazing. I couldn't ask for a better coach than Todd. But what we get with it is not only all the coaching, but all the networking. I have met the most amazing people in this group. And what it does is when you're around like-minded people, like Jonathan alluded to earlier, is that they start pushing you even more. So when you do have that mindset of, I can't do this, it's not going to work, but you're talking to these people and they're sharing their way of doing it in their area, then you tweak it to yours, it works. So the training, the availability of Todd, and just, I mean, honestly, everything.
Yeah, like just having the access to be able to talk to him, but at any time. Now, here's the thing, Shelley. Like you mentioned, the guaranteed sale program, and like 100% of people are like freaked out by that when they first hear it, right? It's like, oh my God, these are all the things that can go wrong, and I can't afford to buy these houses. But I think what happened with you and with what happens over and over again is you became friends in the program with the Jonathan Lays, with everyone in our program. And at some point you're thinking, okay, I'm afraid of this, but all my friends are doing it. Like these are people like I trust, and I've got to know them so well in the program, and people I can call at any time. And so, you know, when you see that Mike is doing it and Jonathan is doing it and Keller's doing it, and they're sharing with you, like I had the same anxieties, the same concerns, but Shelley, don't worry. I mean, here's exactly how I overcame it. Here's how I do it. So what happens is eventually you become friends with so many people, and you get to see what they're doing, and you start to realize, well, if all my friends are doing this and they're doing it successfully, why am I not doing it? So I think like that social proof is so important.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And nowhere else, Craig, have I found anyways, that you can become such good friends that you can go to their offices, learn from them, see how they run their operations. I mean, you just can't find that anywhere else, at least not with successful people like we have in this group.
Yeah, you know, most successful agents do not want to share. And I keep saying this again, we have the best sharers. People that come from realtors that come from other coaching programs are always blown away by that, right? It's like they'll say, you know, I was with Mike Ferry, I was with Tom Ferry, I was with Brian Buffini, whoever these guys are, and they're like, but nobody shares like the Craig Proctor members. Nobody has this. Nobody has this social network of amazing sharers, and nobody has the members at our level. I mean, to be able to get into a group where the average income is so high, where like virtually everyone in the room is like super successful, is amazing opportunity. Like you just have to just, if you're a little bit shy, you got to get over that and just meet people. All of these people are like so down to earth. If, at our next conference, when we do physical conferences again, you can go up and you can meet and get to be friends with any of these people and get to understand, like, they're no different than you. They started where you're starting. Some in worse cases, right? Like some of you are started with me and you were in like way worse situations than some of the people that are going to join right now. So yeah, don't think it's,
if you don't mind, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Craig, but for those of you who are watching right now, don't let yourself be the one who stopped yourself from just having that mindset that it's just not going to work in your market. I'm a prime example of that. My average sales price right now in our office is $179,000. And we're already over 3.5 mil in GCI. So it's just a matter of falling into the program and actually embracing it and working it through, and you'll see it works in no matter what market you're, whether you're in Keller's phenomenal market over there or in a market like mine or in Sarah's market, it doesn't matter. The program works is the bottom line.
Okay, so if you haven't done this already, go to mostsuccessfulagents.com. Okay, don't leave us because we don't want to just open up a new window. Go to www.mostsuccessfulagents.com because that's what you want to be. You want to be a most successful agent. And pick your plan and let's get started. If for whatever reason it's not for you, you just go back to coaching. There's all you're saying is, I want to try this. I want to try it. I'm open-minded. I want to try it. I believe in what Shelly's saying and Mike and Jonathan Keller. I've been here for 2 days. I like this. Or maybe it's not for you. And if it's not for you, then that's okay too. You just stay in coaching, keep doing what you're doing. Look, this isn't for everybody. We're not saying it's for everybody, but we're saying if you know, like, you can accomplish more, if you believe in yourself and you've got something bigger that you can do and you want more help and you want to hang out with people that are doing the thing that you want, this is your chance right now. This is your chance. When you see something in life that you really want, I would suggest you go for it. You don't want to have any regrets. Like when you see an opportunity where there's only upside and there's no downside, and you don't take advantage of that opportunity when there's only upside and no downside, I don't know. We tried to make this as easy as possible and give you an opportunity to, we don't pay Shelly anything to
You're more than welcome
talk you into this.
Right. You're more than welcome to send me a check, Craig.
Right. We don't pay Mike. We don't pay Jonathan. We don't pay Keller. Now, they all do a great job for us. They all promote us. Yeah, you guys have to make your own decision here before we wrap this up, whether you want to try this. That's all we're saying is just try it out. Let's go over, Mike, let's go over to Mike here for a minute. We'll bring him in. Actually, you guys can all open your lines if you want. Just keep them open. And we don't have to talk to one of you at a time. We can just jump in and it'd be like a family dinner here. Over at the Proctor House, where everybody's like,
for letting me talk again.
Yeah, like where everybody's talking over top of each other, and then in my family, Jonathan, you have to learn to talk louder than the other person if you want to be heard. So, Mike, give us your words of encouragement here to future Craig Proctor Platinum members.
Sure. I would argue though that you do pay us. You pay us in your wisdom, your time, and your systems. Honestly, everything you give back to us is greatly appreciated on this end. So what I would say is, before I met you and became part of the Craig Proctor family, which was, I think, in 2011, right at the cusp of 2011, 2012, I felt like I was standing still. Like I didn't know what direction to go in. I had no help, no direction, nothing from my broker or any broker I'd worked for. When I joined coaching, I felt like I was walking. Felt like I was walking towards my goals, walking towards progression and making some progress. And then when I went up to Platinum, it was like, okay, now I'm running towards my goals, and I'm going to get there much faster just because of the amount of tools that are available, getting Todd's time. And that stuff just became clearer and I was going to get there faster. I was just in Atlanta a couple months ago with Todd, and he asked us all our 10-year goal, right? And then he said, do it in one. What if you tried to accomplish your 10-year goal in 1 year? Like, why wait a whole decade? Why not just accomplish it next year? And I was like, yeah, I'm in. I don't want to wait a decade to do these things. I want to do it now because it's too important not to.
Yeah, I love how he pushes you guys and stretches your paradigm. So you're thinking it's going to take 10 years to do this, and Todd's like, well, why don't we just figure out how to do it in 1 year?
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. It totally changes your thinking and your mindset. And then you start thinking that it is too important. We've got really big goals as far as what we want to give back to the world and the legacy we want to leave. And that's when you start thinking like that, and it starts becoming not about you and about other people. Oh man, that just gets you right out of bed in the morning. That allows you to put in the hours and the time that you're going to need to do, because it's going to take some work. It's going to take some work, but it doesn't feel like it's work because it's super important.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, what
popped into my mind just then was when I was actually in coaching, then they had the grad level. I was in grad with Danny Griffin. And then I think platinum had only been around for like a year. And I got the platinum pitch, I think, at a conference, and they showed me the bomb, the pre-sell pack on steroids that you send to seller. And I said, that's all I need to see in order to pay the extra money to get into platinum, because that is a game changer. And if I have access to that, the rest is just gravy. I mean, seriously. And then that was even before there was a coaching site, right, Todd? I mean, the coaching site is unbelievable. It's just so much material there that people should kill to get their hands on. That didn't even exist then, but just the bomb alone is enough reason to get into platinum, in my opinion. Not to mention access to Todd and all these superstars and the material on the coaching side.
Okay, so those of you that are newest probably don't know what Keller's talking about with the bomb, but this is what Todd and I wanted to come up with. It was materials that could be delivered to a seller. So the seller would be totally pre-sold when you get to their house. And so we nickname this the bomb. Like when we get a seller prospect, we are going to drop this bomb on them. And this will be so powerful that when you get there, the seller will be totally pre-sold, totally convinced. It'll help you not only get the listing, but get your fee. And so that's what Keller's referring to. He's saying, when I saw just that, I was like, wow, just having that is worth the investment.
Kelly, did you just hold one up? Is that what you just held up?
I did. I mean, this right here definitely has been a changer for us, and would never, ever have crossed my mind to ever do something like that if it wasn't introduced to us by Craig.
Yeah, and you guys know your competition would never come up with something that's so amazing. Like they would never put the work into that. So you've truly got something that is so powerful, and you know your competitors would never put the work and investment into creating something like that. So it gives you a massive advantage. Okay, what I want to do now is encourage, if you guys have any questions for our panelists, go ahead and type those questions in, and I'll monitor those questions. I'll ask the panelists the question. So go ahead and do that. And Todd, do you have any announcements or anything that you want to address?
Yeah, while you're doing that, so I'm back on the CraigProctorCoaching.com site. And, you've heard us over the last couple of days, we've done a really good job of showing you some of the additional materials. But if I jumped into this file library, look at this, guys. On the right-hand side are over 80 file libraries exclusively for Craig Proctor Platinum members. And you might be thinking, well, I kind of already got enough stuff. Well, I went to the Platinum Guaranteed Sale Program library right there, Platinum Guaranteed Sale Program library. There's 73 files in that one library, because we already know that many of you are familiar with the Guaranteed Sale Program, but what changes your business is when you don't just learn how to do it, it's when you learn how to scale it. When it becomes like your brand and you become omnipresent throughout your entire market area with this thing. So to help you with that, every one of these libraries are designed to do that. So quick example, we have this course called Implementing the Guaranteed Sale Program, and there are 36 training videos. Each video, 36, oh my God. But each video is only 3 minutes, 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes long on the Implementing the Guaranteed Sale Program course. You get done with that course, we have the Mastering the Guaranteed Sale Program course, and there are 26 training videos there. So that's what you're in for here is fast, quick, easier, clarity, and that's what your investment is going for here. It's because you said you wanted more help and you wanted more clarity and you wanted to be able to implement at a faster pace so you could achieve your big hopes and dreams much, much faster, as these great people are saying here. So that's how this works. And all of this content, 80 file libraries, over 3,000 pieces of material, how-to video, everything that you want and need that you've seen over the last couple of days, plus a lot more in the Platinum Business Plan is activated. It's like you flip your light switch on. As soon as your Platinum program agreement is processed, it's that quick. It happens like that. Boom, your whole world opens up, and it's like, all right, cool. Now we're cooking with some grease now, and we're really proud of that. By the way, to be able to bring you that, it's one of my favorite things to hear from people is like, I just can't believe all that we have here, and it's like waking up to Christmas every day, isn't it, John?
It is. It's like every time I need something, I can just go to the library. I just type in the keyword. Somebody has already thought it. It's already on paper somewhere in that system, and it's awesome.
That the other day, I was encountering an issue, and I'm over here getting a headache trying to figure out. I'm like, what am I doing? Go into the system. And sure enough, like Jonathan said, somebody has already thought of or has had that problem, and you go in there and you just find it, and boop, there it goes. You find the solution.
And that's the other thing with Platinum is that as the market shifts, and there will be another shift coming, and just being surrounded with people who are in the forefront is going to be a big difference. If you're somebody who's following and you're going to be 3-6 months late with any changes you're going to be doing, you're going to be losing a lot of opportunities to grow. And so for me, it's crucial to be part of something where I'm surrounding myself. The quote that I love is, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Being surrounded with people who are winners, people who are just hungry to always make progress and be at the forefront of any changes in the industry. Guess what? It's like, you get it too. When there's a shift, the first person I called was Todd. I'm like, hey man, COVID's happening. What should I do? And he's like, go recruit. Make sure everybody knows you're recruiting. That was the first thing he told me. I'm like, all right. So our team actually grew during COVID. We hired more agents because that was the first thing that came out of Todd's mouth. Todd's like, make sure everybody knows you're recruiting right now. You're open.
That was great coaching advice. I must say so myself, because it told your marketplace that you were stable.
Yeah.
That you were not being disrupted, that you were a place of calm and confidence and stability in your marketplace. Plus, we knew there would be the availability of lots of great talent that would not be able to navigate through this pandemic, because we've been here before. I've been through 3 documented recessions. Having armed with the Craig Proctor system allowed me to gain more market share and make history in Metro Atlanta. And we want to help everybody else do this.
Yeah, make history. I love it. History is for you. It's for the making. History is for the making here, folks. You are on the cusp of making an awesome decision. And we go into the future, a very bright future here with the Craig Proctor Platinum Program. Now, we got a few minutes left. Type in the chat. Are you going to do this, guys? Who's in on this? Who's in on this? Who's considering this? Let us know. Give us some love in the chat right now. Show your support. Let us know that you're considering this.
Hey, Craig, I got one more comment while you're looking at that. So going from coaching to Platinum, you go from a real estate agent to a business owner. And I know I've told you this before, but I am forever in debt to you and Todd. You guys gave me the best year of my life. 2 years ago, right? I was sitting in Ireland with my family, running my business from there because I had a business. I wasn't a real estate agent. I couldn't have just taken a year and moved 5,000 miles away from where I live, and things would have happened. But because of Platinum, because of your guys' help, I was able to implement the systems. I hired people while I was there. We closed a ton of transactions. The thing kept moving along. And it's a year I'll never forget. And it's a year that I could not have given my kids and my family without your help. And from the bottom of my heart, I really, really appreciate that.
That's a great story. Yeah. I don't know how many of you guys would like that, to be able to go live remotely. And I'm talking like a foreign country, like remotely, or Hawaii, or maybe your favorite destination for months.
Or a sailboat in the Caribbean.
Yes, 100%, buddy. We're floating around on the Caribbean on our yacht or boat, or we could even afford to be able to do such a thing, all while your business is not just getting by, it's thriving back in your marketplace for extended periods of time. If that's kind of lifestyle that you want, we're in great alignment here, and we're looking forward to helping all of you. We've gotten several program agreements submitted, Craig, from coaching members. So I want to encourage the rest of you to get moving on this. MostSuccessfulAgents.com. Craig's giving you a credit. Okay, if you paid for coaching in full, you're going to get a credit for that if you do this now. Okay, that offer's on the table today. And so that should give you great motivation to do this now.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat here. Jim Sells California Homes says, I am. Azim says, yes, I am in. Edward Matar says, I am in. Lionel Raphael says, yes. Darlene Jones says, I'm seriously considering Platinum. Chris Butcher says, considering. Awesome. Eric says, I'm thinking about it. And Andrea's posted, hey, don't miss tomorrow. Don't miss day 3, because we're not done yet with all the CP system awesomeness. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's 7 a.m. Pacific time. So we go at it again, and we've got a great agenda tomorrow. Bonnie says, I would love to become a Platinum member, but I don't have the money needed to join. Well, we got to change that, Bonnie. We got to change that so money is not a problem anymore. As I said earlier, the number one reason we hear from people is I don't have the money or I don't have the time. That's the reason to join. So money and time are no longer a problem. So, hey, we'll figure it out. We can work with you, Bonnie, figure out some kind of plan. Just, I don't know, contact Todd. We'll try to figure out something. If you want to do it, we'll find a way to do it. Darby says,
hey, money will start coming in immediately. I mean, very quickly. So, you know.
Okay, Anna wants to know. Anna wants to know exactly how many Millionaire Craig Proctor agents are there out there. I don't know. Todd, you got the stats.
I do. It's about a third of all of our Platinum members earn over $1 million in commissions. To be honest with you, I've lost count, on the exact number, and they grow all the time, like daily. We'll be giving out some Millionaire Agent Plaque Awards at our next conference, with the new, everybody who's entered for the first time this year. And we love giving those plaques out. We'd like to give them out to you guys. I don't know how much proof someone might need that if I'm looking to increase or make more money or grow my business or have more time, I don't know how much more proof we need to roll out there for you. So, and I don't think we need to. I think everybody's convinced here that this is a good move. It's just decision-making time, right? And what you'll discover is successful people are looking for decisions to make today. Keller, John, Mike, Shelley, they know this. Days are going by or a day goes by and they're not making decisions about opportunities that they're presented with. They'll tell you, like, not a great day. So today's a great day. You've been faced with the decision that moves your business forward. You go further into the Craig Proctor system, and going in further means it gets easier because there's more help and more materials that you can copy and implement faster, as we described for you here. So I want to encourage you, like, decision-making time. As a matter of fact, Craig, we talk about this. Napoleon Hill wrote a great book called Think and Grow Rich. He dedicates a whole chapter to this concept of making decisions.
Yep. He says in that book, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill says, most people have never learned how to make a decision. He says, we go through the entire, educational system. We go through school. People are never taught how to make a decision. He says that most people are like a leaf blowing in the wind. The wind goes this way and they go that way. The wind blows this way, they go that way. And so he talks about the power of making decisions and the fact that decisions change lives. Right now, you're making a decision. If you choose not to do that, not to join Platinum, that is a decision. Okay, that's a decision right there. If you choose not to do this, that is a decision, and that decision will dictate the way this unfolds in your life. A decision to join Platinum, you go in a different direction, right? That's a decision. But most people, they don't know how to make a decision. And so part of what we work with you is on the mental side of this. To be successful in your business, in your life, we've got to be decisive. We've got to make decisions. And you're going to be hanging around people that can make decisions. It will help you. A couple more comments here in chat. Jim Sells California Homes says, you don't need any money. Just put it on a credit card. That's true.
Other people's money. Use other people.
Yeah, use other people. Just put it on a credit card. Okay, you don't have to have the cash. Like when you buy a house, you buy a car, you finance it, you have a credit card, you can do that, right? Okay, I'm a single mom, no money in 3 years. I did 6 transactions. I'd love to take my business to the next level and spend more time with my kids. Hey, let's figure it out. Let's figure out a way for you to have more money and spend more time with your kids. You want to know why we want to do that? Because that's what you want to do. Right? You want to go all in on figuring out how can I spend more time with my kids? Kevin Hoffman says, I'm in capitals. I'm in.
Yep.
Morgan Walters, that's Todd's daughter, says the average annual GCI in the Platinum program annual average is $750,000 a year was the average. Of course, we have about a third of them making over $1 million a year. Some of them making far more than $1 million. Aaron says, as soon as I start to see results from the coaching program, I will join the Platinum program. We hear that a lot, right? I'm going to wait to see if this works first. And if this works, then I'll do it. But we can help you implement it faster over here in Platinum. There's no downside. You can always go back to coaching. Hey, Aaron, it's up to you to decide. We've tried to make this so it's, a no-lose proposition. We tried to structure this so there's no downside. Whatever you've paid, if you paid in full for coaching, we can credit it here. Or you can do what you say here and just stay in coaching and wait. That's your prerogative. But we tried to make this a no-brainer. Everyone here that's listening to me is in coaching right now. You're all in coaching, except for our superstar panel that are in Platinum. So this is an option, right? It's not for everybody. Nobody's forcing your hand. We're just saying the most successful Craig Proctor members, this is what they do. It's the natural ascension, just like you go to elementary school, right? And then you go to high school, and then you go to college or university. It's just like the natural ascension in the Craig Proctor program. So you can skip levels.
Tomorrow, Friday, for all of you that have submitted your Platinum paperwork at mostsuccessfulagents.com, tomorrow, when we break out, okay, tomorrow at noon, Platinum members are going to go and do a couple of sessions on the Platinum Facebook page. Coaching members, we're going to work with you on some other topics. So for those of you that jump into Platinum, we'll make sure that you can attend that Platinum breakout session tomorrow at noon. But you got to get your paperwork in now, like now, so that we can pull that off. Otherwise, you'll still be in the coaching program while we're pulling this off. So just go ahead and do that, and we can take good care of you. All right, mostsuccessfulagents.com to do that. Do we have any parting comments here from our panel?
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired. I've been at this all day. I know Todd must be tired. I know it's been a great day, but it is 6 p.m. here on the East Coast. So first of all, I want to thank all of our panelists for all your great input and your support. As always, you guys are awesome. We love hanging out with you. It's been It's been great having you part of our journey here. And for everyone else that's with us here, you must be interested, right? It's 6 p.m. on the East Coast. You're still watching this, so I think that says a lot. So look, reach out if there's anything holding you back. You can contact. I don't know, what do they do, Todd? What's if I have questions? I guess come back tomorrow. But I don't know, just go do it. Go to mostsuccessfulagents.com. Try it out. If you don't like it, you go back to coaching. It's really that's it. And if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Stay in coaching, and we're still going to help you like we have. But if you want more and you're into this and you liked it today, this is what you should do. This is what all of our successful members, our panelists did. And if you feel it's right, you should do it too. So we're going to wrap it up for today. Thank you, Todd Walters, for another fantastic day.
Oh, man. Craig, great job, everyone. Thanks, Keller, John, and Shelly. You guys are amazing. And go serve big.
So Todd, did I finish today stronger than yesterday?
I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, Craig?
I said yesterday I was so tired, and my wife was watching this, and she said at the end I could see you were out of juice. You were kind of slumped over your desk. Yeah, it's a long day, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did, and we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Have a good sleep. If you're out west, you're on the West Coast, go to bed early because that's a 7 a.m. start for you. So everyone have a great evening. Thanks for being with us today. For those of you that made the decision to join Platinum, congratulations. We'd love to have you all aboard. Let us know what we can do to help you. Have a good evening. And that concludes today's conference. Take care. We'll see you in the morning.